Like that? Yeah. That seems right. Stop. Whatever. Give this a go. This shit. Okay.
That do a really good job. You know, the churches and different denominations can do a lot of good throughout a lot of society. I mean, you bring up the point that like, well, they don't have armies or they can't tax you. I mean, Walmart and Amazon can't tax me, but some people might say that they engage in immoral practices, like whether or not you have the ability to deploy some sort of force, whether or not you have the ability to collect taxes. I don't think necessarily make you good or bad. I don't think a large country that collects taxes is worse than a small country that collects taxes because of gigantism. It's just not like that. Just felt like a buzzword that I'd never even heard before, like that gigantism is like necessarily has the properties of badness in it. It just seems like a really silly, but most of those arguments felt like I'm trying to figure out like how to navigate. Like if I was truly like in the old blood sports days, and I'm not trying to be nice to everybody so I get invited back onto shows, I would just say like, let's figure out some examples and show me, can you demonstrate on a particular thing, why is this bad just because of the size of the particular thing? Do you think the United States government is bad because of gigantism? Okay, well let's say I cut the union in half and now we got 25 states. Is it half as bad as it was before? Like what level of badness is even influenced by the size? Or what do we have to start peeling out before it becomes bad? Let's say the United States government can no longer collect taxes and doesn't have an exclusive use on force.
Yeah.
Is it no longer bad at that point? Like the idea that badness is related to large or small is just ridiculous. Why do you work for the Daily Wire? It's a larger company than you just being self-employed. Have you become more bad working for a larger company? Or what if the Daily, like it's just such a ridiculous notion.
But that seemed to be, in particular, what you just said there, like if the government can no longer tax and can no longer conscript you or put you in jail, I don't know if it would necessarily make it like less bad. I'm not sure if the argument is like gigantism is bad in the sense that it produces a worse outcome, or the organizations that are bigger are worse, but that with gigantism comes a bigger risk that if that company is bad, the badness is so much worse. So for example, if the US government can't put you in jail anymore, if it's some horribly corrupt government, then maybe its inability to jail you in corrupt ways is better, right? Maybe that does sort of relieve it of some of that power. It doesn't mean that its actual intentions or ideology or anything actually changes. It's just that by being bigger, by having more power, it means that when things go wrong, they go wrong much worse.
That's fine. That's an Alex O'Connor argument, not a Jordan Peterson argument. It's an argument. If you want to make the argument that a thing being larger necessarily means that...
Hey everyone, I just started a Substack, so if you're interested in to appeal once every 6 months is the idea. Do you think they'll ever reverse that? I mean, it just seems...
Not unless the culture there significantly changes.
Sure, which could happen at some point. You know, we sort of see this Twitter shift take over, and suddenly... I will say that when Elon Musk took over Twitter and everybody was saying it's going to become this like right-wing cesspit, I did think to myself, come on, like you're not even going to notice. It's like a change of ownership. Like who the hell cares? But I must say that Twitter has recently become
they're only like 50%, right?
It's like right. It's a totally different beast now. Like I like opening Twitter, I can feel like something shifted in the air. Something like that could happen at Twitch. I don't know, but don't you think it's a bit outrageous that they can take away someone's livelihood without even needing to tell them why?
I mean, I would obviously say that, yeah, of course.
But like, because a lot of people like to debate the whole sort of private company publisher thing. Like, should social media have should it be legally bound to protecting free speech and this kind of stuff? But this kind of question really brings it out, because in a sense, you think, well, there's no real way that everybody who ever gets banned for anything. We don't have the resources to put a full sort of investigation, inquiry, and human checking of everything they've ever said and done. But it does seem like for people of a certain size on the platform, people who are significantly depending upon it for their livelihood, like these companies hold so much power that it does feel like they should maybe begin to occupy a different legal category. I don't know what you think social media companies are in this debate about sort of, publishers, private companies, sort of pseudo new public squares. What do you think social media platforms actually are?
I mean, I think they're private companies. I think they have the right to do as they wish. Now, obviously, there's a difference between what do you have the right to do versus what ought you do. Everybody has the right to lie and cheat on partners, but I mean, should you do it? Probably not. Private companies probably should have the right to ban who they want and not ban who they don't want to. I do agree that it's a little bit scary that the public square has obviously moved on to social media companies, and there are certain political strains of thought that, at least, especially over COVID, was probably when it was the worst, that seemed to be getting deleted from a lot of public spaces. And there's a legitimate question to ask about, what does your right to speech mean if you have no platforms on which to speak? I think there's a legitimate question to be asked there. But I think the reason why we don't hear about this too much is because, one, I think these companies do largely try to stay within the realm of appeasing 98% of people. For as much as I, don't like being banned and all that, most people that get banned from these platforms probably need to be banned, right? 99% of people that get banned need to be banned.
Sure,
if you go through for every one, oh my God, that was so unfair. It's people spamming the N-word or whatever crazy stuff. And then it seems like when there's enough blowback, I do like that social media has kind of tended more towards the community note or the little YouTube note at the bottom, as opposed to just straight banning content or delisting it. So hopefully it continues to tend in that direction.
Are you signed up to be one of the reviewers of community notes? I remember when community notes first came out, I clicked some button or something which they were looking for the people who actually come up with them, right? And I've never contributed, so they should probably get rid of me from it at some point. But it means that I see about 10 or 15 times more posts that are community noted. I see suggested community notes. Are you signed up for this as well? Do you have this?
No, but a lot of people in my fan base are, so I see that. Yeah, and you
it's
can
so fascinating, man, because what you're seeing people argue in real time about sort of what a sort of fair bit of context is, and they're often just sort of calling each other slurs, because they're just you're just being the stupidest person I've ever heard. This is obviously not necessary for a note or something. It's really fascinating to see what people actually are debating is relevant there, but it is always just going to be some arbitrary decision that people make as to whether something is needs noting, whether it should be banned, whether it shouldn't. And I think to myself, I'm thinking about the development of governments over time, and how there was a time when there was basically just rich people and poor people, landed people and serfs, and at some point people just decided there's this sort of institution, this thing that we're sort of calling government, the people who govern, right? And we just think there's something so significant about the fact that they sort of own this public square. They own the land that we all live on. They own the spaces in which we interact, that we should just come up with these special rules about this particular organization and institution that say things like, they're not allowed to tell us, what we can and can't say. They're not allowed to tell us what our, beliefs are going to be about religion and this kind of stuff. And people just agree that because this institution is so powerful, it needs certain rules. And this develops over a very long time. And eventually we sort of come to a rough agreement that there are certain things that governments can't do because of just the nature of what a government is. It's a very particular kind of organization. I'm thinking social media's been around for a decade, a couple of decades, and it's already proving itself to be so significant that in this debate about, is it a private company or is it not, I feel like there's maybe space for beginning to treat it as its own unique sui generis type of organization. It is a bit like something that does own the new public square, and because of that, it seems too straightforward to just say it's a private company, it can do what it wants, especially because social media is not, people often call it the public square, it's not the public square. Because the public square, you don't get to control who comes in and out, you sort of show up and there you are. It's like a public square that you, without even realizing that you're doing it, sort of only allow in a certain kind of person who will interact with you in a certain kind of way. I mean, these algorithms are infinitely more intelligent than we're possibly capable of understanding. And so as much as you think you're sort of, I'm trying to follow people from every side, I'm trying to engage in the debates, it knows how many milliseconds you spend looking at this and this. It knows how you sort of interact with it. It knows what you like. And so it's not so much a public square, it's like this self-reinforcing walled garden that keeps out everything, not that you don't like, but that you don't sort of engage with and interact with and want to interact with in some way.
That you don't want to spend
this is like
more
a
time
unique
interacting
beast,
with.
surely. And I feel like just saying look man, it's a private company.
It's like
they should be able to sort of ban who they.
It's exactly right. Basically, the algorithms on social media are like a form of reinforced learning. on us. They see what we like, and they show us more of that. And the more we see it, the more comfortable we get with it. The more comfortable we get with it, the more we want to see it. It's like a positive feedback loop into insanity. That's why everyone's so fucking mad at everybody else all the fucking time. It's because that's all we see. I guess the only way to really open your mind to what's out there is to purposefully disengage with the stuff that you're comfortable with. Like, but then you end up just watching stuff that you just don't give a shit about. Yeah, it's something that you gotta do yourself. Otherwise, you're gonna end up... You turn to a Redditor. It is what it is.
Feels like it doesn't take into account how serious of a shift this is in the history of our species, really.
I think that when the United States was being created, I think that you had a unique opportunity in time where you had incredibly intelligent people coming together to basically build what they thought was like the best type of government possible. This wasn't...
Okay, but he's talking about a group of people that already had the exact same mindset to begin with. Like, you can't compare that to modern day America. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Like, they all had the same, like, they all had the same religion, and they were all white. Right? The guys who built America, they were all like same ethnicity, at least for the most part. They didn't disagree with each other fundamentally. This was a mistake. I am out of iron plates. Oh shit. I need to go back. At least I can start the no, whatever. It doesn't matter if I get like, let's say like 10 minutes. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Like, people often talk about the founding fathers as like something that could possibly be analogous to what's happening today, and it's not. Political landscape is so different.
Done strictly by democracy. So you didn't have a ton of peasants and ordinary people just voting on every single provision in the Constitution. You didn't have a ton of people that didn't really know why they were there, giving opinions on what should be or what shouldn't be. Included in the federal government and in the Constitution, you had like a very intentional process by people that were working from first principles to try to draft what they saw as a government that would execute on the things that they all collectively felt were the most important things to execute on. And I agree with you that I think that social media's companies, I think the internet in general is kind of like a paradigm shift to where we're accelerating and moving in ways that are a little bit outside of what's happened over the past like 150, 200 years. And that as part of that paradigm shift, I think it's pretty easy to argue that our current like structure of government and the way that we approach legislation doesn't really encapsulate well how to deal with these things, right? Like, well, should a private company be forced to host a certain type of speech? We probably shouldn't be able to force them to host a certain type of speech. That makes sense when the private company, is like 2 offices and a couple cities. But it's interesting when if you get delisted, if like 4 companies don't like you, you essentially have no voice, right? Like if YouTube decides that you're banned, if Twitter decides that you're banned, and if Facebook decides that you're banned, that's like probably like 80% of like your reach, or depending on what field you're in, that could be like 95% of your reach. It's just completely gone. I think that the issue though is that when we go to, there's like 2 things. We can either kind of like try to squeeze it into our current legislative framework, which is essentially what we have to do because we're not going to go back to the drawing board. So we either squeeze it into our currently existing framework, or 2, we try to kind of like redesign the framework a little bit to make it more adaptable. But the issue is that now we can't work with a group of learned people from first principles. Now we have a democracy that I don't know if 80% of the people in the United States even know why we have the things that we do have. So how can you possibly argue for anything relating to what a company ought to look like when this country is torn in half over what free speech ought to look like, or what a private company ought to look like, or what a collectivized, set of rights ought to be, how they ought to be protected or doled out to people. So, yeah, I think that because we've spent so much time not really defending the foundations of our country, like, is liberalism good? Do we need to go to more like a populist government? Is capitalism evil? Should we be more collective? Like, because we don't even have answers to that, how are we possibly going to come together to create a framework from one of those first principles to deal with the social media companies?
Government's quite different because, of course, it has this monopoly on power. This is the thing that makes it like totally different to any other kind of organization. It can like hold a gun to your head and force you to do things in a way that companies can't. They sort of exert a different kind of power, and maybe an equally important kind of power, but it's different for that reason. But like, this always comes about as like a long series of historical struggle. Everything about, I mean, not so much the United States, because this is more recent and is, like you say, founded intentionally by intelligent people. But if you look at like Britain and the British Constitution, it literally isn't written down anywhere. The British Constitution is in part made up of traditions. I don't mean it like relies upon traditions. I mean, like, literally speaking, it is made up partly of traditions alone, right? Which is like the most bizarre thing in the world. But of course, it's like this ancient country that just sort of has a bunch of wars and has a bunch of conflicts and has a bunch of protests, and people want representation and all this kind of stuff, battling with the king. And eventually you just sort of develop these ideas, the Magna Carta, and you get like free speech and you get all this kind of stuff. And I feel like any way that social media is going to evolve into a very unique company with a very organization with a very unique set of regulations, it's also going to necessarily have to happen through a sort of historically contingent series of struggles. But like, there are certain companies that have very specific rules that don't really apply elsewhere. Financial regulations on big banks, for example. They're very specific laws which kind of seem a little, they're sort of tailor-made because of the kind of industry that it is. Laws around like insider trading and stuff like this. It's very specific. Laws about what newspapers are allowed to publish, this kind of stuff. Like, I mean, what do you make, for example, of this argument that the moment social media platforms start saying, we're not going to allow this person on because we don't want this kind of speech on our platform, as long as all the speech on social media is publicly accessible to everybody and is promoted in, like algorithmically, they essentially become a publisher like a newspaper, and therefore if a newspaper were to tweet out a falsity, they could get sued for libel. Whereas if somebody does that on Twitter...
Yeah, but I mean, they do that all the time. Just like, look at what people are doing now. Like, MSNBC, Fox News, they're constantly fucking lying about what the other political party said or did or whatever. It's just become part of politics, and as far as I understand, it's not something that you can realistically really do anything about unless it's like straight up slander. Because they don't just lie outright, they misrepresent the truth, which I guess is incredibly difficult to hold someone liable for, because they can just be like, well, I just didn't get it. I don't know. I mean, maybe it's something that happens, but like I once asked like ChatGPT about it, and it was like, I don't think that shit ever works. And that's the opinion of a fucking AI.
Twitter can't be sued for that. What do you think about that sort of friction?
It's a nonsense argument made by people that have never read Section 230 in their entire life. I think the Section 230 protections are good and essential for platforms to be able to function. Just because somebody decides what type of speech they do or don't want on a particular platform doesn't mean they magically have come to the status of being a publisher. I think that platforms that host content from other people should be liable if they fail to act against stuff that is infringing on certain laws. So like the hosting of like, obviously, like copyright violations or offensive material that people report, like child pornography, stuff like like that. I think that this type of stuff obviously should be acted upon, but as long as they, in good faith, enforce the laws of the United States insofar as they're requested to, then I think they should enjoy those protections. I mean, we can think about getting rid of them for the worst things that we can imagine, and we can say like, oh good, yeah, now they won't be able to be biased. But if you're engaging in anything like with any amount of intellectual honesty, you should always think of like, well, okay, let's say I enact this thing. What's the worst application of this particular thing? And we can imagine a million different ways that removing Section 230 protections because you ban certain users just doesn't work. Like if I create a social media platform where every single day I want everybody to post like the cutest cat pictures they have, and then a bunch of assholes show up on my site, start posting dog pictures, and I say I'm banning every single user that posts a dog picture, have I lost my Section 230 protections? And now if some guy posts like a video of him like hurting a cat, am I like criminally liable now for creating this kind? Like it just doesn't, none of it makes sense. Like the Section 230 protections are essential. Just because you ban certain types of speech on your platform doesn't magically make you a publisher.
We'll get back to Stephen in just a second, but first, trust in our news media is at an all-time low, and people often make up their minds about important and subtle issues based on headlines alone. And that's not to mention the bias that seeps into reporting. But there's good news. Today's sponsor, Ground News, can help us with this. Ground News has sponsored the channel for a while now, and with good reason. They aggregate thousands of local and international news outlets in one place, allowing you to compare headlines directly. And for every story, they provide a quick breakdown of the political leaning of the sources, as well as a rating of their reliability and even information about who owns the sources. And using the blind spot feature, I can see which stories are being under or over reported by the left or the right. So, depending on what kind of news I read, stories that I would otherwise miss. Take a look at this story. Stanford's top disinformation research group collapses under pressure. I can see a percentage breakdown of the political leaning of the sources and the ownership information, but also look at the different headlines. The right-wing Breitbart says Stanford's Internet Observatory censorship machine crumbles under its own weight, whereas the left-leaning NPR says a major disinformation research team's future is uncertain after political attacks. By comparing these directly in the same place, you can see right in front of you how political bias can shape reporting on the same story. Ground News is a brilliant tool for becoming a more savvy consumer of news. Go to ground.news/AlexOC. You can use my link for 40% off their unlimited access Vantage plan. And with that said, back to Stephen.
I do agree that intuitively it feels like there's something wrong about a large social media platform selectively enforcing certain political points of view. But the idea of using the hammer of like removing Section 230 privileges as pretending that that fixes anything, I think is ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem with this is that there's just so much content on social media. Like a newspaper is publishing a handful of writers, like hand-selected, in a way that social media companies hand-select who aren't on the platform rather than hand-selecting who is. That seems to be the difference. And maybe that's the principal distinction between what really makes you a publisher is like what you're hand-picking, whether it's who writes or who doesn't write.
Yeah, handpicking and approving, right? It's not like anybody can submit. I mean, you can write comments in the New York Times, but they don't just have like random articles posted by random users. Like they commission people to write these, and then an editor reviews it, and then they publish it under their name. And
yeah, to approve a certain set of content in a newspaper doesn't mean you disapprove of everything that you didn't put in there. Similarly, to disapprove of a certain kind of content on social media doesn't mean you approve of everything that
I'll make this
is
cleaner
on there.
later.
That seems
I like this
fair enough to me. But
idea.
it's obviously a big and more complicated question, like I say, than just sort of, well, social media is just like any other kind of private company. It's obviously got something special about it. So what do you think in terms of the encroachment of government regulations on social media? What's sort of your broad picture of how legally we should treat social media companies and what they should be legally like bound to do?
I think the questions of law are pretty simple. I don't think about them much. I think the harder thing is figuring out like what do we want it to look like, like before we even hit the legal level. And I think that's where most of the disagreement is, because the problem is you've got fundamental disagreements in the United States over what a lot of this country should look like. And I think sometimes people are a bit too keen to blame the system. And the problem isn't the system. The system is actually working quite well. The reason why nothing is working in the system right now is because the people that it's representing are historically and genuinely divided against each other in terms of what they want. So, I mean, like, I've got thoughts personally for what I think social media companies should or shouldn't look like. But, I mean, there's going to be a lot of people that don't have any idea, like, where they would even begin to have those discussions. Like, again, like, a lot of people will say things like, oh, yeah, like, we should ban everything, everything hateful. And, well, what counts as hateful? I think generally social media platforms are kind of revolving around this, like, what the protected categories are in the United States. So, like, don't make fun of somebody like race, gender, sexuality, stuff like that. But then even that gets a little bit weird around the edges because we see certain groups of people, for instance, could be like racist towards white people and nobody really cares about that and that doesn't get banned. Or you're not supposed to be like discriminatory against like nationalities, but obviously Ukrainians saying things about Russians or Israelis and Palestinians. Like there's, yeah, it's really complicated. I think that fundamentally, I think the issue is democracies and everything worked when it was.
Why is it really complicated? That's the part I don't fucking understand. Like, if someone's racist against a black person, it's pretty fucking simple, isn't it? Like, they're like, oh, you're banned. Because you're racist. But if someone's racist against a white person, nah, it's complicated. And, like, Ukrainians and Russians can't really be racist towards one another. They can be tolerant for sure. But they're at war with one another. So that makes sense. And that's not racism either. I hate comments like this because it's like non-answers for a problem that is actually very simple. And it's just the kind of shit that gets you cancelled if you pick a side. Particularly one side over the other, generally. Don't be racist against anyone, even white people. Fuck you.
Very educated people voting, or when you're voting by issues that can be resolved very simply by like ayes and nays. But when things are so unbelievably complicated these days, and you have to vote for like who do I think is going to, you know, regulate or nominate a good like Securities and Exchange Commission's head in order to crack down on market rigging in cryptocurrency environments that span like global market. Like, does an average person even have the slightest idea about how to vote on that? I don't know. I think we're stretching the limitations of how our government can work, and from first principles, none of us even agree on what anything should look like. So, yeah.
Are you glad to live in a democracy that's governed by popular vote?
I think so. I like the United States more than any other country. So
sure.
Every system has big problems, but I like what we have right now.
Well, there's that famous Churchill quote that gets spoken to death. I tend to think that maybe democracy is the worst form of government, including all of the ones that we've tried. I mean, I had a guy on a podcast called Jason Brennan who's written a book called Against Democracy, and he advocates for so-called epistocracy, that is sort of rule of the knowledgeable, which instantly runs into a lot of problems. But I don't know, I think a lot of people see democracy and voting as a sort of unhappy compromise. It's the best we got. Are you more...
Did you say the rule of the knowledgeable? Yeah. Yeah, that's gonna have an obscene amount of problems. What do I need more? Pipes or beams? I guess beams are the most useful. Right? Because beams are what I'm gonna create all the lines with and shit. Pipes aren't that useful. Yeah, 2 beams, 1 pipe for now. Until I upgrade all of my lines and stuff. I mean, this is starting to shape up. I need to do a cleanup here. And I need to expand that significantly. I need way more coal power. Ideally, I can... No, I can't get to level 2 until... Unless they've changed it. It's until oil. Oil is the next tier! Oh, I'm gonna have to... Yeah. This is gonna be just a big shit mess until I can get the better stuff. Somebody can run into power problems.
more optimistic about voting, or is that how you view it, how you view it too?
I think that's kind of how I view it. I mean, I think that I think that having a government that was only ran by like the most educated people, your like technocracy or whatever, I think in theory sounds like probably one of the best ideas. But I mean, in practice, obviously you've got the fact that just because somebody is educated in a particular field doesn't mean they might make the best policy decisions. People are obviously going to be motivated to represent, you know, people who are like them in their own kind, and I'm sure you're going to have different representations of people across different educated categories. And yeah, so I mean, obviously that runs into a whole bunch of different issues. I think the system we have right now has a good level of checks and balances and compromises built into it. I just wish that the culture was a bit better.
What do you think is the principal justification for having a vote, right? Because some people, I mean, when voting originally sort of becomes a thing, there's this idea that it's like practically beneficial. If you allow lots of people who know a lot to vote, then the best sort of answer will come about. Then there's this sort of transformation that happens where it's no longer sort of like, well, I think that government runs best if you allow me to vote as well. It's sort of, well, no, I have a right to vote. You know, because you're making rules about me, because you're taxing me, I have a right to have my say, which is a different thing to sort of, this will sort of help us hear a varied group of voices or whatever. And so some people think that voting is a good thing because it's efficient. Some people say that voting is the best way to get the best kind of government. Some people say that it's because people know best what they want for themselves, and therefore everybody should essentially just act like egoists, and eventually you get this happy compromise. And some people just say it's like, there's this thing called a right to vote that's just like a moral principle. I deserve to have a say in the rules that govern me. I mean, which of those approaches do you take to voting?
I think there's a few things that are important. One is it affects all of us, and we pay into it generally. So, I mean, like, as long as you're living under a thing that you kind of didn't consent to, you're born into the government, and you more or less are bound by its laws, unless you decide to leave. Since we're all impacted by it, and generally we pay tax or we engage with it, we all should have some kind of say in how it's run. I think that's one important thing. I think a second important thing is
Okay, but you run into the exact same problems that you were talking about, where some people don't know anything. What do you do? I guess everyone... Why does it look like that? It looks like it's dirty, or like... What? Is that a bug? Anyway.
it forces people that are in charge to make their arguments to an average person. If the way that you run the government and the thing you want to do is so important, then you should be able to justify it.
No, that's not correct. I don't think that's right at all. I think it forces that the people who are in charge to make arguments that appeal to the average person. Is this thing just, it's not getting enough coal? Yeah, I mean, it should be though. There's 2 lines, right? Unless I cocked something up. Really? I guess because they're both impure. Like, all this water is like fucking useless. Unless I can get that one alternate... I don't remember. It's an alternate recipe. Maybe the alternate recipe will make things easier. I'm not sure. Bunch of foundries on the sides here, like foundries, all making. A shitload of iron stuff, maybe.
by that to a citizen that has to pay taxes in order to fund your ideas. And then the oh shit, I had a third one. That's all I got right now.
Well, about this sort of, you should be able to explain yourself and justify yourself to people. I mean, some people make the argument, especially these anti-democracy types.
Oh shit, real quick.
Go ahead.
The third one was buy-in. The fact that every single person has a vote. Unfortunately, we're not doing that in terms of executing on that vote right now because not everybody exercises their vote. I think the buy-in is important as well. Like every single person should feel like they are somewhat bought into the project of the United States that they have a vote.
So, what do you think about the, I think like Australia, like forces people to vote, right? Like, do you think that's a good idea?
No.
Because I feel like...
I feel like not voting is as much expressing your right to vote
but then
as
I
voting
think,
itself is.
as far as I'm aware, like you're allowed to go and like spoil the ballot, right? You're allowed to go and sort of vote for nobody, but you have to show up and register that. Because I agree with you that, I mean, the right to vote needs the right not to vote. It's like saying you have a right to free speech, but you must say something. A right to free speech means a right to silence as well.
Mm-hmm.
And so a right to vote must mean a right not to vote. But you said a moment ago this buy-in, this fact that we're not doing it very well because not everybody's voting. I think that's always going to be the case. People feel very pessimistic about their vote. Even people who do vote don't really think that their vote is going to make a difference, right? Like people say your vote matters. Like they're essentially lying to you. Like it actually doesn't, but we just sort of live in a better society if people act as though it does, right? It's one of those.
I mean, that's weird. I mean, it kind of does, right?
You think?
Like there's one, like a neuron in your brain doesn't matter, but all of them do. And if enough of them stop working, I mean, you have a huge problem, right?
That's the thing. I mean, if you're in a decision where, like, if you've got like this really tired neuron that sort of doesn't want to do its job anymore, and it says, "I'm going to retire," and it doing so just has no effect on my brain, then I wouldn't judge it for going like, yeah, sure. I mean, what's the point of me even bothering? Now, if all of my neurons did that, that would be disastrous.
Well, you'd have to then, right? It's a universal principle. You would have to make sure that that particular thing knows that it has to act in such a way, because if you allow it for one, you must allow it for others, and then when that thought becomes pervasive, now you've destroyed the...
An argument that I've heard in a different context, this is about sort of your purchasing power, so things like buying animal products or contributing to companies that you think you should be boycotting. And they were trying to make a point about how tiny your impact is, and they imagined some ludicrous scenario where, like, it was something like there's this like child tied up to a torture device or something, and the amount of torture that they receive is tied to a decibel meter that's on the table, right? So it's recording the level of sound in the room, and the louder the sound, the more the torture. And in front of the speaker is a television which is playing live footage of like a football game. And the sort of crowd is the one making the noise, which determines how much that child is going to suffer. Now, you're a person in the crowd at the football game, and you know the scenario's going on. Your decision to like yell in a cheer along with like 100,000 other people who are doing the same thing doesn't make a difference. Like, it's not going to change the decibel meter. It's not going to increase the amount of torture. And yet still some people might want to say that you'd be morally culpable for doing so. And obviously if everybody were to stop cheering, it would be better. But I think...
It can't be this way.
It seems like a paradox.
It can't be. It's not a paradox. It can't be this way.
Like, I mean, it can't be the case that it makes no difference.
It can't be the case that people are allowed to think that way.
Right, but that's interesting. It can't be the case. It can't be the case that people should be allowed to think that that's the case.
It can't be, because if it is, then government fails, and then we have nothing. We go back to... I read this book recently called, I think it's Culture and Conflict in the Middle East.
Sure.
And it talks a lot about these concepts of how tribes were organized throughout the Arab world in the Middle East, and how they managed to function without states. And it's very, very, very interesting to see how another total society can be organized. The fascinating part about the way that the tribal stuff was organized in the Middle East was you had a wholly decentralized way of approaching decision making, but the decision making was always consistent throughout how all of these tribes function. A lot of it rests on this concept called balanced opposition, that the way that you would fight with other people and the way that you would defend your tribe or your land or your area had to do with like distance from nearest kin. So like if I'm fighting with you and you're, we both have like the same great grandparent, right? The two branches of us might, let's say you come and you steal something of mine. Well, my branch might come and get vengeance on you, or take it back, or find a way for you to make reparations to me to make things right. But even if we're in that struggle, if somebody 5 grandfathers from us, another tribe, were to mess with us, we would instantly forget our differences and we would come together with other people as part of that lineage, and then we would all go and we would get into conflict with that.
Sure.
And this way of having it so that brothers would always fight with brothers, cousins would fight with cousins against other, like you would always follow this line. What it ensured was this like decentralized process of decision making that actually balanced the opposition on both sides, such that it allowed for some level of stability without any government, without any top-down leadership, because every single individual knew that they had to satisfy their function. Because for instance, if you did get into a fight and I was your cousin and we were fighting somebody with a patrilineage that was far enough away, if I don't stand up to protect you, you wouldn't stand up to protect me, and I knew that, so I had to. And everybody was looking at each other, knowing that that's how it had to act. Now, we've replaced that form of society with more evolved state structures. Okay, but the state structure relies on things like a constitution that we all believe in, that's in substitution of familial lines. I don't have to be related to you to fight for your right, but we have to be willing to participate in that form of government, because if we don't, and if we all stand around and look at each other, that's arguably one of the weaker forms of our system, that you have like free rider problems. You don't have free rider problems in tribal societies. If you don't stand up and protect and defend your family or your tribe or your kinship when you're supposed to, then you're left in the wilderness and you die. You get eaten because you have nobody to protect you. So when I say it can't be this way, it cannot be that people are unwilling to stand up and vote or have the participation in democracy that they need to in order to ensure that the system functions. Because if enough people stop because they think, oh, well, my one vote doesn't matter, then okay, well, if that's the case, then what happens is we have to switch to another society where your one decision does matter. And that's because if you don't step up and are willing to fight and die for your particular family, you're going to get killed by somebody else. I don't want to go back to that society. So we have to tell people that it is correct that if you walk into a fruit stand and you steal one orange, the guy's not going to starve to death. But if everybody looks around and they see you steal an orange, you don't get in trouble for it. Well, tomorrow the guy's not going to have any oranges because everybody's going to steal one. So that's
Oh, well, no, this is the attraction of the sort of categorical imperative.
Yes,
to sort of just act in the way that you would like everybody else to act in similar circumstances, right? And I totally understand that, but it does seem. I mean, I use the term paradox for a few different reasons, but like, it does seem to me that, while I understand that's the case, like suppose you knew for a fact how many people were voting for a particular candidate, and you literally knew for a fact that if you get out of bed and go to the ballot box, you're going to be adding on another vote that doesn't make a difference. It doesn't seem sort of, morally inexcusable for me, even if I support the system of democracy that I live in, to be like, well, then I'm going to stay at home because I know that this is the case. The problem is that's paradoxical, because that's like always the situation you're in, basically. And yet, if everybody acted like that, it would be a total disaster, right?
So I think that I don't think it's paradoxical. I think that what you're describing is a very real free rider problem, where somebody can essentially join a system and have fun and not really do anything to participate positively in it. So in a vacuum, where it's an individual actor, I think that you're right. This is almost like a rule versus act utilitarian sense. Like in a singular event, that if you do this particular thing, there's no harm, no foul. But then if we understand that is the case, that if one person could act that way, then on a more abstract level, when all of us are involved, well, now we have a responsibility to make sure that people don't act that way. So if we think that a friend is going to stay home and not vote because they know that their vote doesn't matter, well, we need to bully the fuck out of that person, make sure, hey, you need to get the fuck out and we need to go vote. Like, we have to do this. It's part of our civic duty, our civic responsibility. You can't think that you can get away with not voting because then other people are going to think they're going to get away with voting. Even if that means they're going to take you out the street, kick your ass. We want everybody to know that you have to participate in your democracy. Yeah.
It's so weird. It's almost like it doesn't make a difference if you don't vote, but if we recognize that fact and act in accordance with it, then it suddenly starts mattering that you don't vote. It's weird. It's so weird to me. I mean,
your vote doesn't matter, but the idea of you voting is everything. That's the issue. And the idea is what carries from person to person, even if an individual might not. If you're sick and you stay home or whatever, that's fine. But if you don't think that you have that obligation, then that's because society is allowing you to think you don't have that obligation. And there's nothing special about you. That means other people think that they don't have the obligation, which means it doesn't work anymore.
This is what morality does so well as a human concept of sort of oh, well, why can't I do this one tiny little thing? Oh, because it's wrong. And that's it. It's just it's wrong. And as long as you embody that, as long as you internalize that, it's okay, society functions well because even though if you fully rationalized it, you might be like, well, there's no reason, there's no societal harm in me doing this one particular act. But if everybody acted like that, it would be a disaster. So we just have this like rule that develops, like, just don't do it. Just don't. It does matter, even if you can't quite figure out why. But, like, here's a question. Suppose that there's an election and there's like an objectively immoral candidate to vote for, like an actual just super authoritarian fascist, or like whatever kind of thing you don't like, you know, whatever it may be, just evil personified. And there's an election for that candidate and another good candidate. And again, you know that the evil candidate is going to win. You know infallibly that they're going to get thousands more votes than the good candidate. You go to the ballot box anyway, because you're in the mood for it, and you vote for the evil candidate, knowing that if you didn't vote, he'd still win, whatever. Have you done something wrong?
Whether or not you've done something wrong, truly, you're just asking me a question about my normative ethics at that point. I don't know.
Yeah,
I mean, you're at, like,
it in there.
Yeah, like I mean, like if I think that you should live a virtuous life where you embody certain principles and you always act in accordance with those, even if you might not achieve some particular end, or even if you don't have some theological imperative to do that. I hate normative ethics, so fuck that. I don't have an answer. I would probably cuck out to somewhere of the virtuous point to where, like, even if you know that there might not necessarily be a positive end, you should embody a particular virtue.
Sure, I think that's
because
sensible.
Yeah, in repeated circumstances, you are going to want to be able to rise, and every single time you perform a certain action, if you decide not to vote or vote evilly in one sense, you're probably making a mark, you're sculpting a block that's starting to look slightly different, and with every negative action, it takes you further and further away from whatever virtue you wish to embody. So, I mean, like, you can always do the right thing.
It's so complicated, and you're right, I don't want to, I mean, we did a sort of ethical chat the last time we spoke. I actually want to talk about other things, but it becomes really interesting.
I will say something that you had said right before this, though. Oh, fuck, what was it? Right before you mentioned the voting. If you knew that a particular candidate was going to lose, what did you say right before that? Oh, one thing that's very difficult is our society has gotten very complicated. And I say this because the more abstract things become, the less your intuitions work. For ethical principles,
that's fair enough.
Yeah, I would say less than 1% of society would be comfortable, like, watching a child, like, crying in the corner as he's forced to sew, a particular piece of clothing for you. But if you put enough distance between me and that person, or enough, like, layers of abstraction.
Like
yeah, exactly. Well, then all of a sudden, I don't know, the kid over there that's making my shit or whatever. The more abstracted everything becomes, whether it's through time, meaning like it's a penalty way down the road, or whether it's through space, it's only way away from us. The intuitions begin to fail us, because oftentimes those particular bads are very abstract, but the goods are very concrete. I have nice clothes right now. I feel that. There may be some bad, like, further on down the road, but I can't intuitively sense that out. So cognitively, we have to commit to way more like abstract intellectual philosophy, ethics, whatever thought to get there. And the same is true of like
That's... Oh, why? It's because that's just how we're built. You can't constantly agonize over every single thing, no matter how detached you are from it. Like, you'd go insane. If you had to sit around, like, caring about every single little thing happening out there in the world, you would go insane. You would die. There's just no way you'd be able to function. So obviously we're going to care about the most pressing issue. It's like our brains are wired that way. Of course. Like if you hurt yourself and then hurt yourself again, your brain's going to focus on the more dire injury. Like you get pain transference from one injury to another. Like it's how we're built. Like the idea that, like, people like, oh no, it's because clothes are nice, and having nice clothes means I don't care about the kid making them. Ah, that's such a daft way to look at it. It's really not it. Even if your clothes are nice, the kid's right fucking there. You're not gonna do it because it's close enough to become your problem.
They told me there is definitely no danger from repeat exposure to these signals. In fact, they said it is good for you. I apologize.
of
but
like
the call
epistemic
dropped
practice too or whatever,
suddenly.
that like
Otherwise,
if
they
we want
would
to
have
argue
told you
about
themselves.
if we want to
The good
argue about
news
whether or
is
not
you
it can
should run
fly,
towards these
that's a
strange
belief
and
that can be very
dangerous-looking
quickly weeded out of
objects whenever
society.
you
We can jump
find
out the window
them.
right now, and
Doctor's
afterwards,
orders.
at least 2 people in this room will know whether or not humans can fly, and then we never have that belief again. But if we want to argue about the realities of like COVID or a vaccine or public health or anything like that, well, you can afford to be wrong for much longer, because the penalties for making an incorrect decision there are so much further removed from the actual decision that your intuitions don't actually carry you to what's good there. So when I talk about like the voting thing, is why I say it's so important to focus on it. We have to like cognitively approach this on an intellectual level to force people to do it, because the harms and everything are so abstracted. Who cares if one person just doesn't vote, you know?
The second thing you said about democracy, the second point, like sort of in its favor, was that, look, if somebody is making a rule that affects you, they should have to be answerable to that. They should have to explain it to you, and you should have to sort of assent or consent to what they're doing. Criticism people raise to this, to talk about your other point, is they say this is kind of a little bit like somebody flying a plane and trying to figure out, like, you know, what the pilot should be doing, and the pilot needs to decide whether to press, you know, the bloody A120 button or the AW30 button that's on the console somewhere, right? And they say, all right, well, you know, let's go and ask the passengers, what do they think? And even if you could sit them down, and ideally you'd say, well, ideally they'd be educated in how a plane works, and we'd educate our sort of passengers in how plane works, and so they'd be able to make informed decisions. 2 things are the case. Firstly, not everybody's going to pay attention, not everybody's going to be good at that, but secondly, the plane is already in the air and flying, and if you've got a bunch of people who obviously don't know the difference, but somehow start still having sort of debates about it, and start debating about, you know, they think that the person who wants to press one button is evil and immoral, and they actually want to crash the plane, and they hate the plane, and they wish it turned around, and this kind of stuff, you'd be like, this is ridiculous. You don't ask passengers to fly the plane, you ask the pilots to do it because they know what they're talking about. People see this, people use this as an analogy for democracy too. What do you think of that, given your earlier statement that, you know, governments and elected officials should have to be answerable to people?
I think it was democratic societies that built planes. So we can look at it at the metaphorical sense, which we will, but if we look at it at the very real practical sense, democracies today have built planes, and they already decide who fly planes. So it's funny that somebody might pose that as a hypothetical, like, well, how do we decide what's next? Like, we actually already have. That's already been solved for. So it's funny that on a hypothetical to test the limits of democracy, it plays out in real life, and we actually already have. We have an incredibly safe culture of air travel in the United States. Metaphorically, I mean, like, I would agree that this would be bad to leave up to direct democracy, but I feel like the challenges to this are that challenge is a little bit juvenile, and that, like, okay, sure, from like a very basic sense, you know, if George Bush tomorrow needed to decide whether or not to nuke Iraq, I don't know if I would want the average American to vote yes or no, you know, on their phones to figure out if we're actually going to fire the nukes or not. I think that part of what a democracy does is you don't need to have people that know how to do every single thing. You just need to have people that are informed enough to vote on people that will do those things. So we have a representative democracy, right? So the goal wouldn't be that every single person in the plane is voting on what button to press. The goal might be like, okay, well, we're going to sit around and listen, and these 2 or 3 people want to get up and they want to make the arguments why they think they're the best to make that decision. And then you would sit there and you say, okay, well, I trust this guy or I trust that guy. And then at the end of the day, you have to go with what your citizens vote for. Sometimes the plane might have turbulence. Sometimes the plane will fly smoothly. It might be the case that the plane crashes. But for the societies that haven't done it democratically, they haven't even built planes yet. They haven't gotten off the ground. And then they're sitting, and some people are like, well, look, like, these guys don't have these same problems. They don't have the same opportunities. To stretch the limits of the metaphor.
Yeah. No, I like that. They don't have the same problems, but they also don't have the same opportunities. That's quite a great rejoinder, I think, that could probably be used in a number of different circumstances. I mean, I've heard responses to this thought that are like, okay, yeah, the people shouldn't like fly the plane, they shouldn't sit in the cockpit, but it should be the passengers who are deciding where the plane's going, right? It probably shouldn't be the pilots who are sort of hired to serve the passengers. The passengers should get final say in the direction of the plane.
Yeah, and most importantly, a lot of a lot of philosophy problems, a lot of hypotheticals are actually only challenging because of the way that they're phrased. And if you think for like a slight moment, or if you wheel it back a little bit before the hypothetical, the solution can actually come before the problem. So the thing about the plane too is that like part of the reason why the plane works and because the people are there is because the people are all somewhat consenting already that when we take off, this is how the decision-making process is going to go. So if you've agreed to it before the plane is off, well then once you're in the air, whatever process you've agreed to is kind of as you continue to go along is what you are consenting to. People say things like, well, how could it possibly be okay that you're doing a thing democratically that 49% of the population might be opposed to? And that's because the 49% are consenting to be ruled by the 51% because they know that on the next vote, they might be part of the 51%. Like a democracy isn't just that we're voting for things that we want, and then when we get what we want, we follow through on them. Democracy means that sometimes we're not going to get what we want, sometimes in excruciating ways, sometimes in horrible ways, or things we really want, but we make those compromises because the only way society works is if we can move along without needing 100% conformity in society for things to move forward.
But the problem famously with political consent is that, for example, being in a democracy, you could say, look, you're in the system, you are consenting to being ruled by the majority by virtue of being in a democracy, but how would I not consent to that? I mean, I guess I could like move, but maybe I'm too young or don't have enough money or something like that, and it's like maybe I don't like democracy, but if I have a chance to vote for how I think the world should, the country should be organized, I'm going to do that because that's like my only recourse. But I'd actually rather not be. I don't think it's moral that this is the system that we live in. I mean, is there a meaningful way in which you can rescind that consent?
No, but that type of, I think again, that's like a juvenile understanding of like positive and negative freedom. It's like, if you want, like, let's say that we created the perfect libertarian escape, okay? You're born, you turn 18, you're like, you know what? I didn't consent to being in this society at all. I actually would like to enjoy ultimate freedom and I don't consent to any of this. Okay. And then you push a button, you could be teleported into the middle of an island and you're all alone and now you starve to death. And you're like, okay, well, this is bullshit. I don't want to be alone and starve to death. Obviously, this is what I meant. Okay, well, then we'll drop you off on an island with a tribe of people who might capture you and eat you. Okay, well, this is bullshit. I don't like this. Okay, well, like eventually, I think that in all these hypotheticals, depending on when the libertarian catches what you're doing, you're going to basically end up reconstructing some form of like non-consenting government. Because like I said before, even with the tribal stuff, from that book about culture and conflict in the Middle East, like every single, even on a decentralized, absolute freedom, like everybody's able to do exactly what they want kind of structure, every individual person knows that they have an obligation, a decentralized, democratically arrived at obligation to defend their family, their honor, their kinsmen, because if they don't, they're not going to be protected and they're going to be tossed. So there's an illusion sometimes that, well, I don't consent to this government. That's fine, but you have to consent to some form of organization. Human beings aren't islands. We need other people to survive and thrive.
Since we last spoke, we've both had interactions with a number of the same people, actually. We've both since debated or discussed with Ben Shapiro, with Jordan Peterson, I think a couple of others. It's kind of interesting that we've both had those experiences. Jordan Peterson, I think most recently of those two. How was that? You had a quite jousty debate with him. And I was wondering first about your experience sort of going in. I remember when I was invited on the show, I thought to myself, as soon as I walk in this room, I'm going to know just from the way he says hello and shakes my hand, whether he's in the mood for like a fight or whether it's going to be more friendly. And when I walked in, he sort of went, Alex, hi, how are you? Shook my hand and I was like, okay, this is going to be fine. And we kind of got on and it was fine. It was pretty friendly. What was the energy like in the room for you? Because your debate, discussion with him seems to be a lot more jousty than mine.
It was fine. He seems like a nice guy in real life. I think most of the people that you meet, once you hit a certain threshold of popularity, they're going to have some amount of people skills in real life. I don't think I've met like a disgusting or deplorable person, even if I disagree with them politically on almost everything in any of these environments. So,
what was it like afterwards where, I mean, there are points where he's practically shouting at you. I mean, it's quite sort of heated in the look on his face. If you take like a screenshot from one of those moments and said, you know, what do you...
This one I remember,
and you're sort of like, if you show this to somebody and sort of go like, you know, what do you think's happening here? They'd probably be like, gosh, this man must be full of hate right now. I don't know who he's talking to, but he must hate him. And then the cameras sort of stop. And is it just sort of instantly that shakes off like, oh, right, that was fun. Yeah, well, thanks. See you again. Cheerio. Or was there sort of a feeling of like, gosh, all right, like sort of, man, yeah, all right, like, see you later. Like
he seemed to be okay after. I was fine. I'm always fine after that. I can be incredibly confrontational with a person, and then after we're done, I'm like, I'm chill, and he's fine.
That's great, because that's a real skill as well. I think. I mean, one of the biggest struggles I ever have with like a debate is a lot of the time, if you're doing like an event somewhere and you're going to go and debate somebody, you know, the organizers will have it so that maybe you go for dinner first and then you're in, you know, you're like backstage and you're hanging out for half an hour. And I find it very difficult to meet someone sort of, hey, hi, nice to meet you. Yeah, oh, how was your trip? Like all this kind of stuff. And then suddenly on stage be expected to sort of change up. And I mean, my job there is to be like, look, I think you're wrong and I'm going to tell you and I'm not going to apologize for that. But it sort of feels like I'm changing my energy in a way that almost feels like at least one of those becomes a deceit, even though it's not. It just it sort of feels that way to me. So I think it's a real skill to be able to just sort of switch that on and off naturally. I guess I sort of struggle with that, which...
This whole segment has been a bit of... I mean... he's jerking himself off, jerking Destiny off. It's kind of weird. Can I just talk about stuff that matters?
Might be part of the reason why some of these conversations I have are less jousty, because
Maybe,
of the
yeah.
sort of energy that they bring to the room. I don't know. There's one particular moment in your discussion with Jordan Peterson that I think went sort of semi-viral. I kept seeing it all over the place in YouTube Shorts and stuff, where you make a comparison to what he calls like gigantism or to big government and Catholic Church, where you say, well, look, a lot of people say that they're suspicious of gigantism, they're suspicious of big companies and big government, and yet they'll be in favor of something like the Catholic Church.
I could imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, you know, prone to tyranny or something like that, but also be supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, you know, one guy who is a direct line to
But they
God.
can't tax,
Well, I mean, there's
and they don't have a military,
that
and they
is
can't conscript you,
true,
right?
yeah.
And they can't throw you in jail.
That is true, yeah. I mean, I
Right.
would,
Well, those are major and significant. I mean, I get the overlap. Don't get me wrong.
sure.
And Peterson says, yeah, but they can't tax you. I mean, they don't have a military. They can't conscript you. They can't put you in jail.
Only send you to hell, eternal pain and suffering, I guess.
I
but okay.
wondered, like, because that moment sort of got a lot of attention. I wonder what your sort of post-mortem on that particular part was.
In terms of like, should I have like a snappier comeback?
Oh, I mean, do you think he was right? Do you think?
No, I think it's a ridiculous point. The idea that just because something is larger means it's like intrinsically bad, or that something is smaller is intrinsically good.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that being large or small is necessarily like.
No. Not intrinsically, but he compared... What was it that he compared? Let's go back to that little clip.
Say that they're suspicious of gigantism, they're suspicious of big companies and big government, and yet they'll be in favor of something like the Catholic Church.
I could imagine somebody saying that like they don't trust like a large government, they think there's too much, you know, prone to tyranny or something like that, but also be.
Yeah. So what the fuck is he talking about? Like, straight up, like, what is he talking about? He literally compared, like, a large government to the Catholic Church. Not that it's intrinsically good or bad, he said it's prone to tyranny. And Peterson's point was that it can't be prone to tyranny because they don't have that much power. And then he's like saying shit about things being intrinsically good or bad. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? That's got nothing to do with anything, dude. Like, straight up, it's got nothing to do with anything. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's nonsense.
Be supportive of an institution like the Catholic Church, which is literally, you know, one guy who is a direct
Right,
line to
but they
God.
can't tax.
Well, this point. The idea that just because something is larger means it's like intrinsically bad, or that something is smaller is intrinsically good. I don't think that being large or small is necessarily like has the characteristic of being good or bad. I think that you would have to do a more honest analysis of a particular thing to arrive at an actual good understanding of what's going on. You know, some of the most tyrannical, dictatorial, fascist people can be abusive parents, and the only control that they have might be over a singular child. So obviously gigantism isn't at play here, and I think that we have some pretty large entities that do a really good job.
Oh, like, really, what kind of control does the Catholic Church have over you? I mean, it's like a job, right? Like, they don't own you. You don't have to live there. You can go live anywhere else. You can believe whatever you want. So, I don't know. This feels just like a stupid argument. Which often arguments against the Christian religion these days are often outdated. That's because the church isn't what it used to be.
You know, churches and different denominations can do a lot of good throughout a lot of society. I mean, you bring up the point that like, well, they don't have armies or they can't tax you. I mean, Walmart and Amazon can't tax me, but some people might say that they engage in immoral practices, like whether or not you have the ability to deploy some sort of force, whether or not you have the ability to collect taxes. I don't think necessarily make you good or bad. I don't think a large country that collects taxes is worse than a small country that collects taxes because of gigantism. It's just not like that. Just felt like a buzzword that I'd never even heard before, like that gigantism is like necessarily has the properties of badness in it. It just seems like a really silly, that most of those arguments felt like I'm trying to figure out like how to navigate. Like if I was truly like in the old blood sports days, and I'm not trying to be nice to everybody so I get invited back onto shows, I would just say like, let's figure out some examples and show me, can you demonstrate on a particular thing, why is this bad just because of the size of the particular thing? Do you think the United States government is bad because of gigantism? Okay, well, let's say I cut the union in half and now we got 25 states. Is it half as bad as it was before? Like what level of badness is even influenced by the size? Or what do we have to start peeling out before it becomes better? Let's say the United States government can no longer collect taxes and doesn't have an exclusive use on force.
Yeah.
Is it no longer bad at that point? Like the idea that badness is related to large or small is...
Again, like he's completely inverting the argument. This again something that Destiny does a lot. The badness is based on the size. Big things are bad, small things are good. No, you literally asked him if the church was bad, right? Like that was his argument. Like, is the church bad because it has some power? And then he's like, no, it doesn't have enough power to really be tyrannical. And he's like, well, does that mean that big things are good? Small things are whatever? It's like, it's a thing that I often find with these guys where they just take an argument someone makes and then they'll just make a different argument. Like, it's a complete opposite fucking argument, right? Not doing anything. I don't know, man. It just seems like stupid bullshit.
Is just ridiculous.
But
Why do you work for the Daily Wire? It's a larger company than you.
This
Just
has
self-employed. Have you become more bad working for a larger company? Or what if the Daily... Like, it's just such a ridiculous notion.
But that seemed to be, in particular, what you just said there, like
often?
if the government can no longer tax and can no longer conscript you or put you in jail, I don't know if it would necessarily make it like less bad. I'm not sure if the argument is like gigantism is bad in the sense that it produces a worse outcome, or the organizations that are bigger are worse, but that with gigantism comes a bigger risk that if that company is bad, the badness is so much worse. So for example, if the US government can't put you in jail anymore, if it's some horribly corrupt government, then maybe its inability to jail you in corrupt ways is better, right? Maybe that does sort of relieve it of some of that power. It doesn't mean that its actual intentions or ideology or anything actually changes. It's just that by being bigger, by having more power, it means that when things go wrong, they go wrong much worse.
That's fine. That's an Alex O'Connor argument, not a Jordan Peterson
Sure.
argument. If you want to make the argument that a thing being larger necessarily means that a bad thing can be so much worse because of the size, I would obviously agree with that. And my obvious retort would be, but the good that it can accomplish as a large thing is also much larger.
For sure.
So, like,
yeah.
it's obviously it's a thing that you have to very carefully try to extract the benefits from while creating enough checks and balances not to slow.
But who are you arguing against? I don't get it. Church is bad. Church is small. Church can't be very bad. That means big things bad? That big things can be good. It's like, just because I say something is white doesn't mean that I don't like black things. I don't understand. What the fuck is this argument? It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
On the benefits, but to keep and control the negatives. But yeah, I would of course agree with that. But I mean, like in economics, there's a concept called an economy of scale, that a large enough corporation, a large enough firm can create a product, not just create tons of products, but the marginal cost of each product, the per product cost, is actually lower than what an individual can create that particular product for, just by virtue of being larger and being able to specialize and segregate different orders of the operation of whatever they're creating. So yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I did rewatched that conversation you had with Jordan Peterson quite recently, but although I remember that part and that discussion, I struggle to remember exactly the specific point that he was making. Was he just saying that bigger is worse? I mean, is that really the the idea, but behind that
That would be
point.
ridiculous if that's what he was
Because,
saying.
but
huh?
it seems so obviously ridiculous that it
Doesn't
almost
it? Yeah,
makes
it
me
does, doesn't it?
it makes me tempted to think that he must have been saying something more like what I'm saying, that people are scared of gigantism, right? And I suppose your point about the Catholic Church, right? Somebody says like they don't like big government or whatever, but they're okay with the Catholic Church. And Peterson saying, well, they can't tax you and stuff. Like maybe, like you would, like even those people who were in support of the Catholic Church would say, well, to be honest, if the Catholic Church started trying to tax people and throw people in jail and developed a military, then actually maybe I would start to be a little concerned about it. And why? Not because Catholicism would change, not because, you know, the Pope would have different moral views or anything, but just because of the fact that there's something more like unnerving about a company getting, or an organization getting more power and sort of, you know, bigger institutions.
Yeah. So Alex is actually, he's saying exactly what I'm saying, except he's better with the words and shit. He's more accurately describing what Jordan was saying in his response to the question that Destiny put forth. Like, the whole thing is just nonsense. And yeah, Destiny does it a lot. And I feel like, I mean, okay, maybe I just haven't watched enough stuff, but I feel like people on the left often do this, where they will pose an argument, you will disagree, and they will infer this mountain of other stuff that has nothing to do with anything. It's like, just because you don't agree with one thing doesn't mean you disagree with everything. Like, it's so strange and crazy. I need so many of these. Holy shit, man. It's gonna take a long time to make... gosh. I think I definitely have enough of these, though. I probably have hundreds. But I'll just make these by hand. I'll just make them by hand.
I don't agree with that anymore.
You don't think?
I think that most people are pretty close in terms of like how they want the world to look.
Mm-hmm.
I think that most people are very close in terms of principled positions. I think that the application of those things is what causes people to diverge so much. And I think that if you were to ask a person if they were comfortable with like a church being armed or something like that, I think that different people at different points of time would say in some cases, yeah, actually, you know what, that would be awesome. And in other cases, they say absolutely not. I think I try to give an example for both sides. I can't think of one on the left right now, but like on the right, like I think that there are tons of things that Donald Trump has done that Bush era neoconservatives would have shuddered in agony. The idea that a man who's cheating on his wife or making fun of prisoners of war, or a guy who talks about suspending the Constitution, or a guy that talks about like any of the number of things that he's done are just so contrary to things that used to be principled positions that conservatives have. But I think that at the end of the day, I don't think people are very principally tied to anything. I think that what happens is I think people have these very applied level disagreements, but because nobody actually does any of the grounding for any of their beliefs, there's a lot of like normative confusion with their actual applied their applied like physical positions, and then what happens is we get in this weird world where people think that they're really...
There's a lot of normative confusion. Between their applied physical positions. I need to hear that again because that just sounds like stupid bullshit.
Like one on the left right now, but like on the right, like I think that there are tons of things that Donald Trump has done that Bush era neoconservatives would have shuddered in agony. The idea that he talks about suspending the Constitution. I think that at the end of the day, they very applied level disagreements, but because nobody actually does any of the grounding for any of their beliefs, there's a lot of like normative confusion with their actual applied their applied like physical positions.
How did he phrase it?
Fusion with their actual applied, their applied like physical positions.
People are getting mixed up about how they should stand or move. Yeah, because I heard that sentence, and then I tried to understand it, and I'm 100% sure it doesn't make any goddamn sense. So he's saying people are unsure about what the right or the wrong thing is to do when it comes to their applied physical positions. Like, if I've taken a position, if I've taken a position in a moral position, if I've taken a moral stance on something, I'm then confused about whether it's right or wrong. So why did I take a stand? How do you take a stand when you're unsure about something? That's like standing on an uneven surface that's wobbling. And then you're like, this is my position. It doesn't make any sense. You wouldn't stand there. The entire sentence makes no sense. But hey, it's got fancy words and it makes you sound smart, which is all that really matters, right?
And then what happens is we get in this weird world where people think that they're really far apart on something, and they're actually probably done it. To ground this out in an example, I think a really good example is our vaccine mandates. My opinion on the moral level is I actually think there's about 100% congruity in worldwide society, or at least America and the West, on vaccine mandates. In that, if you had a virus, and I could prove to you 100% that the lethality rate of this virus is 0.001%, and at worst it's a cold, I don't think anybody in society would be okay mandating that vaccine. Mm-hmm. But if I could demonstrate a virus that incubated for 2 weeks and had a 50% fatality rate, I think conservatives would be exercising their Second Amendment right to force everybody to get vaccine. Right. It wouldn't even be a question.
Right,
You're not gonna,
sure.
I'm not going to get infected. Yeah. So people...
I mean, would they? If it was the only thing we had, even if you didn't know that it was going to work and you were definitely going to die, yeah, maybe. But that's a very extreme scenario. That's like me saying you're going to die. This pill might help. Yeah, you're going to take it. Yeah, of course you're going to take it. You're definitely going to die. You're going to do anything it takes to, like, maybe not die. But if you're not going to definitely die, like what COVID was, you weren't guaranteed to die from the illness. In fact, if you were young and healthy, you're very, very unlikely to die. Then taking the vaccine, the consequences of that were just not worth it, right? Which is the argument everyone makes, and the nonsense pushback on that is just that. It's nonsense. It's like hypothesizing about like a difference. Again, hypothesizing about a different goddamn argument. This, I don't like that. Oh, but what if this? What if anything? This is not what we're talking about. Aha, but you're stupid. It's like... The left argumentation is so confusing to me. Meh.
people think that they have like these principal differences, like, well, is a mandate okay or not okay? That's not
Yeah.
really what you're really arguing about. Is how dangerous do you think the virus is? That's really where the disagreement.
Yeah,
comes
that.
No, it's when you're arguing about whether the consequences of the medicine that is untested and unproven are worth it based on, yes, how dangerous the virus is. It's weighing your options. Again, a misrepresentation of the argument. Again. Let's watch this shit for a while. Maybe it's funny.
Do you think men can give birth?
I think that.
Yes or no question.
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can give
Assigned
birth.
male at birth, so people are not male at birth?
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We
So
do
what's
not
the
know-
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote
Because-
and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing?
Let me hear this again.
Your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
So what do you say in some cases women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers.
Women with IUDs are murderers. An IUD was like a birth control thing, right? Like yeah, it like prevents pregnancy. Is he saying that like if it's ineffective? Okay, maybe you can get pregnant, but then like the IUD like destroys the pregnancy or something. I don't know.
Murders. We
So
do
what's
not
the
know-
difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote
Because-
and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing?
I guess one is a decision. I mean, he would never accept that answer, right? One is a decision. Because right or wrong is really, it's just decision making. If I decide to do something, I have control over which way I'm gonna go with it. And if I go in a way that at least society decides is incorrect, then I'm doing something wrong. And if society decides something is correct, then I'm doing something right. I mean, morality, at the end of the day, morality is just what society says is good or bad. People can't conceive of morality in a vacuum. It's just not possible.
Killing the fetus in her womb.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
It's not about.
No, it wasn't. I mean, that must have been cut.
To Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus in her womb.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
That was actually the best point that somebody made. Okay, they must, not what he said. What he said definitely doesn't make any goddamn sense.
It's not about the cells.
No,
It's not about. No. I'm
I know,
speaking. No, I'm speaking. No,
Jesus Christ.
I'm
We're both
speaking. No,
functional
I'm
cells,
speaking.
okay?
No, I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Wanna say it one more time?
No, I'm speaking.
Hello, everyone. I am Charlie.
Wow. Okay. I mean, that person didn't go in with any intention of hearing what the other person had to say. Unless he cut her off like 50 times. Let's see.
Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, and I am surrounded by 20 woke college kids.
What's Jubilee?
My first prompt is, abortion is murder and should be illegal.
Abortion is murder and should be illegal. I think it just depends on where you live. Yeah, because it's a morality question. Morality is based on society. If you live in a society that thinks it's evil, then it should be considered evil. If you don't, then you don't have to think about it that way. Pick your poison, right?
Can I maybe?
Okay, hello, what's your name?
Juliana.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Can we
you.
get our terms right first?
Yeah.
Okay, abortion is the forcible ending of the viability of a being in utero, otherwise known as a fetus. Do we agree that's what abortion is?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, great. And then murder is the intentional taking of life, different than killing or sudden death. So murder would be the intent, with intent, taking another life. Do we agree with that?
Okay.
Okay, and then we agree that murder in general in society should be illegal.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So yeah, no, I do want to preface that I'm a Catholic.
Okay.
So I think one really important thing that the Bible says is to not judge. And just going back to the topic, I think there's a big difference between, you know, cells in utero than a living, breathing, existing being.
Why? I bet if you asked why, she wouldn't be able to answer it.
And while I do believe it's murder, and that's just my personal belief, right? I don't believe in telling people what to do with their bodies. That's not up to me, and it's not up to us as well as Christians to judge.
Students can raise their flags when they would like a different speaker because she's not woke enough, right? She said something that doesn't appeal to their sensibilities exactly. And that just doesn't work. Oh my god, this is so goddamn slow.
Should we prevent murder in society?
For sure, yeah.
Then it should be illegal.
But I think that it's really different, right? Because, you know, these people aren't.
Sorry, nice to
11 red flags, she has to leave. Right, because they weren't yelling at him. She was trying to have a conversation, that's not allowed. Let's hear the next person.
Okay, what's your name?
Naima.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, can I just ask, at how many weeks do you think that a fetus is viable?
Well, viability and moral worth are two different things.
No, but I'm asking you, at how many weeks do
Well,
you think
at about
a fetus
20
is viable?
weeks, a baby can survive outside of utero.
So it's actually 24 to 26
Well, it's
weeks?
20. The youngest ever in a NICU unit actually happened in San Diego, not far from here, and survived at 20 weeks.
Okay, so under Roe v. Wade, 93% of abortions happened in the first 13 weeks of pregnancy.
Okay. But she's equating viability to life, which is arbitrary.
That's 93% of the abortions happened well before a fetus is technically viable as
Sure.
a form
so
of life.
let's go into viability. So what is it about, let's say, a 6-week baby that has a heartbeat, its own DNA, fingerprint, brainwaves, that is less moral worth than an 88-year-old right now with dementia in a home down the street? That person requires assistance, requires help. Why is it that the 6-week baby is of less moral worth?
Well, first of all, it's not a baby, it's a fetus.
Well, what does fetus mean?
A fetus is in utero.
What does fetus mean in Latin?
What the I'm sorry, is
It means little human being.
This smile is very creepy. Okay,
Smiling is creepy?
no, your smile specifically.
Got it.
But let's go back to...
Yep. No response, so you instantly go to insults. It's really frustrating to watch this. It is so frustrating to watch this. I don't really care about anything she has to say anymore because she just went to insults. It doesn't matter what she says anymore. It really doesn't matter. The rest of her arguments are just pointless. Because she's just incapable of forming a thought without going to insults. She used that as a defense mechanism. It's so annoying.
Well, we're losing track here.
No, but what species is the fetus?
The fetus is not a species yet. It's technically classified as a parasite until
It's classified as a parasite. Really?
it is viable.
So,
no, I want to talk to you about...
Oh, really? How do you spell it? No, it's fetus, right? Oh, it's a... it's a footus. I'm really curious about this. There we go. Yes, there's been some discussion in biology and philosophy. In other words, crazy leftists trying to justify abortion morally. There are many different ways you can justify abortion, but the moral one is kind of shaky.
I can't let you get past that. Are you saying a baby is a disease or a tumor?
A parasite is not a disease and a tumor. Those are not the same thing. A parasite is defined as something that cannot survive outside of its host. A baby, before it is viable, cannot survive outside of a woman's womb.
Got it.
That's only part of the definition of a parasite. There are lots of things that can't survive outside of their host. The baby isn't trying to kill you. In fact, it's your entire purpose for existing, unfortunately. It's the entire reason you exist
Milestone
is to
reached.
make more,
The minor Mark
like
II
every other
allows
organism in
extraction of
existence.
resources from nature to fix
just
it
is
at
what
twice
it
the
is.
speed of the Mark I model. Miners can be directly upgraded to Mark II without removing the Mark I model, just like conveyor belts and other upgradable infrastructure. Unfortunately, setting up the production of advanced steel parts and project part number 3, automated wiring, will not be as easy. Every moment you delay reduces the chances of saving humanity. I will not show you the predictions, it would only demotivate you.
So 200, 200, and 400. Yeah, I want both. I want both. So when I go make the upgrades, and then if I am gonna be making the upgrades, can I clear my list? It's steel pipes. Oh my god. Encased industrial beams. Well, luckily I have some. Yes. Okay, good enough.
So let's
Therefore,
extrapolate that.
It is not a living organism.
Are old people with Alzheimer's and dementia that are being assisted every day, are they parasites?
No, they're not parasites. They're human beings who are on the brink of death.
Got it. So
They're not going to be able to survive.
my 4-month-old that requires mom's breast milk and requires daily changes and feedings cannot survive without its own. Is my 4-month-old a parasite?
Your baby can breathe on its own. Your baby can drink water from its mouth to its stomach.
But it cannot.
Your baby can
it
eat
hunt?
food.
Can it gather? Can it reason?
But that's not what qualifies something as being a
okay, so
living
let's-
organism.
then
Being
let's
a
get
living
back to
organism
terms.
simply means, can you survive outside of a womb, outside of your host?
Got it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Why does that then equate to moral viability?
It equates to scientific viability.
Why? Under what standard?
Because it is not alive, and you are advocating for the rights of something that is not technically.
It's not alive. Really? Really? It's not alive? Okay, that's quite interesting. Based on what exactly? Such an arbitrary classification. Amazing. Amazing how she can say something like that with such confidence. Well, she can just like use the terms scientific and viable and all these things on just something that fits her moral viewpoint. Whereas there's just nothing backing it up. Nothing. You can't draw a line in the sand in this situation. You can't. It's absurd.
A life
Got it. So what is something
while
that has
sacrificing the needs of the human woman who is alive.
Got it. So, but a
They're both
mom
alive.
can survive
Yes.
without the baby in her,
Uh-huh.
right?
Yes.
The baby cannot survive without the mom.
Yes.
But a mom cannot survive without her lungs. So it's not her body, it's in her body. It's not
Yeah,
her
I
DNA,
know.
so it's not her choice. So it's a,
It actually is directly her DNA.
it's
It is 100%. It's 50% of her DNA.
half her DNA. He's gonna win, I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
Do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So first
Okay,
of all,
got it.
I'd like to refine our terms. I
Got
have
it.
2 points to bring up after that, though. So you define murder as like intentionally like killing a human being.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a very poor way to define murder because if someone were to like break into my home and point a gun at the heads of me and everybody I love, and I intentionally kill them to prevent them from killing my family, I don't think I murdered them, right? So I would define murder as the unjustified termination of a human life.
You're making a good point. Let me further clarify that. So, self-defense is
Right.
very warranted.
Exactly, right?
But I can see where you're going to go with how that has to go with abortion, but we can go down that journey in a second.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I kind of do want to give you my argument insofar as why I'm pro-choice, why I think it's justified. But first, I think that, your position is quite absurd, right? Because you're saying that it is murder to kill a human being, right, at any point in development, especially when it's in the mother's womb. My question to you would be, well, does this make women with IUDs murderers? Because it is the case that in some scenarios, an IUD will allow for conception to occur, meaning there's a unique human life there, but it will prevent its implantation, intentionally killing it.
Well, no, preventing implantation is not necessarily the same thing as terminating a fertilized egg. For example, you take Plan B. Again, it's not the same thing. Preventing the production of progesterone is not the same thing as terminating a being that has been fertilized. You do not know for a fact that the egg has been fertilized. You do not know that when you have an IUD.
Okay, yeah, so preventing fertilization or implantation to the uterine lining is killing a conceived zygote. So what happens? A sperm goes into the egg, right? The egg becomes fertilized. It's a conceived zygote. In some cases, it will prevent the implantation of the conceived zygote, killing the conceived zygote.
In some cases, correct.
So what do you say in some cases, women with IUDs are murderers?
Of course not, they're not murderers. We do not know for a case. That's like saying that
So what's the difference between an IUD killing a conceived zygote and like a mother going to Planned Parenthood and killing the fetus?
Well, so you're asking two separate things. If they knew for certain, to be more clear, that I have a fertilized egg and I'm going to take a drug to prevent that fertilized egg from attaching to their uterine wall, then yes, that is an act of killing or murder, of course.
Okay, so do you think all murderers should go to jail?
Do I think all murderers should go to jail? I mean, on third degree murder. However, no, I don't think women that got abortions or had IUDs should go to jail, because I think that they have been deceived by mass culture and mass propaganda. Secondly, the people who should go to jail are the abortionists, who are the ones that have been putting the abortion pill, the ones that have been doing procedures, the ones that have been going into the third trimester and breaking babies' backs and inserting them with syringes while the babies are crying and suffocating, being born alive, and then being dead on the operating table. Okay. That is who should go to jail.
Oh.
That was actually the best point somebody made.
We'll have to talk
I know.
Okay, whenever I'm talking about this discussion, I always go to the question of what about in the case of the mother when her life is in danger? Because I'm a big believer. I don't know. I'm still iffy on if I think it's or if it's murder or not. But even so, I mean, I don't want to say murder is justified. Guys, wait. Let me just get this one point, and then you can vote me out. Give me 1 second. Say the mother gets pregnant, and she knows that if she gives birth, she's gonna die. She has some kind of health complication. Then what do you do in that case?
Section.
I don't know what that means.
He's really cute. And that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Section. They do an insert.
Guys, wait, hold on. Just give me one second.
They go right below the belly button and they deliver the baby, and after she doesn't have to give birth. It's technically birth, but it's much safer. So that's actually safer than an abortion procedure. Sorry, Lily. Hello, how are you?
Hi.
What's your name?
Deedon. Nice to meet you. I would say with abortion, I think it's very complicated, but I think the issue that I have primarily with your stance of being pro-life, that there's no nuance. There's women who are being forced to travel hundreds of miles to access abortion care, even in cases of rape in certain states that they're not giving any sort of allowance for that. And
I think that's wrong. Honestly, like I even with like the stance of like the Christians and shit, the fact that they won't let women who are raped get an abortion, I think is like really fucked up. I mean, I guess because of just how the whole thing works, you can't be like 50-50 on your morals. You have to be consistent, because if you're inconsistent, then your morals just crumble. I understand why. I still don't like it though. I think a woman who's been raped should absolutely be allowed to get rid of the baby that was put there by her rapist. That is fucked up.
I think, you know, a lot of people who are pro-life, they say that they're pro-life, but I feel like they're really pro-birth, because with firearms, the United States has some of the highest firearm deaths out of OECD nations, right? And we can acknowledge that that's for children who are actually living and breathing. So I feel like abortion, while yeah, it is, I can definitely see your point. I just think that it should be allowed in some circumstances. Okay. Yeah.
Great. I'm happy to get into the gun violence stuff later, but I want to really stay focused on abortion.
Right.
You can say you see my point. Can you see the world also where, since we know it's a human life that it should be illegal since we don't allow murder in our society.
Well, that's where I have an issue, because abortion is not being done willy-nilly. It's like the life of the mother is always.
How many abortions do you think we have every day in America? Just guess.
I'm not sure.
Guess.
I'm honestly not sure. Maybe, I don't know, 1,000?
4,000 a day. So it is kind of willy-nilly. We have 1.6. Sorry. Hello.
Hi. I just want to clarify, the thing that you're aiming for is less abortion, right? That would be what you would want, or at least no abortion.
Eventually, it's also a protection of those that can't protect themselves. But yes, and that's why after the reversal of Roe versus Wade, we saw abortions go down dramatically in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi. We saw thousands of babies that are now alive and well that are able to have amazing lives thanks to the reversal of Roe versus Wade.
I don't think a lot of that is true.
Well, it is, but
it's not true, because when you make abortion illegal, it doesn't actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
That's a nice talking point. In Texas, the numbers show different.
Okay.
The birth rate has gone up.
Yeah, legal goes down, but illegal abortions still happen. Abortions still happen outside of whatever data you're
That's
showing.
not true, but let's just say well, if you
40?
if you want to, well, first of all, you count the abortion pill, you're right, but that's a separate thing than a chemical abortion and surgical abortion are different things. And I'm not debating you, I'm debating her. So if you want to do the flags and come back in, try and be faster next time. So let me ask you this. So the question is, we should try to limit unjust suffering of human beings, right?
Sure.
Okay, that's my position, is that there's unjust suffering of anywhere between 1.4 to 1.6 million abortions a year of human beings that are being massacred in the womb. And so that's not a woman's rights issue, that's not a men's rights issue, that's just a human rights issue.
Okay, the best way to decrease abortions happening is proper sex education. Limiting abortion and making abortion illegal does not actually decrease the amount of abortions that happen.
So what is your evidence of that?
What is my evidence of that?
Because we have increased sex education the last 30 years.
Our sex education is so bad in America.
Well, by bad, what do you mean by that? We have more access to birth control for young kids. We have more kids that are learning to use birth control at a younger age. We have more of that in our public school system, and we've seen all the trends actually go in a negative direction. So, in fact, we see that the more sex education there is, the more disturbing those trends are. So you say that, let me ask just one more thing. You say that if we make abortion illegal, people will still do it. Should we then just make gang violence legal because
No, I'm
people
saying
still
if you
do it?
actually wanted to decrease the amount of abortions that happen, you wouldn't be advocating for to make abortion illegal. You'd be advocating for all of these
Does that
other
logic
things.
apply to stealing, looting, kidnapping, arson, and murder?
Well, actually it does, because those are results of different societal issues that you should be educating yourself on rather than making it illegal on the front.
Should we make kidnapping, arson, burglary, murder legal because
drive
they're
analysis
symptoms of something else?
We should be
Alternative
helping
recipe
society
selection available
heal
in
from
the
those
You gotta
things.
answer the question.
We get back to that because it seems like a non-argument. Oh, they changed it so you can only rescan once! Bastards! And then they only give you 2 rewards? What? Do I need to upgrade this? It used to be 3! This is bullshit! And these 2 fucking suck, dude. I mean, okay, Fuse Quickfire is actually quite good, but it's good in the long run. I don't need it right now. Oh! And it's instant. So you get 4 choices per drive, but you can only scan it once. I mean, that's fine. Iron wire? Nah. It's not worth. Bolted frames, probably. Yeah. Don't kill me, please. I just want a bunch of this so I can make windows, right? Yeah. I just want to be able to make windows. Sick. Let's get the fuck out of here. What? Actually. Just add some more so it keeps going forever. The fuck?
We want less.
We should be
make kidnapping,
Wait, kill
arson,
us again.
burglary, murder legal because they're symptoms of something else.
we should be helping society heal from those
You got to
things.
answer the question. We want less of those things. Should we just make them legal and we'll get less looting?
You know, actually, I'm gonna let someone else.
Thank you very much.
He couldn't answer
Hi,
it.
Parker. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Nice to meet you, Charlie.
Big TikTok guy here.
So, like, pedophiles, people who were married to children in the past and normalized in that society, should they go to prison?
Pedophiles.
Like, if you could go back in time, would you put those pedophiles in prison that married those children because it was normalized? They were deceived into thinking it's okay. Would you put them in prison?
You have to slow down.
Sorry.
Pedophiles should get the death penalty.
No. So you'd go back in the past, you'd give them the death penalty, even though they were deceived into thinking it was okay. But you said people who get abortions who are women shouldn't go to prison.
But it's not currently illegal.
Okay.
But
Regardless.
pedophilia
At
is
that time,
current.
at that time, it wasn't.
No, I would not go back and retroactively enforce laws where things were currently not illegal.
You wouldn't put pedophiles in prison in the past.
Hold on a second. When was it illegal? When was it legal in America?
Well, child marriage was legal in America throughout the early 1900s and especially throughout most of society for thousands of years, especially in the Old Testament and in the Bible. Right?
Well, hold on a second. So, where is the Levitical law that allows you to marry a child?
Oh, yeah.
Can you name the verse?
Well, I can't name the verse, but the particular conditions that are listed in the Bible are that you have to meet physical maturity and emotional maturity, which is extremely vague and throughout society has been seen to be met at puberty.
There is not a verse, but let's kind of go
Okay,
back.
so when is
let's
the
go back
age of
to
consent
abortion.
under your view?
But let's go back to, well, generally agreed upon it's 18 years old. But let me ask you
But you, because you don't go based on what's generally agreed, you go based on the Bible.
I say 18 years old, but let me ask you a question.
Where's that in the Bible?
When does life begin?
Conception.
Like conception, great. So good. So should we protect all life at conception?
I care about sentient life, not
Sentient.
cellular
So
life.
when do brainwaves start?
Do you think brain dead people should be able to pull the plug on, like a family should be able to pull the plug on an individual
Hold on,
in the family
you
that's brain dead?
got to answer the question. When do brainwaves start?
You can see brainwaves around 6 to 8 weeks, which in
I
brain
agree.
dead individuals there are
I'm
brainwaves
fucked.
as well.
I'm
So
fucked.
the brainwaves necessary produces
What?
subjective experience.
Why can't I
met
hit you?
into around
Can you see
18
it
through
from
26
my
weeks in the
Can you
womb.
see it from my perspective?
bastard!
That at 6 to 8 weeks, those brainwaves will actually increase, not decrease, if allowed the process of development to continue.
Did you know those same EEG scans exist in brain dead people that you don't think are
no,
sentient?
but the difference with the brain dead people is that the likelihood of those brain waves actually increasing is very low at 6 to 8 weeks, when by 15 weeks they can hear the
It's
mom's
impossible.
voice.
It's irreversible sensation. That's what brain death is. I
Hold on,
apparently didn't know that.
But no,
it's not coma.
But you're doing a red herring. Go back to
No, it's not. What's a red herring?
A red herring is where you avoid the topic and you say something that is adjacent or symmetrical to what I'm saying, but not actually what I'm saying.
I think that's a pretty good explanation of what a red herring is. But that's different from the as far as I understand, red herring means a pointless like a pointless detour, like you chase after something that's irrelevant, right? I need to understand the actual. Define a red herring. A diversion. Yeah. It diverts away from the main argument. I don't think it's a red herring. I think the discussion of when something can be considered alive is the point of the discussion, and I think it's a weakness in both sides, because these guys are trying to say stuff that these other guys will understand. Oh my god, you guys are just hanging out, aren't you? So people like Charlie Kirk are trying to come up with an argument that makes sense to people like these, like, woke kids. But they're trying to phrase it in a way where it's logical and not moral. And that's a mistake, because the argument is... it's not logical at all, because you can't logic your way through it. Like, okay, let's say, I don't know, let's say that, let's say, for argument's sake, that someone's consciousness started long after they were born, like 5 years after they were born, right? We come up with some scientific method, and we're like, okay, consciousness starts at like 5 years old. Like, what does that got to do with anything? Like, brainwaves, consciousness, like all that stuff is mechanical. Like the question of whether or not you should end a life that has the opportunity to continue. Like his argument is like someone's brain dead. Should we not allow people who are brain dead to die? Well, it's like, okay, if you're brain dead, then you're never going to recover. He's like, okay, well, actually, we know scientifically that people are not going to recover if their brain. Okay, so fine, you know that, but you know that when like a baby in development will eventually not be brain dead. So what's the argument there? It's like if you're baking a cake, eventually it's going to be a cake. Yeah, sure. If you have a bunch of cake parts lying all over your floor, you can't put them back together back into a cake, but the cake that you're baking will eventually be a cake, right? So it's like two separate arguments entirely. It's two different scenarios. It doesn't make any sense. And instead of Charlie just being like, it's not even a logical argument, it's a moral argument. Like, it doesn't even matter when consciousness is going to begin. The fact that it's going to begin means that you can't draw a line in the sand unless you're doing it just to make yourself feel better. That's the argument he should be making, but he's trying to appeal to them logically on a moral argument, which is a mistake. It's an argument on morals, and it's not something that people are going to buy into when they're trying to logic their way through it and not moralize their way through it. And I think that's a mistake. I think it's a mistake on both sides.
You mean a reductio ad absurdum? That's not a red herring.
A 6 to 8 week baby, if they're allowed to continue to develop, what ends up happening?
At a certain point, it will become a sentient being in the future. The same way that if I keep engaging in sex with my girlfriend, there'll be a baby in the future. Yet I don't care about the
unless
sperm.
you're infertile, which we don't know. But so let's see the process of development, right? Why
do you want to answer my question yet?
Why do you have the ability or the right?
Should those child P3os go to prison?
The process of
should the pedophiles go to prison?
From 1904. How many pedophiles are alive from 1904?
They're not alive, right? I meant like if you can go back in the past, hypothetically speaking, and you could put them in prison. Would you put them in prison?
I would have killed them myself if I was alive.
Okay, so then you don't apply it based upon what people are deceived to believe. You apply it based upon what you consider to be moral. So the women who had abortions, you think they should go to prison. So why should women who get abortions go to prison, but someone like my mom who told me that Santa Claus shouldn't go to prison because they're both sins?
Constructive debate if you keep on talking over me.
Well, I was finishing my statement, you were talking over me. But go for it.
Let me ask you a very simple question. Do you think it would be a good thing if we had less abortions in America?
It depends on the context. Like, are the abortions prior to sentience?
Yes.
Because I think
all abortions.
No, it would not be necessarily
are
better
you against
unless it is the
late-term
case that the people didn't want the abortions and it would be negatively impactful to their health medically speaking.
Are you against late-term abortion?
After sentience, yes.
Okay, so you believe in an 8-week abortion ban?
Yeah. No, I don't. Sorry, I believe in an abortion ban after 18 through 26 weeks.
Okay, that's a more reasonable position. I have to give you credit for that.
It's similar to Trump's. 15 weeks?
Yeah, so why do you think that most people don't share your view on that?
Well, people just don't really know what sentience is. There's not a lot of conversation about abortion, and these conversations are very difficult. Like the.
Really? Let's define sentience. Really? Reliably okay. So it's basically the ability to react to stimulus. That's such a basic fucking... my God. They have subjective experiences to feel, perceive, or experience sensations such as pain, pleasure, or emotions. Does it have to be all of those or just some of those? Can we reliably classify what is sentient? Yeah, that's basically what I think. You can't objectively classify what is sentient and what isn't. And if something will eventually meet whatever your classification of sentience is, then they're just as good as being sentient. Doesn't make any sense. It's like if someone is dying and you could fix them, but they're currently dying. Like, they're just as good as being alive as long as you fix them. Right? Like, it's such a non sequitur, or like a non-starter. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, it actually just doesn't make any goddamn sense to think down this route. You cannot justify this logically, only morally. Why do both sides not just talk about it in that sense?
They're conceptually hard to go through, and I understand why a lot of people don't understand
for sure.
their positions on it.
So
but I think people
you
have
are where most
You're cutting me off.
Americans
I thought we weren't cutting people off.
I was actually complimenting you.
Ooh, purple, I want it.
How are you? Nice to see you.
So I just have one question. There's, like, in any case, you don't think there's any case where abortion should be legal?
There's a very, very rare couple cases.
Okay, so you do think that a couple cases it is legal?
If cesarean section is not going to save the mother's life, and the mother's life is actually at risk, which is debated amongst growing numbers of OBGYNs,
Okay.
that is the only
Detecting
case where
abnormal
abortion
brainwave
should be
activity
allowed.
again.
But people
Activating
say
artificial
that it is a
brainwave
growing
resonator.
consensus in the pro-life world that abortion is never medically necessary.
Okay. So if you had a daughter and she was 10 and she got removed, and she was going to give birth, and she would and she was going to give birth and she was going to live, would you want her to go through that and carry her
Continue
baby?
exposing yourself.
But it's a real life
alien
scenario that
artifact.
happens to many people.
But it's the only scenario that people...
Okay, great. So that's insane.
But let me tell you why. No, hold on. Let me ask you a question. There's two ultrasounds I have. One is a baby conceived in. One is a baby conceived by a loving couple. Which one is which?
Your daughter was probably hopefully conceived by a somewhat loving couple.
Conceived by? Tell me which one was conceived by.
You don't know.
Exactly, because it's all human rights and
But
it's all
that
human beings.
doesn't matter.
So
It's about your daughter who has to give birth to it and is going to be tortured by that
Hold
for
on
the
a second.
rest of her
You-
life.
you are
That's
not-
going to take away every
Hold on a
freedom
second.
she's ever going to have.
Hold on.
That's going
Every
to ruin
freedom.
her life. She's going
You
to
know
grow
what?
up and she's going to
Abortion
be
is not a
attached to another
victimless crime.
thing.
The point is how you were conceived is irrelevant. What human rights you get.
But-
hold on one second. If a person conceived in walks on the side of the street, it's not like they don't get First Amendment rights or Second Amendment rights.
It's
or
not
Fourth
about
Amendment
that
rights.
person.
The worst thing to do to that the daughter is to then say, "Hey, we're gonna go murder the being inside of you."
They wouldn't even know. Like, listen.
They wouldn't know.
Listen.
But wouldn't it be a better story to say something
wouldn't.
evil happened and we do something good in the face of
No.
evil instead of saying we're going to do evil and then murder the being because we're going to pander to the evil? No. What makes the West great is that we do good after evil, not evil after evil.
It's not about the being in the cells.
No,
It's not about. No. I'm
I know,
speaking.
we're-
I'm speaking.
we're both-
No, I'm
we're both
speaking.
clumps
No,
of cells.
I'm speaking. No,
We're-
I'm
we're both
speaking. No,
clumps of
I'm
cells,
speaking. No,
okay?
I'm speaking. No, I'm speaking.
Why say one more time?
She has no interest in it, and her argument is whatever. That one totally comes down to morals. That one I don't even think Charlie can even... Like, yeah, he's moralizing it, and that's the correct way to do it. That his morals are... It's a person, like, yeah, okay. Bad shit happened, but I still think it's a person, so I think that you should just treat it as a person. I get that stance. I agree that this is the way you should be moralizing about it, and she's moralizing about it from the other viewpoint. This is, unfortunately, the problem with the moralizing part is if your morals don't line up, then what you just have to say is, we have to agree to disagree.
Provide the obviously
Your
necessary
morals are different
tools
from
for
mine.
improving your current setup. production speed is of
But
the
they're yelling at
essence
each
after
other,
all.
which is
So
unproductive.
work hard. Work as if every person you
So
have
I
ever
just think
or
that
will
this is
ever
kind of
love
pointless.
depending solely
He's
on the
never going to
choices
agree
that
with
you
her,
make.
and she's never going to agree with him
Because they
because
are.
they're fundamentally different
Warning.
in their moral
Fix-It
stances.
psychologists recommend not dwelling on the crushing menties and simply continuing to be productive. Hard work has repeatedly proven.
Now I have Mark III belts and Mark II miners. Perfect. Let's go and upgrade the steel production
No,
facility.
I'm speaking.
Got it.
Thank you. So it's not, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about
I
the
know you don't
person.
care
No,
about that.
no, I'm talking about the person who is dealing with the pregnancy. I am not talking about the cells. I don't care. No,
cells.
listen. The fetus, the whatever, I don't care about that right now until it is formed. If there is a 5-year-old child who is pregnant and the baby is 2 weeks in
5-year-olds
utero,
can't get pregnant.
If there's a 5-year-old child that's pregnant, what is she yelling about?
actually they have, and they have given birth. There is.
5-year-olds can't give birth. That's nonsense. Like, that's 100% a lie. Like, it's not true.
Yes, there is one recorded case of a 5-year-old girl who gave birth.
Is that common?
Yes, it's common. 5-year-olds get sometimes, and if they get pregnant, I think they should be able to have medical access to something that could save not only just their life, but like their livelihood.
How many, I'm curious.
I hope your daughter lives a very happy life and gets away from you.
Okay, so that is really nasty. And so her belief system, just so we're clear, is that, yeah, no, I got it, it's fine. I mean, it's insanely nasty, and we'll talk again. My next claim is that college is a scam. Hello.
Hello, hello.
What's your name?
I'm Maddox. How are you doing?
I mean, this is going to be a hard one to argue for, because not all colleges are the same, not all curriculums are the same. What you learn in college could be useful, could be not useful. It's true that you could learn the stuff that you learn in college through other mediums. Everyone can always find a way, but college is a curated form of that, so I don't know. Yeah, some colleges have other problems, but when it comes to just purely trying to become an expert in some what's the term? Becoming an expert in a practice of some sort, then I don't know. I don't think it's a scam. Okay, I'm gonna be making a lot of stuff.
Cool. Good.
So, college is a scam.
Well, let's define our terms. College being traditional four-year college.
Of course.
University, not community college or technical college.
Of course.
A scam, if we can agree on a definition, is where a majority of people who will go through the institution or business, they're not getting their money's worth, their time's worth, and they're being deceived when they sign up. So do we agree on those terms?
I like
Yeah,
those ones.
Perfect. Okay.
Well, what would further definitions? What do you think is the purpose of
So
going to college?
the purpose of college should be a traditional liberal arts education, the pursuit of what is good, true, and beautiful.
Okay.
That's not what it is. It should be the betterment of yourself and your soul, nurturing your character, and becoming a better citizen, understanding the deeper things in life. At the very least, though, it should be preparing one for the job market. Do you think college does those things?
I think it does, but I would add on to your point that I think not only is it for the betterment of yourself, but it's for the betterment of society. We need historians. We need certain majors that may not make as much money. I think those are for the betterment of society. Would you agree that there's some majors that may not make money, but are still essential to
It
society?
depends. Do you think that getting a degree in gender studies is good for society?
I would agree, yeah. Why would studying gender not be good for society?
Well, learning that men can give birth is not exactly a good use of time, is it?
Is that what they're teaching in college right
A lot
now?
of colleges, yeah. According to the Center for Disease Control, they no longer say women can give birth, they say birthing persons.
Okay.
Do you think men can give birth?
Do I think men can give birth? I think that...
Yes or no question?
I think that a person who is assigned male at birth, I don't think they can give
Assigned
birth.
male at birth? So people are not male at birth?
I think that a person.
See, your evidence that college is a scam, my friend.
College is a scam?
You're lacking in a lot of
wisdom.
wisdom.
Well, here, we can continue right now. So, gender studies, do you think that studying gender is not essential? Should we not deepen our understanding
well, first of all,
of gender?
I don't think gender, we're going to get there later. I don't think gender exists. I think
Okay.
that there are two sexes, infinite personalities, and no genders. However, let's get back to the core contention.
Well, here, can I ask my
Scam.
question again real quick?
Well, I'm
Why
going
do you
to
think-
get back to my core contention. A scam. So the majority of kids that go to college, if they end up getting a job at all, they end up getting a job that does not require a college degree.
Do you think that certain jobs that may not associate with a direct major can incorporate skills that you learn from a major? I think I'm an econ major, and depending on what job I do in the future, I can still use the skills learned from
So
that.
tell me about Milton Friedman.
Tell me about Milton Friedman. He is an economist from...
How about Thomas Sowell?
Thomas Sowell.
Ludwig von Mises.
Ludwig... Well, I will say that I'm a first year.
How about...
I'd love to see you answer the gender studies.
We will get there later. That's what psychedelics are for. Who's next?
Well, I think it's difficult to think about just one major, thinking about just gender studies. Like, sure, like not everyone should be a gender studies major. We need doctors, we need lawyers, we need everything. However,
No one should be a
why
gender
does it
studies
matter
major.
if 10
Zero
people
people
want to
should
be a gender studies major and it matters to them? Like, not everyone can be a lawyer, not everyone can be a doctor. There needs to be some people, and you know what? Yeah, it sucks that some people do go to college and get a degree and then they end up not in a workforce for that, but I don't think that has to do.
There needs to be some people. Why? Can we qualify that? Why does any human on the planet need to be a gender studies major? Really? What field is that useful in? I mean, you'd think they'd cover gender in biology, right? They could cover gender in biology, and then you know what gender is, and that's great. Right? I don't know. Just my point of view.
Do with like college was a scam. It's more like maybe that just wasn't the path for them, or that life choice was just too hard to get for them. But some people are able to go to college and get a degree and use it, and that is super important, because imagine if no doctors went to college, they're just like, I think I can do it.
Well, of course,
like,
doctors and lawyers need credentialing, right? But
So college.
Well, less than 5% of all people that go to college end up studying medicine or in legal. The vast majority go into soft social sciences, communications, or the humanities. So you're in college, or have been, is that correct?
Yeah.
Are you forced to take classes that you think are a waste of time?
Yeah, I'm for,
Okay,
you know what?
Hold on. So that they're taking your money and they're forcing you that they're a waste of time. That's kind of scammy, right?
Oh, I think that some classes
Some. So you have to probably go in debt, right?
depends.
Okay. Are you
On
going?
what
Are you
college you
going
go
into?
to.
Are you going into debt?
No.
Okay, well, that's good.
I picked a school that actually offered me a scholarship.
Oh,
and
so
I
someone
picked a
else is
school
paying
that
for your
was good. Oh, I don't know. Depends on me. I mean, that's
No, I'm
a
sorry,
school
that's
that
not-
wanted to give me an opportunity. But that's not what we're talking about.
Well,
we're
it
talking
is. No, we're
about
talking about
is
the scam element, right? So you said
Right.
that there are some classes that if students had to go into debt or had to pay for,
Right.
would not be a good use of their time. So it's not representing students well.
Well, do you think like high school is a scam then? Because I had to pay
Some-
for high
well-
school, but I'm not going to use AP US history in my psychology degree ever.
Well, I think AP US history is actually a really good use of time, knowing about your country and your history. And
Well, but I'm not going to
Jefferson,
use that
Madison.
in my career. That's
Well,
what we're
you
talking
use it
about in
your-
the career
in your
path
life.
for
Well,
college.
let's go
the
back to
career
what I said,
path.
right? We said traditional college,
Okay.
right? Four-year college. And what a scam is, or a majority of the
Right.
people that will go through the enterprise, the business, or the institution are not getting their time worth or their money worth. So therefore, I go back to my core contention, which is a majority of kids that exit college will not use their degree at all when they go to find a job.
But if you ask them, do you think college was a scam? I don't think majority of them are going to say yes. Some of them will. Some of them are
Well,
going to
not
be.
everyone who's being scammed actively knows they're being scammed.
But
People
it's
still
not-
buy erectile dysfunction drugs off the internet, and they get
Okay,
scammed.
that's their own like, personal choice, though.
Of course, people have choice to be scammed. I'm not saying they don't have a choice. I'm making an observation analysis of the institution. For example, flying Spirit Airlines, kind of a scam.
Okay.
Should be shut down. There is some, yeah, kind of agreed. There are some things in life we have to take a step back and like, oh, the consumer is not
But
being well served.
you want to
And
shut down a bunch of majors
I'm not
in
shutting- I've
colleges
never
that
said
you
that.
think are scams?
No, I never said that.
So what would your proposal be to
There's-
fix the scam
There
of
is no-
college?
There is no proposal. I'm simply, the contention is college is a scam.
So then what's the point of that statement?
To get you to agree.
But like, what would that do? Like, what do you want to fix in college?
No,
that's going to help it not be a scam.
We can get to step interval 2 as long as you can agree that college is a scam.
No, because not for everyone. For me, I'm using a degree that's going to help people make better.
What are you studying?
Psychology and criminal justice.
Okay. So, and it's being paid for by somebody else, which is fine. That's good. So, psychology and criminal justice. Do you absolutely need to get a degree to be able to get into this? You do?
Yeah, I mean, like, I could, I guess, study it all on my own, but it's just like makes more sense to go and have all these experiences. I'm getting like wonderful experiences, internships all through my college.
So
that's helping me go through it. No, it's just that this is a pathway that's really helping me.
So you know there's 11 million jobs open in the country right now that don't require a college degree.
Okay, then the people who want those jobs can go get those jobs. I'm not one of those people.
Do you think we push too many kids into college?
No.
Okay, so the national graduation rate is 59%. If I asked the room, everyone would agree that they know some people that went to college that did not graduate.
Yeah.
Right? So we're probably sending too many kids into this institution.
But if they might have been able to do it, then like, why is it not worth it to try and to push yourself to get a better education and go further in your life?
That's a bad thing, right?
But some people are able to work through that, and it's like an opportunity thing.
But when an institution is multi-trillion dollars in scale, involves 23 million of our citizens every 4 years, and is not actually bettering the country. For example, if college was so great, we would see incomes going up for Gen Z and millennials. We'd see more people able to own homes.
Okay.
Kids wouldn't. I'm telling you, this.
Every time he starts putting together a, what would you call it? A convincing argument. Like he actually starts covering the talking points that he's clearly versed in. They stop him. Which I think is kind of funny. Okay, I can do 4 now. With my current doesn't feel like enough of it is coming through, right? I mean, I know they're impure, though. And why? I mean, I guess it's fine. Ah, shit. I really need a more effective way of moving around. But that also, I think, is only in the next tier. Actually, no, I think the Hyperloop might be soon. I don't remember. Okay, and how much coal am I getting? Yeah, that's not gonna work. Man, this is like a really, really shit steel production plant. Like, 2 impures. I'm gonna have to combine it with the coal from that side, I think. And then I'm gonna have to get the custom recipe where it's like iron ingots. Then I can use foundries to make iron ingots. Not foundries, I can use the other thing. Maybe I'll be able to improve this, but like, is there like more iron? No, I didn't. I know that there's copper nearby. Okay, so there is an iron over there. That's too far. I could build some kind of pipeline that comes over the mountain. I mean, it's gonna be terrible, but...
This is so ableist, what you're doing, by the way. I'm telling you, right? Hello, what's your name?
Alize.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let me start by saying, well, first of all, you said we're sending too many kids to college. Who's sending them? Who's forcing them?
Guidance counselors, parents, community.
Are they forcing them? Are they signing them up
Hold on,
themselves?
forcing. I never said forcing, but you can have nudging. And
Okay.
forcing are 2 different things. We also subsidize college through the federal government. So you guys get subsidized interest rates,
Right.
scholarships, and loans. So the taxpayer is nudging students and gently and sometimes forcefully pushing them into college. And you would agree it is an expectation if you grow up in a upper middle class home to go to college. You would agree with that. So there's a societal, cultural.
I didn't grow up in an upper middle class.
Okay, well, but would you see it from there? Would you see how that argument is correct?
I guess there might be a pressure, but no one's sending them. You're sending yourself.
Well, of course.
Well, we're all over the age of 18, right?
Right,
When you're in college, so you're
let's-
sending yourself.
Right.
But that's besides the
But
point.
let's
That's
be
a different
honest.
point.
I mean, that's a silly argument. Yes, they're technically sending themselves. I was just at Arizona State University move-in. Everyone had their parents there. They were co-signing on loans. They were there helping pay for stuff. Parents, the ones that are still checking in, they're the ones that largely subsidize their lifestyle. Hey, mom, can you Venmo me $3,000 so that I can go out an extra night? Yes, of course, when you're 18 years old, you're the one signing on the dotted line. But there's enormous pressure and nudging and cultural expectation that students go to college.
Right. Okay. I think the problem here is that it's up to the person. You can't just go to college and expect to come out with a degree. You have to put the work in. You have to put the work in. You have to make connections. And some people might think college is just 4 years of partying and drinking and making friends, whatever. But you have to actually put the work in. And if you put the work in, you make connections, and you can find a job right outside of college.
Well, no, not.
The connections part is the only part that actually really does make sense, because that's why you go to college, is to meet other people who are going to college, other people who have the skill set that will be able to work with you or like help you out. It is really just for the connections. Just totally right there. If you go to a good college, you'll get better connections. If you go to a bad college, you will make worse connections. This is why if you come from an impoverished background, or like you live in a bad area, you will probably make less money than someone who lives in a good area. Like, if you want to call anything white privilege, and it's a stupid way to classify it, because you're basically talking about some people who, like, not all white people live in upper class homes, in upper class areas either. Where do I want to draw the line here? I mean, it's too low if I put it here, right? Yeah. any case. Yeah, the point she was making about connections is, I think, the entire point of college. Put it like here. Guess I can do... Man. Global illumination looks nice, but it makes like looking at shit fucking impossible, dude. Ugh!
Doubting that you can't find a job, it's just that 52% of them get a job that doesn't require them to get the degree.
But most jobs offer incentive pay if you have a degree. And 86% of people with a degree get paid more than people with just a high school diploma.
That's only if you count the ones at the top 10% of income earners. So not if you count humanities, not if you count people that study in the social sciences. If you count medicine or you count law, that's absolutely correct. However, the vast majority of kids that go to college are not studying medicine, law, engineering, business, finance. They're studying communications, social sciences, or humanities, which are on the lower income ladder. So as I mentioned, we have 11 million job openings in this country right now that do not require a college degree. I'm guessing in this room that within 4 to 5 years, you guys would be able to earn $80 to $100,000 a year, yes? Do you know that in states across the country and in cities, they're offering apprenticeships to become plumbers and welders, electricians? That doesn't require for your college degree. Entrance salary, $80,000 a year.
But again, 86% of people with a bachelor's degree earn more than people with a high school diploma. No, 86% of all people with a bachelor's degree.
But if you take out the top 10%, it's actually lower than those that don't go to college. So the reason that number, that average goes up, is because the doctors and the engineers and the lawyers are the ones that bring that average so significantly up. But let me ask you a question. Do you think that there's any waste at all in the current college model?
Do I think there's any waste? I don't think we need all of it.
Okay, good. What part?
Well, you have to start with your core classes. And it's like high school. You're taking the same classes in
So do you
high
think,
school.
like, for example, do you think that... Okay, nice to meet you.
What is that sound? Oh. It's from the fucking video. It's people like... I think something's like my factory's like breaking down.
I'm Emily. Nice to meet you. Earlier said that about 5% of college students are going into fields of like medicine, law, and engineering,
Let me clarify.
Okay,
yes,
yeah.
As far as they're going to be able to get postgraduate degrees. So they will go all the way up and get their Juris Master, or they will end up passing the bar or becoming a doctor, right?
Okay.
So it's easy to say doctors, lawyers,
Yeah.
but healthcare professionals, if you count nurses or people that work in healthcare, that number is closer to 20-25%.
Okay, so 5%. Who here has a doctor? Can you like raise your hand if you have a doctor?
Like a medical
A doctor, yeah. Like a medical doctor. Yeah, you do, okay. 5% is still a lot of people, right?
Of course, but
Yeah.
that means 95% might not need to exist at the institution.
I don't think that's the takeaway. Just because 5%, which is still millions of Americans
Wait,
all
hold on a
across the
second.
board.
But if you were to say, hey, we only have medical schools, only have legal, we can get rid of gender studies, get rid of... So what's the contention?
Well, gender studies is actually, if you look on like the pre-law track, gender studies is a pre-law track. If
Got
you're
it.
going to be a lawyer, you have to study gender studies and other social
That proves
cultural
my
studies.
point that college is a scam.
Why?
Why would a lawyer need to study gender studies? Shouldn't a lawyer
it's
know the law?
It's a social science. The law, you think the law isn't inadvertently affected by social, cultural, and gender
Of
norms?
course it is, but shouldn't they first know the Bill of Rights, the Constitution, the Federalist Papers?
We learned that in high
Marbury?
school.
Okay, so what is Marbury versus
Fine.
Madison?
I haven't been in high school for a really long time. I'm not
I thought
trying to be
you
a
said you
lawyer.
learned it.
Yeah.
So
I mean, high schools are like
what was
it's
Brown,
public high
What was
school.
Brown versus the Board of Education?
That's for desegregating schools. Yeah, which Project 2025 wants to like defund the
Right.
Department of
So who
Education.
wrote the
So
Con-
like
who wrote the Constitution?
founding fathers, 1778. I don't know.
It wasn't 1778.
I don't know. Yeah.
You don't know?
No.
Okay. Well, this is the point: is that you don't learn it in high school. You don't even learn it in undergraduate, and our law school's not learning it. So maybe.
Well, I'm not in law school.
No, the point is that you were saying they already learned it, and they don't. I don't want this to be a pop quiz or trivia. I didn't go to college, and I'm asking you very basic civic questions, and
Mhm.
you're paying to go to college, and you can't answer.
That's so fair, but I think
Thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, I have a question. Is church a scam?
No, because church is honoring the divine and the eternal and the good and the true and the beautiful. Is college?
But it deceives people because you give a promise of everlasting life, which you don't actually get because Christianity is contradictory logically.
Do you want to get into a theological debate, or are we going to talk
Absolutely.
about college? Because I completely disagree. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and we will have eternal life.
Okay, so how, if there is a perfect being that created the world, how could we exist in an imperfect world?
I'm
an
happy to
imperfect
have this
creation?
discussion. Can we go back to college, though? Because
It's like such a stupid non-starter. He's gonna start fucking arguing about theology versus college. Even okay. Let's take it for granted that the church is a scam. Would that then exonerate college from being considered a scam? Like, would it? Like, I don't think so. The entire argument is a non-starter. It just doesn't make sense. It's not gonna go anywhere. It's just a bunch of nonsense. Oh well.
do you think, because that's a little bit of a red herring and a little bit of a rat?
I think everyone should start like putting up their flags now, because this guy is just not going anywhere with this.
Tell me what that has to do with college being a scam.
Get
Well, I
rid
do
of this
think college
joker.
can be a scam for certain people. I don't think it's a
Okay,
scam
so
for
we
everyone.
agree.
though.
So-
For people like me, college was very beneficial for me.
For sure.
I'm
Who is
asking
it a
I'm
scam,
asking
though?
you, based upon your definition of a scam, do you consider the Christian church a scam?
Of course not. It's giving people eternal life and teaches them
Wait,
goodness.
but if Christianity is false, then that's a deception.
Okay, but you think it's false. I don't. We can agree to disagree. Also,
I'm not agreeing to disagree on that.
but we're not talking about the church. We're talking about college, right? So again, also, people are not paying to go to church, are
But
they?
it's a reductio ad absurdum. Do you know what that is?
Ask the question.
What's a reductio ad absurdum?
That's a Latin term that means reducing down to the lowest common belief, correct?
Yeah, so I'm taking
Am
your
I right? I didn't go to college. I knew that.
I'm taking your particular position.
Let
that
me ask you a question without you interrupting me. Do you pay to go to church?
No, I don't.
Do you-
Some people
hold
do.
on.
They're forced to pay based upon
Hold
their
on.
particular
And-
denomination.
And today, do you pay to go to church?
Depending on the church.
No, you don't. Do you have to go to debt to go to church?
In some circumstances, people do because they have to give up 10% of their income to be able to do that, which people can't
Which
afford.
circumstance?
Well, they're LDS. You understand that a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah,
That's
they don't
Christian.
require it. And what you're
They
talking
do
about
in plenty of places.
Well, you're asking mainline Christian.
Isn't there stigmatization
belief.
if you don't do that?
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well, you
So
haven't
just-
answered any of my questions
Well,
yet.
I did say no. Church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College is a scam, and college.
He's answered every single fucking question. I don't know why she's like laughing. The whole thing is just retarded. Maybe she likes that guy. But he's a fucking idiot. He's trying to equate two things that are irrelevant. And again, let's take it at face value. Let's say he's 100% right and church is a scam. Why would that preclude college from being a scam? Why? Ah, it wouldn't. Oh no, the argument falls apart. Oh well. Yeah, I'm not burning enough of it, but I really do need to up this shit. And I think I've overclocked them, but I'm not sure. No, I haven't overclocked them. Crap. I'm gonna have to make some of this shit. Anyway.
College is people are going into debt. They're
I don't know why she's... Like, who is she laughing at, right?
Church.
No, you don't. Do you have to go to debt to go to church?
In some circumstances, people do because they have to give up 10% of their income to be able to do that, which people can't
Which
afford.
circumstance?
Well, they're LDS. You understand that a lot of LDS churches specifically require 10%.
Yeah,
That's
they
Christian.
don't require it. And what you're
They
talking
do in
about,
plenty of places.
Well, you're asking mainline Christian.
Isn't there stigmatization
belief.
That guy sits down in front of me. I'm gonna say two things. I'm gonna say, even if you're right, and I don't think you are, it doesn't preclude universities from being a scam. And also, it's a completely separate argument about a separate institution. Multiple institutions can be scams. But yeah, Charlie's right. Generally, church is free. Generally, church is free. Yeah, there's going to be some of those TV pastors that are just scamming people and have millions of dollars. But it is what it is. They exist. Doesn't change anything. It's just a bunch of nonsense. I don't know. Absurdly stupid.
If you don't do that?
Okay, you're good at interrupting, not good at answering.
Well,
So
you haven't
just-
answered any of my questions yet.
I did say no, church is not a scam. Church is the bride of Christ. College is a scam. And college is, people are going into debt. They're paying a lot of money. But I want to ask you a question. You said it's a scam for some people. Who's it a scam for?
Yeah, for people who specifically aren't ever going to use it, never use any of the knowledge
So
that they retain from
52%.
it. Well, you say 52%. I don't think you can qualify 52% of people don't do that.
What number would you say?
For example, my job, that's not going to be recommended as an economics degree. Most economics majors are going to go into TikTok debating online. But I use the information that I learned in college in my job on a daily basis. So I still use relevant qualities that are then used in my job later on.
What percentage of kids that go to college are being scammed?
I don't think anyone knows that. Because it's dependent upon an individual. I have no clue.
Shouldn't we try to find out?
Well, if you'd like to find some empirics on that, I'd love to see it.
I just did. So
Well,
41%.
wait, that's not a source.
Well, the Department of Education is a source.
No, the Department of Education doesn't say 41% of people it was a scam for,
Hold
or that
on.
they didn't use any of the information they learned in college.
You are using.
So are you saying none of them used any of the information?
Can I say 3 words without you interrupting me?
Do any of them
How
use
about
the information
4?
later on?
Can I say 5 words without interrupting
Well, you've
me?
interrupted me multiple times.
So since you say college is a scam for some people, it's a ballpark. For the kids that do not graduate, 41% that ended up going and not graduating, were they scammed?
No, just because you go and pay for a particular thing, but then you don't follow through with it, doesn't mean you were scammed.
Maybe they were
You
misled.
decided to pay for it. Oh, you could say some people are misled.
Do you
Some
think
people are
that every-
stigmatizing to these things.
do you think
But
that every-
some people are misled in the church?
Do you
and
think-
you never answered my question on that because you're trying to
I did.
take that time down so that you don't have to answer the question
Well,
about
hold on.
Christianity because you know your worldview looks terrible.
Well, what about Christianity do you want me to answer?
Well, I think it's false. Or because I was saying,
Okay.
is church a scam? If church is a scam, that'd be predicated off of the idea that you're deceived into believing that there's.
Why can't Charlie just fucking answer this? Even if you disagree with every tenet of the church, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't preclude university from being a scam. Which, at the end of the day, they are fields in universities, particularly STEM fields, that are very difficult to learn by yourself. I mean, not only do you need to know what you need to know, which is not something that's simple for most people, you also need to know what the best sources of that information are, which again is not very easy for a lot of people. So I'm sure this guy's in STEM. He sounds like someone who's in STEM for the most part. I'm sure he's there trying to get that crazy angry girl to join him later. But his whole argument is irrelevant because you're trying to argue theology against something that doesn't matter. Because even if the church is 100% a scam, it does not preclude university from also being a scam. That guy's dumb. Now we need to find a way to redo all this shit. Also, each one of these burns 15, right? Each one burns 15. I need to figure out how many I can make.
Everlasting life,
but
specifically
you
from
believe that
Christianity.
again,
So Christianity has to be true. So can you grant that? What's the argument?
Christianity is true. Did the resurrection?
What's the argument?
You're gonna let me finish 3 words in a row?
Appreciate it.
Yeah, such a stupid shit-eating grin. Like he thinks he's winning. What is he winning? I think Charlie is well prepared, but I don't think he's very good at thinking on his feet. That's what I think.
That's really interesting, actually. It feels like, I mean, and I think this happens all the time, and the way you say people aren't really principled, do you mean that, like, in practice, in reality, they don't abide by their principles? Or do you mean that, like, it's not the way people actually function or can function? Because I'm more in that second camp of, like, where you say people say, well, I have a principle of free speech, and I have a principle of bodily autonomy, and so, you know, and that might affect my views on abortion or on vaccine mandates or whatever. I think that, like, you can say you have a principle, but like you say, what you're actually debating is something else. Like, that principle will fall apart at some point. Like, trivially, there's always some kind of example of something you can think of where someone's principle just goes out of the window, you know?
Yeah, kind of, but I don't even like the way you're phrasing it, because you're almost making it sound like there would be like a crazy test case. It's not even that crazy.
Yeah, but yeah, that's the thing.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I think people say they have principles, but what they really generally mean is they like the things right now that are coming from that principle.
Yeah.
So it's actually a pretty cool thing, that principle. But as soon as that changes, whew, that principle goes out the window. That's why earlier, I don't remember what we were talking about, but I gave the example of, like, if I think of a thing that I want the government or somebody else to do, the first thing I think of is, like, what's the worst way that this could be abused, so that I know if I actually support the thing, or if I'm like, you know what, actually, I don't think I would principally support the thing, because if it was used in a way different way, I would hate this thing.
So did you think it's a problem that people do that people don't actually act in accordance with their principles when they sort of think they are? Because, as I say, I can't really condemn that as a bad thing, because I think that is just always going to be the case. Or do you think there is a way of sort of approaching politics that genuinely does have a set of principles and abides by them? Do you think that's possible in practice?
Of course it's possible, and I don't think it's bad when people do that. I just think it's bad when people don't recognize it. I would be okay with a whole host of behaviors if people just knew what they were doing. If somebody said, listen, I actually really like it when our politicians can fuck around and your politicians can't, because fuck you. I'd be like, you know what? I can respect that. I disagree that it's dumb, but I can respect that. Yeah. But I don't like it when somebody's like, I think that every politician should be principled, but I'm going to tell you 50 million reasons why my guy going to jail, getting a conviction, getting caught with a kid, these don't actually matter. They're not. But this is why your side needs to be held to account for everything. It's like, okay, well, now you don't even know what you're saying. You don't know what you're talking about. So I wish people had more awareness of what they were doing and what they were saying.
Yeah. Maybe principles need to be more qualified as well. But then that sort of stops them from being principles. I mean, you know, famously, the right to life seems like a cool principle to abide by. Yeah, like it's like the most fundamental right. You have the right to life. Cool. But then, okay, what if somebody's trying to kill you? Can you kill them in self-defense? Yeah, sure. Okay, so I have this principle. You have a right to life except in self-defense. Okay, what about if it's not self-defense, but somebody is innocently threatening your life and the life of your family? Can you kill? Okay, yeah, maybe the right to life except in this circumstance, and you sort of qualify that principle so much that it's no longer really a principle. You're just sort of describing every single possible outcome.
Potentially.
And I feel like with something like, well, I'm pro-free speech. That's my principle. Well, unless it's an incitement to violence, and unless it's like a copyright infringement, and once you actually get to a point where that principle is never going to rub up against a test case, and you're going to sort of change your mind, if you've got your principle so fleshed out that every single example you come across, if it would be, you know, immoral to be pro-free speech, you've got your qualification that gives you that exemption. If you get it so that in principle that always happens, that principle is no longer it's no longer a principle. It's just like this highly itemized list of possible events and what you would do in either circumstance, right? And then you're not talking about a principle of free speech anymore.
Exactly. It's almost like I don't know if you'd say like a form of emotivism or a non-cognitivism, where when you say a principle, all I really hear you doing is expressing some emotional state to me.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I could ever, given a set of principles from a person, can I present to you something that you would be uncomfortable with, but you'd be forced to support? Because it feels like that's never the case. And if a person can say to me, like, I think that prison should be for rehabilitation. Really? Even for people that molest children? No, fuck them. They need to be executed and raped a million times. Right. Well, it doesn't sound like you actually get... What about somebody that's like murdered, like a serial killer? Well, not for them. It's like, oh, okay, right. It's like there's a lot of people, for instance, that support forgiveness, but they don't actually. They just want to forgive the things that they think weren't really bad in the first place. Like if I
right.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, well, there's a woman and she killed her husband who was abusing her for 10 years, and I think I'd forgive her for killing him. Okay, would you ever forgive the husband for abusing the wife? Well, fuck no. What do you mean? It's like, okay, so you don't actually, yeah.
I mean, for what it's worth, I think there are some people who do have, like, I would say, the moral strength to do that. I mean, they're very moving accounts of, and you can watch people in court cases who, you know, they're like Christians and they have this, you know, philosophy of forgiveness. And then they come face to face with the person who's like brutally abused and murdered their children, and they look them in the eye and say, I forgive you. And it's moving. It takes a sort of moral courage. But I think a lot of that comes not from you just naturally want to forgive them, but because you remember you've got this principle that you sort of want to live by. I think some people are better at doing it than others, but
a little bit. The problem there, though, is that in the court case, it's not zero sum. And in politics, it kind of feels that way sometimes. In the court case, if you forgive a person, technically, you only have stuff to gain. You follow your principles, it's good for you, like that's fine. In a political environment, there's a limited number of seats, and now to executing your principle, if it means condemning your side on something, well, any ground you give is ground gained by the enemy, and now, fuck, in a zero-sum environment, well, holy shit, yeah.
Yeah, I saw one person, I can't remember this is exactly how they said it, so I won't say who it was, but they were talking about, like, the protests that are happening in the UK at the moment, the, like, Palestinian protests. And they were really fearing, they thought there's sort of an existential threat to British society, you know, all of these radicals on the streets or whatever. And I think somebody made this point being like, yeah, but what about, you know, free speech? What about the right to protest? And this person says something like, look, that's all very well and good, but when my actual country is at stake, that doesn't matter to me anymore. Maybe didn't put it quite so strongly, but I sort of got the impression that that was what was being gotten across. This sort of like, yeah, look, you know, I'll talk about, you know, free speech and assembly, and these are great principles and stuff, but like if my sort of, you know, bravely sticking to my principles means that my country is actually going to cease to exist, it's not even a contest anymore for me, you know what I mean?
That means the principle was bad.
But that's the thing, it either means the principle is bad, or it means the principle needs qualification, or it means that the principle sort of never actually existed.
Yeah.
Right? And that's why I say I'm more in the camp of saying, like, you think you've got a principle, but all you've got is a general rule of thumb that you haven't found a counterexample to yet. And trivially, if you want to be like a pedantic philosopher type, you can always think up some ludicrous, obvious counterexample. Oh, you're in favor of free speech. What if, like, supporting this person's free speech meant that every single person on planet Earth was, like, brutally, like, burned in a fire for 1 billion years? Like, okay, obviously then I'm not going to stick to my principle. But then what is a principle? As I say, it's just a general rule of thumb to which you haven't thought of an example or haven't found an example in the real world that approximates the obviousness of that kind of wrong. And so I'm quite pessimistic about the idea of principle as a whole. I mean, people say, like, if you're looking for values in a politician, what do you value in your elected official? Somebody might say, I like a man of principle, or a woman of principle, or whatever of principle, you know. And I'm sort of like, what does that even mean? I don't even know if that's like achievable. I mean, do you feel like you have principles? Like, are there any, even like one that you could point to where you would say, this is my principle, and with these qualifications, this is something I think I would never sort of like falter on?
Yeah, I think I'm quite principled, actually.
So, for example,
I think there's a lot that I could talk about leading up to this, but there are a lot of principles that I think underline, like, liberalism or ideas relating to the United States, the Bill of Rights, that I feel very strongly, like, principally attached to, that I think should be defended in almost all circumstances. To ground this out, an example, one
like
thing,
gun rights.
I'm
joking, by the way.
Sorry. I really like firearms.
Yeah, but like to the extent that you would like never say someone shouldn't be able to.
I don't feel as strongly about that, but
yeah,
I would say for things relating to, like, protests or freedom of speech.
Sure.
Like, here's a question that I run into, or not. There's a question I present a lot. It's very frustrating. Is on a lot of shows, especially because I've been doing that, is a Palestine thing for a lot. People ask me, like, what do you think about these protests? What should be done about these protests? Blah blah blah. And my answer on every single one of these is I have no idea why I would have an original idea about what should be done about these protests. My answer for these would be the same as any KKK protest, any Nazi protest, any BLM protest. I think that you have a right to assembly as long as you're not breaking any laws or breaking any of the rules or restrictions on college grounds. You should be allowed to protest and say whatever you want. Assuming you're not failing Brandenburg, you're not inciting to violence. Then you should be able to do it. That's it. I don't know why would I need a special analysis here for this particular thing. And I try to be aware of when I'm asked questions about, like, what should happen if this politician is convicted of this crime, what should happen? It's like, well, I try to make the person like a blur, and then, well, how would I analyze the situation? Because I think the more asterisks you have on a particular belief, the more qualifiers, the less it is a principle, and the more it is just like, well, I've actually got a different application of this in every single sense. That it's like, okay, well, you're not really doing anything then. You're just emoting, how you want a particular outcome to look, and you're willing to twist and bend for anything. So, yeah, I think,
I feel like maybe you might, if we were to investigate this, you might sort of accidentally blend what could be called like a legal principle and a moral principle. So, for example, you might say my principle is as long as you're not breaking any law, you should be able to protest, right? And it's sort of like my moral principle is that if you're not breaking any legal law, you should be able to protest, because I've also got this other sort of legal principle that you shouldn't break the law, right? And so you've got a moral and a legal principle sort of coming together. But when people say, you know, what should we do about these protests? And you say, well, I mean, like anything else, as long as it's not breaking the law. I think what they're really asking is, well, do you think we should change the law? Like, do you think that...
I would love that question. If that would be so much more honest, though. But nobody ever asked that question.
It might be dishonesty, sure, but it might also be like when people sort of like they have some kind of grievance and they're sort of finding it difficult to precisely put their finger on what it is, and so they say something like, you know, oh, what do we do about all these protests? When really, if you like spent the time with them and broke it apart, you'd be like, okay, so I think what you were really getting at here, I think the real problem is that, yeah, so you're someone who likes the law, you don't like people breaking the law, but you think that this kind of thing should be illegal, right? And so your principle wouldn't change, right, about like being able to protest without breaking the law, but some other principle about, you know, what should be legal or not might be being challenged there, right? And so, I don't know, I guess like...
There's two things going on with what you're saying. One is you can have a principled attachment to the law. I think that's totally fair. When you're operating in a particular area, there is an assumption that you're consenting to the rules and regulations of that area, and that there is an intrinsic moral goodness to following the particular rule.
Yeah, so I can't actually pump that many through, right? I'm producing slightly more than can be... But why does it feel so slow? Is the part that I don't understand. Like, look at it. It should be way more. Like, what the fuck is happening? That many should be here, right? Fuck. Shit, I'm gonna have to DE this, right? Fuck, dude. Okay. Okay. Can I get on top of this thing? Well, there must be a... Okay. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yeah. Okay. They still never fixed it. They still never fixed bugged fucking splitters and bugged nuts. Why does it feel so skewed, dude? It's not. It's straight. Yeah, it's straight. We need to fix this shit. Needs to be 1 over. Like this. Like this.
Of that area. So strictly following the law or supporting the law, I think, can be seen as a moral good. Even if in principle you might be opposed to some provisions of that law, depending on how deep those, the opposition goes, right? So like, you might think that like, I think ethically we should be able to protest until midnight, but the law says till 10, and I need to be in a country of law-abiding citizens because I understand we all have different moral foundations and we have to agree on a collective morality, and we've kind of like called this the application of that as law. So fine, I'll only protest then. But that doesn't necessarily mean you have to say like, well, ideally in society I wouldn't want to own people, but slavery is the law, so I guess I'm going to buy a slave, right? Obviously there are going to be some differences on what you accept and what you don't accept. So on one, I would say there is a principled attachment just to following the law in an area. You have to have a collective group of citizens that all have that shared feature of wanting to follow the law, broadly speaking. And then on the second thing, in terms of like the changing of the law itself, I would say that right now the laws on the books are pretty good when it comes to protests, and I wouldn't apply them differently to different groups of people. If somebody were to ask me, do you think we should change the law to protect some types of things of protest, I'm actually going to use that, and now that's a new debate tactic you just gave me. If somebody tells me like, what do you think we should do, I'm going to ask them, what would you change in the law to deal with these? And I don't think anybody would answer. But if somebody wanted to talk about changing the law, I was like, okay, well, let's explore those changes. Do you think that we shouldn't be able to protest about, foreign affairs or about hate speech or whatever? Then my next question, of course, would be, well, let's test this in the opposite direction. How would you feel it was applied, to A, B, and C? And would we all support that? Like, yeah, that's how I would basically.
Well, I think so much time can be wasted, not just by sort of being charitable in debate, but also if you think someone is making a mistake of the kind where they're asking the wrong question, even to get their own point across, just being like I don't mean to insult you or anything, but are you really asking me this? Like, is this really what you're driving at? I mean, I could think of a bunch of examples, but I wanted to. I said I think you were merging the legal and the moral principle. Like, imagine that we weren't allowed to speak in terms of law. We're just talking about what we think is morally the case here. So, for example, for example, that principle, as crudely spoken, would probably break down in another country where the laws were abominable about protests, where you said, well, what should we do about protests in an authoritarian government? And you say, well, my principle is that as long as people aren't breaking the law, they should be able to protest. But it turns out that in, X authoritarian country, merely protesting is against the law, and therefore, by your principle, they should be thrown in jail.
I think in that particular country, then I would probably be opposed to that particular.
Exactly. Yeah. And so really, when you say, well, I think as long as they're not breaking the law, I have a moral principle that as long as they're not breaking the law, they should be able to protest. It sounds like that could be something more like, I have this moral principle that as long as they're not doing anything which I think is so principally immoral that it should be illegal, then I think they should be able to protest, which is basically like saying, as long as they're not doing anything I don't morally dislike, I'm morally okay with it. Which is the kind of principle that just trivially applies to any situation ever, right?
Kind of. There's a bit of an assumption that in the United States, just because of my upbringing and everything, my morality is probably going to roughly map onto the laws here. I think that's probably true for almost everybody in the United States, roughly speaking. But we could imagine that there are different laws that we would feel differently if they were to pass. So before the Supreme Court right now, there's a big question on whether or not the President of the United States should have immunity from all criminal accusations while he's President of the United States. That's something that I would be completely and totally opposed to. Right now, I believe the understanding, although it's debated, the understanding is that he doesn't have unlimited immunity for criminal action. If the Supreme Court decides otherwise, then I would say, well, this is something that should change. I would be opposed to this particular thing. I do agree that depending on the flavor of the conversation, sometimes people can get confused between the legality and the morality of it, but I haven't found anybody that would verbalize that we need to change the laws for these protests. It seems to be that they're trying to hint at some other thing that the existing framework, they should be made illegal. But if somebody were to suggest a change of laws, I would entertain that conversation. That'd be interesting to me.
Well, look, man, if you thought the laws were immoral, then you wouldn't be able to say, well, as long as they're not breaking the law, I think it's I'm going to morally defend it. Because you think the laws are immoral, right?
Depends on how immoral, I guess. Like, the way that I see it is any state, state works because you've got a collection of people that can have moral disagreement between each other, but there's enough shared agreement that we can codify some morality into our legal system, and then we've got a group of laws that you now have to follow under compulsion of force. Not all of them, but a lot of things, a lot of moral principles we have. But there are going to be things that we disagree on morally that we might feel like there should be a law. Like, is it like you can lie to me? I should be able to call the cops on you for lying to me. That's not fair. It's like, well, no, it's immoral, but we don't have a law for that. But that's it. We have to live in a society where we can have some moral disagreement, even unfortunately sometimes on laws, but still be able to function out of that. But obviously there's going to be a level of incongruency where, like if it comes to slavery or something else, we might think that we have a greater moral obligation to kind of like change that system and move it in a way that is more congruent with our values.
Man, it's really interesting, this question of principles, because I think, it's reminding me of something I thought about when I was studying at university. I did a bit of political philosophy for like 8 weeks, right? And one of the things that comes up is the idea of a right to do wrong. And you can have moral principles about the law, and you can just have legal principles. You can maybe have like legal principles about morality. You can even have like legal principles about legal principles, but you can't really have moral principles about moral principles. So, for example, do you have a legal right to do moral wrongs?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you have a moral right to do legal wrongs? Like sometimes.
Could, yeah.
Sure.
Maybe.
Like. And then there's this question of like, do you have a moral right to do moral wrongs?
I would argue it's a form of begging the question where the answer is no. But I would say you also don't have a legal right to do legal wrongs.
But that's the thing. It is sort of like, can you have a legal right to do legal wrongs? Seems like definitely not in principle. There's a sense in which in the moral case you might say, well, you have a moral right to do moral wrongs. Like you have a sort of, I don't know, you have a right to a certain level of moral imperfection. You have a right to sometimes lie or that kind of thing in a way that you can't have a legal right to do legal wrong. It's like really interesting.
I think that this is another thing where I don't know if I read this in Wittgenstein or what. When I say read it, I mean a paragraph of. But like this idea that like a lot of the philosophical hypotheticals are only like incredibly thought-provoking and interesting if the language is like vague or ambiguous, and so that's where all of the contemplation happens. When we say the real question is, well, let's break this down. We say, what is a moral right? Does a moral right just mean, because I think that when we hear moral right, there's two things that pop up in our head. One is something virtuous, moral good. And then the second is a right generally feels like something, a protected ability to do something. Yeah. It feels like it exists more in the realm of law. So if we think we have a moral right to do a moral wrong, what I'm really thinking of is if I say, well, if I don't have a moral right, the contradiction to that feels like somebody can stop me from doing something. And can somebody stop me from lying?
Oh, exactly, right?
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like, well, the answer to that would be no. But then, well, what is a moral right then? Because it feels at that point we're talking more like positive freedoms. Like, do you have the right to do a particular thing, even if that might be wrong? But that right to do that particular thing feels more like a legal type of right to do a moral type of wrong. Which, yeah.
This is probably the problem with like the legalization of morality. Like you said, there's sort of like this great tradition of virtue ethics and sort of just doing the thing the virtuous person would do. And we've like transformed and defaced morality to become this sort of utilitarian calculus, and there's sort of like, rights and wrongs, and it's probably a framework of our sort of legalistic thinking being applied to morality too. I'm not entirely sure. But this question of, we'll put the question of principle to bed, because I think we're sort of almost doing it to death now. But I've always found it really fascinating how principle is seen as a virtue in itself. If you're a person of principle, that's a good thing. If you stick by your standards, and even if you don't like someone's principle, you can kind of respect. It's kind of like in those like presidential or prime ministerial debates where some clever journalist says, well, why don't you both say something you like about each other? And the audience laughs, and it's this great sort of moment of frivolity. And one of the things they often say, because they're like panicking, what the hell is Hillary Clinton going to say she likes about Donald Trump? They might say something like, well, I like that they stand up for what they believe in. I like that they have their beliefs and they stick by them. And it sounds like a nice thing to say about someone, but like, do you? Like, would you say that about someone you actually think is immoral? Like, would you say, well, that sort of racist, like, KKK member over there, he might be doing terrible things, but at least, he stands by his principles. He's got his principles and he's not a hypocrite. He lives by them. it's not automatically a virtue to live by principle, right? It's only virtual to be principled if your principle is a good one, which means that you don't actually value the idea of being principled. You value the moral good of the principle that they're holding, right? And so this idea of principle just disappears in front of my eyes.
Yeah, I think there's two things going on here. So firstly, what you just said reminds me when somebody's like, it's like this level 1 appreciation of somebody, where people say this a lot about a certain politician in the United States that I won't name, who's running for president, who was just convicted of like 33 felonies. People will say this thing where it's like, you know what? I appreciate that at least he's honest. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. But now you have to evaluate what he's being honest about.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like if I come up to you and I say, I really want to cut your throat and just like spit down your, bleeding, gushing blood esophagus.
I've never met someone so honest. Hey, good for you.
Yeah, you're so honest. I appreciate that. You would never say that. Okay. So there's tons of psychology going on there, which I think most of philosophy actually just boils down to psychology and shit.
Yeah, that might be right.
Yeah, unfortunately, because when somebody really says I like that, what they're really saying is I actually like that person and the ideas that they stand in, but I'm too much of a weak fucking spineless coward to actually say that, so I'm just going to allude to some vague bullshit. But going back to the thing about I like their principles, I think that when people say that, if they're being a bit more honest, or not more honest, if they are more principled, ideally what you're saying is, and this is true, and I would stand by this, I appreciate somebody being able to have different principles than me, but us still being able to work together in a coherent system, which I think is probably the single most important underlying feature of our society. That people with diametrically opposed moral opinions or political beliefs can still work together to create some like greater whole or greater good. And that even though we're having huge losses to each other morally and politically, at times, we're still all willing to row the paddles on the same ship to move us forward.
Have you heard of Just Stop Oil?
Are those the people that did the orange paint on the Stonehenge thing?
Yeah, so yesterday, I think, environmental activist group, I've had a representative on my show before from Just Stop Oil. They want to end specifically like the UK's licensing of new like fossil fuel, licenses or whatever. But they don't like oil. And in order to spread what many people like think is a good message, I mean, people who get angry at them, they very rarely say that they think that they're campaigning for a bad cause. Yesterday they went to Stonehenge and desecrated it with orange. I think it was corn flour, so the idea is it's just going to like wash off whatever. But people were just blown away. Like I've never seen political unity like I have when I've seen people from all different areas of politics coming out to condemn Just Stop Oil. The interesting thing about these protests is that they're specifically chosen. I was told by the guy that spoke to me about this that they put a lot of thought into this kind of stuff. I first became aware of them when they threw soup on Van Gogh's sunflowers in the National Gallery. It's this stunning video where they just take this sort of can of soup and they throw it, and everyone there is just like, especially at this time.
It's the one where there's like glass over it though.
Yeah, so they weren't super famous at the time, I think, and so people would have just, I mean, now you're like, oh, it's Just Stop Oil, but at the time it would have been like, whoa, what the hell is going on? But there's glass over the front, right? And they've said, we don't know this is true, but they've said, like, obviously we wouldn't have done this if there wasn't glass. And with Stonehenge, it's corn flour and it all washes off. And so their argument is sort of like, all the things we're doing are like literally not causing any harm whatsoever, any lasting harm. And yet, they have this unique ability to bring up this animal rage in people, including me. When I see videos of them like blocking traffic, I'm just like, oh my, I'm like, if I was one of those drivers, I don't know what I would do. What are your views on this kind of direct action? We've been talking about unified society and rowing in the same direction, but when the boat is rowing in a direction that you don't like, and you can see that it's going in the wrong direction, but nobody seems to agree with you, what do you think about these kinds of protests?
I think it's really dumb. When I think of like radical activism, I think of like the Bushnell guy who set himself on fire for Israel-Palestine.
Right.
When I think of like those types of forms of radical action, these things I think have a place in society when there is an issue that, for whatever reason, can't get any attention. Nobody's paying attention to it. They compared that Bushnell guy to like a monk that set himself on fire in... I don't think it was Vietnam.
It's the front cover of the of the Rage Against the Machine album, right?
It might have been, but if I've dumped this information from my mind because I read this for literally one day and I was like, I'm done with this. But like when you dug into the issue that those monks were facing, these were people that had no political voice, not really any coverage internationally, and him doing that form of radical activism like put that topic on the front page of like newspapers all over the world. Obviously, everybody was for a moment in time aware of that particular thing, and it brought about immense pressure to change that thing. I don't understand. I haven't had it presented to me the good argument for why would you do this about a topic that's already so unbelievably popular. So when I think of like that Bushnell guy, why are you setting yourself on fire for what is the most popular political topic discussed right now? You're not bringing any more attention to it. You're a slight distraction, and then everybody's going to go back to thinking about it.
That might be true, and maybe there are other motivations involved there. Like it's hard to say, but in the case of, I mean, the environmentalists are an interesting case because while a lot of people talk about environmentalism, it is true that no one seems to really be very proactive in doing very much about it, especially given like the level of emergency that these groups perceive. And so you could say, well, look, everyone already knows the environment's going to shit, but what they're saying is like, you all know this, and yet no one's doing anything. And we've tried, we've said, we've made it a mainstream issue that governments will say we need to do something about this, and yet they still don't. So now we're completely stuck, right? It's no longer just about raising awareness. It's like demanding a certain level of. It's like the encampments on university campuses across the world, like in the UK and the US, people are protesting, and like Palestinian protesters, I mean. And it's not like this issue needs any more awareness, but what they're doing is they're saying we have specific demands. You need to divest. You need to, have a conversation with us about your ties to Israel, this kind of thing. And so it's not just about raising awareness anymore. It's like, if you don't submit to our demands, we're going to keep doing this.
Sure, but I feel like the problem, I don't think I'm necessarily like principally opposed to those types of protests. It's just the problem is oftentimes they're protesting on a thing that is incredibly complicated. They don't even have like a clear-cut solution for what we ought to do. So it's like, I don't know if you've ever tried to work with like one of those like puzzles where you're trying to like get the horseshoes to go around each other, or where you're trying to, there's like a thing where you have to do like a particular set of moves or actions with some kind of like keys and locks. They're like little puzzles, and sometimes you get mad and you just want to like, and you're just like crushing it, but you're not doing anything. And those protests feel like that sometimes, where it's just people that are like, oh, like we just shove the puzzle piece in enough, we just bring enough attention and action. And what you're doing is you're accurately, displaying some level of emotional attachment. Maybe you're accurately summarizing some underlying annoyance or upsetness for a situation, but nobody has like a clear path forward. It's not like there's a thing that we could act on that if we stir up all of this anger and resentment, we have a clear path forward, right? When people saw little black kids getting, eaten by dogs, not eaten, but like attacked by dogs, police officers, like, we need civil rights for black people in the United States. It was like a very clear, like, here's a thing, this is how you feel about it, here's the wrong, this is what we need to do. It was way, way, way more clear versus like, we need to reduce our dependency on fossil fuels without making ourselves economically non-competitive with the rest of the world, without undermining developing nations that haven't fully industrialized yet, while also like investing in green energy and not falling behind our adversaries, and not making certain countries non-competitive, and making sure everybody's bought into the same types of policies so that some countries don't have advantages over others that aren't adopting this. There's like, it's such a complicated issue that just throwing something on something doesn't even.
These guys like to see themselves as the continuation of direct action movements of the past. I mean,
they just have such cleaner, easier. Like, women should be able to vote.
This is the thing, right?
Black people should have the same rights as society. Yeah.
Okay, you let them vote. Job done. That's literally. It's like it becomes so much more inexcusable for a government not to act when the solution is straightforward and simple. And the suffragettes actually slashed paintings, famous paintings. They sort of. There's a few cases, I think, but at least one that I'm thinking of where someone takes a meat cleaver to this portrait in a gallery and actually damages it, right? And people sort of look back fairly fondly on the suffragettes, partly because they support the movement, and partly because it's so long ago, it's a sort of part of history that it doesn't have the same sort of shock factor,
yeah,
right?
But also there's like, I think it means something when the protest has a thing to do with the wrong itself, and when there's like a clear path forward. Like, let's imagine a city where you've got a poor part of the city where the water is just never clean to drink, and you've got a wealthy part of the city where the water is like always clean to drink, and the excuse given by the government administrators, we don't have the time, the resources, we can't fix like this destroyed, like this water system, we just don't have the money for it. Well, let's say, now this would be a radical form of protest, but let's say as a radical form of protest, you took a bunch of people over and you destroyed the plant or whatever that was cleaning the water on the positive city. Now, or on the wealthy part of the city. city. And let's say that they see this happen, they're incredibly angry, they mobilize their forces, and in about a week they have it all fixed and up and running again. Well, now, like, what does your protest demonstrate? You do have the resources to fix this. You just choose not to do it for us. Fuck you. And you guys hated the situation so much, you were able to mobilize and get this done instantly. Like, that's like a form of radical protest that involves like vandalism and destruction of property, but like it's showing a clear wrong. There should be clean water here, and it's showing like there's a step to take to do it. You can fix it here, you should be able to fix it there. But like, how does like dirtying Stonehenge like make us like, okay, well now we need to invest 22% more in solar and wind energy? I don't even know what is the path forward.
I mean, look, I'm not an environmental scientist. I have no idea what can be done or should be done, but I do have this feeling that
researched belong to a
if the emergency is as serious as environmentalists claim that it is, like we're talking about like existential threat, world's going to completely disappear and climate refugees everywhere and all of this kind of stuff, right? Like, then it's the kind of emergency that probably does deserve at least more attention than we're giving it. And so I'm imagining a situation where world leaders aren't really doing very much to tackle climate change. A lot of lip service, a few conferences, maybe they're doing something, but like if you like kidnapped all of their children, like every world leader, you kidnapped their children and families and said, we are going to execute your children if you do not do everything you can to reduce our carbon emissions. Look, I don't know if they would like fix climate change, right? But I have a feeling that they would probably do a lot better, right? We would probably be in a more environmentally safeguarded.
No. You talk about forcing, like, what are they gonna do? It's it's suddenly like every single interest that they're basically having to work around or with, or all these like other big companies, like millions of people's jobs, like all that is just gonna suddenly melt away because you forced some politicians to do their best. Like, does he think politicians are smart people? Like, they are people who can speak well, for the most part, generally. That's it. They're not gonna suddenly find the correct path forward. They're not going to do that. That's not something that's going to happen. At best, what's probably going to end up happening is they'll just start enacting like whatever the hell that these people who have their kids, they'll be like, okay, I'll do whatever you want. Don't take my children, and then there'll be a bunch of pushback, and then who knows what the hell would happen. It will be a nightmare. Like, you can't force people to suddenly be more moral or better at their jobs. Like, it's just nonsense. If there was an easy, quick fix, something that they could do that wouldn't also harm, like, that it wouldn't have, like, bad side effects, like trade-offs that you can't live with, they probably would be doing it anyway, right? Something that would just be like, yeah, we can just do this and everyone will be happy, and then they'll like you more. Just freaking do it. Or it's like, oh, you can't do this because all these companies that like pay for all this shit, yeah, they're gonna stop doing it. Well, I mean, sometimes, yeah, it's going directly into their pockets. In fact, it's probably very frequently some of it is going directly into the pockets, but a lot of it also goes into other things. Like the government needs money to do stuff, right? I don't know. This feels like a problem that's so complicated that just there's no way a politician's going to be able to fix it. You would need an entire consortium of just fucking really smart people, and then you just give them infinite power and you tell them, this is what we have, work within these constraints, and then try fix this. That'll probably be the way forward. But those people aren't interested in rooting. I don't know.
Possibly.
Situation. But the environmentalists say that at least the kind of emergency that they would personally feel is the level of emergency, possibly more so, that we should feel collectively as a society with this problem that we're facing.
Potentially, but there are two huge things I would caution there. So one, on environmental stuff, we can hypothesize in this area because we're starting from a foundation of this assumption that every single step we take towards alleviating climate change is good. That's not necessarily true. There might be huge things that we could do to alleviate carbon emissions on the planet that would immediately make life worse for the bottom 50% of people. The Jordan Petersons love to talk about this. And it's true to some extent that the increased cost of green energy might make things worse for people that are at the bottom of society. Now, climate change activists will always hand wave this, go, oh, just tax the rich more, blah, blah, blah. But it's not that simple. You know it's not that simple. That's one part. The second part is the thing that I always caution people against, and I've done it multiple times here, is I always say that, like, whatever tactic that you allow, you need to imagine that it's also okay for other people to utilize this tactic. And you really need to question if, one, the tactic should be greenlit at all, and two, is this truly something that you think you have a right to protest in this way for? Because should it be the case, let's just say democratically, we just aren't paying that much attention to green energy. Should it be the case that, 5 people can abduct children and force the entire planet to go along with what they want? It was a minority of people in Canada that believed that the particular mandates that they had for COVID should end, and those people clogged up the traffic, all the truckers and everything, and they tried to bring the economy to a crawl. Should a few people have the right to dictate policy to the entire country just because they've got ways of protesting that grind everything down to a standstill? Like, we say this particular thing about climate change. What about something like veganism? Or what about something like should 16-year-olds have the right to vote in the United States? If children can work, why can't they vote? I can pay taxes. I can be affected by all of these policies. Like, you can pass all these laws that might impact me more than adults sometimes, and I don't have the right to vote. I should be able to abduct your children until you give me the right to actually go and vote at the ballot box. Because once you've greenlit it for climate change, like, you could, there's like...
I mean, it sounds almost ridiculous to think, but I mean, if you think about the amount of people who have engaged in all kinds of protests and illegal activities because they wanted representation, because they wanted to vote, throwing tea in the harbour or whatever it is, because they wanted to vote. The idea of, like, 16 and 17-year-olds waking up and suddenly being like, hold on, it is actually, like, morally abominable that we can't vote, to the level that they, start protesting. I mean, for the record, I'm not suggesting that we abduct anybody's children, but what I mean to say is that if the emergency were, like, because the question you were asking was, well, it's a complicated issue. It's not so straightforward as just, like, giving women the right to vote. What I was saying is, if hypothetically, doing my stupid pedantic philosophy thing again, if the people who had the power to do something felt it was enough of an emergency, I'm sure they could probably be doing more. But you're quite right to point out that that's not to say that the problem actually can in fact be solved, and then it's not going to make things worse in the short term.
I also think that on that point too, I think that it's important that the types of protests or actions that I would are going to dramatically depend on the type of society that you live in as well. It was another reason why I was critical of, like, the Bushnell protests, is that, like, this is a democracy. Like, I don't know if it's always appropriate to engage in those kinds of forms of radical protest, because more or less the government is, and I guess you can argue with some people at varying levels, is expressing the will of the people. Now, if you lived in an authoritarian regime, where the government was not expressing the will of the people as much, I could definitely see people, I could understand different types of protests. Like, I think it would be silly if you've got a government where like 80% of people feel a certain thing and 2% of people want to do another thing. I don't know if those 2% of people should be able to hold the government hostage and force people to force government to take that action. But if you live in an authoritarian regime where, like, 80 or 90% of the population want a thing, but the rulers are preventing it from happening, well, I can understand the protests at that point more.
Yeah. One thing I found really interesting when speaking to this Just Stop Oil guy, James Skeet, and I can't remember what episode number it was, but it was maybe about a year ago, was when I asked sort of, why are you doing this? Like, why do you find yourself sitting on the road at Grand Prix? There's this extraordinary scene of them at the snooker world championships where they climb up onto the snooker tables and cover the green felt with orange powder. It's amazing, some of the things that they're doing. And it was sort of like, we've been backed into a corner here. We've tried doing the voting and the protest. It doesn't work. We don't want to be here. We don't want to be doing this. We've literally got no other option. And I was like, well, of course you've got another option. You could commit violence. You could take hostages and demand that something happens. And they say, no, we would never. We're very clear about this. We don't engage in violent protest. And I was like, why not? Like, why not? Well, because, violence is wrong and immoral. Yeah, but, like, blocking traffic is, to a lesser degree, wrong and immoral. Like, damaging Stonehenge, like desecrating a pagan religious site is immoral and wrong, but look, man, we've been backed into a corner. We've got no other choice. What else can we possibly do? It's like, in principle, I couldn't see a reason why that wouldn't also apply to political violence, but here it comes again. They said, well, it's sort of like, this is just it's a principle. We don't do violent protest. But it seemed very strange that the justification for doing something which otherwise would be immoral and which they don't want to do was like, we've got no other choice. This is the only way to get it done. It's like, it's not. Usually you probably don't want to sort of face the fact that you could probably achieve a lot more by like taking hostages, right? You'd probably have more of an impact that way. But you've got this moral principle that says, I'm not going to do that, right? And it was really interesting to see that means that like, it can't just be as simple as like, we've been backed into a corner here and we've got nothing else to do. Like, again, to be clear, I'm not advocating that they commit political violence, and I think that political violence requires a lot more justification than, sitting in a road or something, but it seems so strange that they were just ruling that out in principle, even though it's still the case that they believe the planet is about to collapse and everyone's about to die and all of this kind of stuff, but it still seems that there are things you just wouldn't do, even if it genuinely is going to be so much worse.
Yeah, I'll always push people when they're alarmists like that. I think that people don't match their convictions all the time with what they truly know or understand. I'll do this a lot with conservatives, where it's like, I think the vote is going to be rigged. I don't trust the election. Blah, blah. It's like, okay, cool. Like, we should get a bunch of people together with assault rifles and rocket launchers, and we should go blow up the Capitol building. Like, we should do this because you truly believe, you really think that your country is being stolen from you. A fascist authoritarian leader is about to take over, and there's not like, would this not be like a worthy, admirable cause to engage in, like in actual insurrection? Wait, I thought I put my phone on. If somebody I think that sometimes people's convictions don't always match their predictions or what they're willing to stake on something. I talked about this before on my stream. Something I found happened that was really interesting. Somebody wrote about this. It was either Hume or somebody else. Some philosopher wrote something on this that matched my experience exactly. I was actually shocked. But basically, what I started feeling was, if you're going to be a political commentator and you're going to make these outlandish predictions, you need to be willing to stake some money on it. Otherwise, fuck you, okay? If you're going to come out and say something like, there's a 95% chance that XYZ happens, 95% chance, that means that you should be willing to give me like 1 to 20 on my money. 20 to 1 on my money. I'll bet you, $100, and if I'm right, you should give me $2,000. I'll give you $100 otherwise, okay? Or you need to scale back way. You need to scale back what the conviction on this particular thing you're saying.
And suddenly they start going, well, actually, I mean, I don't know, like, maybe this could happen.
No. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was a possibility. I thought one of two things happened. I thought they would tell me to fuck off, or I thought they'd foolishly accept, which very few people did.
Right.
Or they would just, that's it. Those are the only two things. What I didn't expect to happen is what did. This dramatically changed the way I view people, because now I think most people are or possess the faculty for like really elevated levels of like reason and rationality and all all this bullshit, and it's just social factors that are fucking it up. But what I find is that when I would challenge people like this, instead of freaking out or whatever, they suddenly became far more reasonable in ways that they illustrated that they actually had all the information in their head, and they were capable of evaluating it in a critical way, but they just weren't applying it before. Maybe going back to what I said before about if the three of us were to have a debate on whether or not we could fly, we could solve that very quickly. Because when you stake out strong political positions online, there's not an immediate test for them. So if you're wrong, it's not immediately felt. But I think that when somebody bets you on something, very immediately you're forced to confront reality in a way that you hadn't before. And now all of a sudden that 95% chance is it goes all the way back to a 55 or maybe 50%. Like, what do you think of the chances that Trump's gonna be president? It's like 100% chance. There's no way he loses. It's like, well, okay, he could get sick, I guess. Maybe something actually comes out that's bad. It's possible. Or maybe something is like, okay, so it was all here before. You just weren't using any of it. Like, yeah, that shocked me that people suddenly become far more reasonable than I realized.
Jai, how do we get that out of people more? I mean, if it's already all in there, I mean, you said a second ago it's social factors or whatever that sort of stop that from being realized. But like, how does that happen? If people are fundamentally rational and hold the rational capacities within them to make the right kinds of decisions, I mean, firstly, like, why is that not happening? And secondly, how do we bring that out without just going around, asking people to put their money on the line?
Yeah, I think it goes back to the what we were talking about, where we were talking about this near the beginning. But basically, people don't. I wouldn't care if people did the things they did if they were just aware of what they were doing. Like, people navigate the world assuming that we're evolved for like propositional logic. That's like what our brains evolved to do. Like if A, then B, and contrapositives and all these things. That's what our brain is evolved to do. But it's not. I think our brains are fundamentally things that are like seeking things that make us feel good about ourselves, because it helps us survive and helps us propagate our species. That's it. There might be times when not knowing the truth about a particular thing is advantageous. Personally, I think that truth is largely instrumental. We use it, like in the form of technology, as a way to take, information like science and apply it to our life to make us feel good or feel better. But as soon as that truth or scientific thing can't be applied in some way, I think we largely stop caring about it. Or if we can find a way to make untruthful things make us feel better, then we would gravitate to those almost instantaneously instead. It takes an unhuman, it takes a metacognitive commitment, contrary to your intuitions, to not eat the candy bar, or to go to the gym for an hour and work out, to do these things that are not fun, they don't feel good. Our senses weren't evolved to make us desire these things. We have to push ourselves in that way. And we understand this when it comes to things like health, but we don't understand this when it comes to things like our brain for some reason. So when I look at people in society, people largely inherit collections of beliefs from the social groups that they're in, and there's a lot of social pressure to believe in those particular things, and the particular things that you believe in are confusedly tied back to these like ethical positions that you've never even considered before, and then you go through life assuming the same of every other person, and that's more or less how every single person operates. And I think if people just knew that, we would already be like a million times better than people assuming that they're walking through life on some rock-solid moral foundation, unaware that if the constellation of beliefs of their particular social group were to change slightly, there would be directly contradictory to the supposed ethical position they hold, they would follow through with it the next day. But
and what does this, going to the brain gym look like in practice? I mean, someone says, okay, they're listening and they're like, okay, I want to be more aware of when I'm doing this, and I want to prevent against it. I mean, like, how do you do it? Is it a case of like just daily reminding yourself of the kind of person you are and the kind of brain you have? Are there like mantras you can say to yourself? Are there sort of epistemic principles that you can develop and instantiate?
I think you have to exercise in like actual critical thinking, where you are engaging like metacognitive processes that are trying to check against and for biases that every single human has. We can think about our thoughts. I think that's unique to humans. Yeah, we can think about it. We can consider the things that we're considering. It's really important. We know that there are certain pitfalls that we have, that we're more likely to agree with something that makes us feel good. So if you're watching something that makes you feel good, maybe be a little bit more critical about it. When I do research on stream, if I'm watching a video from Jordan Peterson, I know I'm primed to not like Jordan Peterson. And rather than pretend that I can rise above that, I'll write that down at the start of my notes. I don't like Jordan Peterson. So if he says something and I'm like, that's fucking wrong, I'll stop for a moment. It's like, okay, I know that I wanted to be wrong. Let me look this up, because I might just be thinking just because he said it. Like, there are points in an argument where you can get so upset that somebody can say 2 + 2 = 4, and you want to fight on that. And
you'd be like, well, it sort of depends. I mean, what if you're in base 10 or whatever? Like, there's always, and the thing is, if you go into a discussion or even just watching a bit of material, even if they're not in front of you, if you go in looking for them to be making mistakes, then they will. You'll find them. You're going to find what you're looking for. And I've noticed this. Like, I think about how I used to make YouTube videos, and my real bread and butter was response videos. And I'd see something that I wanted to respond to, and I'd cut it up and I'd put in my comments. And I remember I sort of used to look, and I still occasionally look for things to respond to, and you'll sort of. But at the time, it's really, you type in like atheism into YouTube and set the search results for the past week and just see if there's people saying things, and maybe I can find something to respond to. And I'm like, oh, this looks promising. Here's someone saying atheism is stupid, and it's a 10-minute long video. And I put it on, and there's no way whatsoever that I'm thinking to myself, okay, let me watch this and see if they're right. Like, there's just no way that I was thinking that in my head. I'm thinking, I'm going to watch this because I've got a very specific goal in mind, which is to find out where all the flaws are and make a video explaining them. Like, what am I doing? What the hell am I doing claiming to be someone who's like exploring ideas and this kind of stuff? If, without even realizing it, I am watching a video, like, and I've already decided that I'm not going to agree with this conclusion before I watched it. What's the point in watching it then, And I feel like people do that all the time in conversation, especially like you say, you listen to Jordan Peterson or whatever, or someone says, oh, that Jordan Peterson, he's such an idiot. I'm like, about everything? I mean, fair enough, some people are sort of idiots about like most things or many things, enough to call them an idiot, but I'm like, you think he's like an idiot? Like, what do you mean? You think he's like not very sharp? You think he can't string a sentence together? You mean like what exactly do you mean? Because when it comes to like, you know, people who are pretty smart, pretty intelligent. The problem with Jordan Peterson, if you don't like him and you don't like what he has to say, the problem is that he is smart.
Yeah.
And he does know how to put a sentence together, and he does know how to convince people, and he does know how to back up a point. And I feel like that sort of instantaneous, you know, pre-analysis, you sort of have this like, I know I'm going to disagree with this person. The problem is it's self-reinforcing, because you're right. If you know you're going to disagree with someone, then you do, you know? And it's kind of hard to break out of that.
Yeah, that's why you need to actually, like, I can always tell very quickly if I ask a person, like, oh, like, well, what do you do, you know, to be aware of this? Like, if you don't have, like, a concrete set of things that you do, then it's like, you're full of shit, you know? Because if you were aware, if you were trying to avoid these particular things, you would have answers and strategies that you, like, deploy every single time you approach a topic that would be more than just like the standard one that I hear people like, oh, like how do you not be biased about like how you cover media? I try to read media from a variety of sources. Bullshit. The fuck? That's like the bog standard fucking answer that every fucking person says. Like, tell me what do you act like? Okay, so if I give you like one Fox News article and one CNN article, how the fuck do you decide who's right or wrong on that? Like, you read both sources. Does that really give you like any kind of information?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or when it comes to like not falling into like cognitive pitfalls, and there's like
what you need is like a
there's like a whole bunch of things. Yeah.
Breakdown of
you should be able to argue both sides of anything that you feel strongly about with high levels of conviction, with astounding levels of steelmanship. Like, if I'm debating a particular topic, you better believe I can argue both sides of that better than the person that I'm arguing every single time. Because if I didn't know the best arguments on their side, what the fuck am I just hoping that they don't happen?
That's quite the proclamation. I'm able to argue other people's points better than they can. I hope that this is just him, like, you know, just talking shit off the cuff. There's no fucking way you believe that, right? Like, fuck off, dude, like this. How fucking awesome do you think you are? Holy shit, dude. That's... Okay, man.
And another one, we're in a debate because if he brings them up, I'm fucked. Like, that's not going to happen. Or if there's a particular thing that you believe in, you should always know, you should always have this in your mind. What would it take to move you or change your mind in a particular position? If you can't even fathom the answer to that, well, what do you? Is this a matter of faith to you? Then you're claiming this is, you know, like if, yeah. And there's a lot of things where when I start posing questions to myself like that, you know, like, well, what would it take to convince me that maybe Donald Trump is being charged unfairly with a crime, or what would it take to convince you that maybe Joe Biden isn't the best leader right now that ever? Like, what would if I can't even imagine an answer to that? Then it's like, oof, I'm probably a little bit too emotionally attached to these positions, and I need to like back up and reconsider things.
And here's something really interesting that I think we should keep in mind here on this point about changing minds. I was talking to Peter Boghossian on this podcast. I'm like so good at advertising my own podcast. I should give myself a brand deal. They we were talking about his method of street epistemology and how he'll ask people often, what would change your mind? And it's a difficult question, you know. Oh, you believe in God, what would change your mind? Oh man, God, that's such a big question. But he said it's kind of the wrong question to ask. The question to ask is, what would just make you like move closer towards that? Like, what you don't necessarily need to think what would actually make me abandon this position. What would just move me a bit further away from it? What would change me from 95% confidence to 90% confidence? And that's kind of a much easier question to answer. Like for an atheist, they might say, what would change your mind? Well, I have no idea what would make me believe in God. But like, I don't know, if it turned out that animal suffering was a complete illusion and they didn't actually feel any suffering, that would probably like raise my credence in it a little bit. And that makes, I think that's an easier task to fulfill, is what I mean.
Potentially, yeah, or it could reveal that somebody has a huge issue. There are these things, I call them transcendental entities. There are these things that when people have these ideas about a thing, it's interesting that sometimes it feels like there's actually no disconfirming evidence that they could ever be presented with, because there's some entity that transcends the whole problem that can actually account for any particular outcome that happens. A really good example of this would be the Tates. Okay? The Tates are innocent, and I know that they're innocent, and I know that the system is after them. The system is like the transcendental entity. The Tates are never going to be charged with a crime because everything that happened that was accused of them was bullshit. Okay? Well, that's a prediction that I'm making, but then the Tates do get charged with a crime. Well, of course they got charged with a crime. The system is fucking rigged, and of course they're gonna be charged. They're not gonna be convicted because all of this evidence is fucking bullshit. So there's no conviction because this is all, so, you know, a horse and punishment, blah, blah. Well, then they do get convicted. Well, of course they were gonna get convicted. The system is fucking rigged. It was always gonna come out again, right? You end up in this world, and I notice there are certain people that I debate where there's actually no form of disconfirming evidence ever because the overall, this transcendental idea is always accounting for every possible outcome where there's no way, when it comes to, you know, like the DOJ is rigged and it's always going to be unfair. Okay, but what about the fact that Hunter Biden just got convicted for some pretty insane crimes? Well, yeah, they're doing that because they don't want you to catch on to what's going on. Right. Wait, okay, well, like, you know, the CIA, the NSA, they do all these things. Like, well, why wouldn't they just get this one guy who's like the biggest person that complains about it? If they killed like Seth Rich and all these other people, well, they got him too. It'd be too obvious. Like, it's like they're simultaneously all powerful, all knowing, in control of everything, but then also like faltering and failing when it comes to like kids on the internet exposing their stuff. And like, yeah, it's one fan of mine, I don't know if there's a name for this fallacy. He said you should call it the all roads lead to Rome fallacy. But basically, like, literally no matter what happens, your particular theory makes no predictions.
I like
because
that. I like
every single thing that happens can be accounted for with your particular theory. Yeah, no, crazy. So when you ask, I have one thing that I do like this. I can't help it. I'm an atheist. But the way that it would manifest in me, and if you have a talk out of this, I would be very curious, is that question that you just asked of, well, what would actually prove to you that God exists? And I feel like for a lot of atheists, we have this idea about atheism to where if you were to give me any evidence towards God, what I would probably say is that wouldn't move me closer to believing in God. It would just move me closer to believing that I have schizophrenia.
Yeah, right. So this is the big problem. Is
for the materialist. Anything that can't be accounted for in a physical or material sense becomes delusion.
This famous moment in a debate between William Lane Craig and some kind of atheist apologist, if you like, and they're talking about the resurrection and how the disciples claimed to see Jesus after he died and all this kind of stuff. And the atheists are sort of saying, look, I think that they were possibly experiencing a delusion. They were delusional. You know, they didn't actually see it. They thought they were seeing it. And Craig's like, but really, I mean, they all said this. They all said they saw it. And he's like, no, just delusional. Later on in the debate, you know, Craig says, well, what would change your mind? And the guy's like, well, look, man, I mean, like, you know, if God, like, wrote in the sky and said, you know, here I am and you should worship me and use my name and all this kind of stuff, then, you know what, Dr. Craig, then I would believe in God. And Craig just says, oh, and he sort of goes, sort of like sits back in the chair, oh, are you sure about that? Are you sure you wouldn't just think that you were delusional? And the audience like erupts and laugh and clapping because like
he would think he's delusional. I would.
A lot of people will actually say this in a minute as well. It's like, really, like if I woke up and I heard an actual voice in my head saying, Alex, why are you persecuting me? I would probably think I've gone insane. I'd go to a hospital before I went to a church, let's put it that way. So because of that, it is worth considering what would actually change your mind. Because you often think as an atheist, like, well, okay, I mean, if God really wanted to let himself be known to me, he could just do it. He could do it with something like that. He could just speak to me right now. But if it is actually the case that you would, in fact, think that you were just being delusional, he'd have to do it in a more subtle manner. So, I mean, you're an atheist. Stephen, what do you think would change your mind?
I have no idea
about that.
I think that I think it's actually, I don't actually think it's an atheist religious thing. I think it's a fundamental challenge to materialism, to where for a materialist, anything that, like, the challenge is like, okay, well, here, you're going to show me some immaterial thing, prove it. It's like, well, how do you want me to prove an immaterial thing? Show me that I can measure it somehow. It's like, okay, well, here, now you can measure it. Well, now it's material. Fuck you. It's like, oh, okay, well, in that case, basically what you set up as a system, I'm not going to invoke Gödel because every time that's done is incorrect, so I won't do that. But what you've essentially done is you've created a system that can never, ever, ever be invalidated because either you have a way to account for it with the system itself, or anything that would be disconfirming is somehow subsumed into the system. So when it comes to having God write his name in the sky, you're accounting for that in a materialist sense by saying that neurons in your brain are misfiring, and that's why. So you can never be proven wrong on that. I just accept that that's the limit of my human cognition. Whatever God or whatever exists outside of conscious experience, I just fuck me.
Yeah,
that's the one freebie I'll give anybody on that. Yeah.
Okay, so outside of the God question, I mean, do you remember the last time that you changed your mind on something non-trivial, like what time you think it was? You know, like something of political significance. When was the last time you changed your mind?
The last time I changed my mind on something non-trivial, like for big political stuff over the past like 8 months, I feel like I've spent most of my time in the world of like Israel-Palestine study. And the thing is I think I've just like I've gotten better about not trying to stick out like the hardest positions, despite what some people might see in a clip that says otherwise. So I feel like I generally do good at navigating myself in a way that like I can be moved on something because I try to match my conviction with the level of information I have. And it's pretty rare now that I've got a high degree of information about something and I'll change completely, because that would demonstrate that I had a mismatched level of conviction for what I believed in. I think historically, probably the things I've moved the biggest on that I can remember is like I used to think that lobbying was like one of the most important things affecting the U.S. political system, and then I kind of got moved out of that with some arguments with a conservative friend. Prior to that was a while ago though. Oof, I'm trying to think if there are big things that I've moved on recently. Fuck, my chat would probably have some if they thought of any. Do you have any for you?
Well, I mean, it's a difficult question, and I ask. It's always a good sign if you can think of it, but also at the same time there might have been things you change your mind on, you sort of forget they're big things. So it's a difficult question. I don't mean to like ambush you with it. But,
no, it's okay.
But the interesting thing about it is that the more significant the change, I think, the less overnight it is.
Sometimes, yeah, for sure.
And so I mean, I think it's rare that somebody. Yeah, you have like religious conversions, but even those seem to be like the culmination of a long series of events. And so with these like huge shifts, you don't be like a lifelong Democrat for like your entire life, and like yesterday you were still like totally on board, and then overnight you're a Republican. It doesn't happen like that. And so
I think that something that I've tried to do over the past few years now that I think has probably kept me from having these big of a thing or this big of a change on things is I'm trying to like I really do try to match conviction with how much I know about a particular belief. Like I'll even say it on stream when I'm talking about like somebody will ask me like, oh, did you see about like this thing that came out in this report? And I was like, I think that this said this, but this is like a 30% for me. I think I read like a few paragraphs about it. Like I don't know that much. So if I'm wrong about it in the future, I can move off of it like pretty easily because I haven't like gotten mired down in defending it. So like there are going to be things around. I did a lot of debates relating to like COVID and vaccines and stuff like that. These types of debates, though, like I feel like, especially now because I'm used to getting clipped so much, this is even bled in my personal life, sometimes in negative ways, but I hedge a lot in a lot of the things that I say. So like I have a pretty strong belief right now, for instance, that I think that COVID or SARS-CoV-2, the virus, I think it came from the labs or the wet markets in Wuhan. I think there's been a decent amount of research that's like pointing in that direction. I'm aware that the U.S. intelligence agencies changed their perspective on it, where a couple of them are saying, well, actually, we've got some stuff and we think it actually came from the lab. If that were to change more in the future, then I would like change my mind accordingly. But I don't have this like strong ethical commitment to the wet markets and that being the place that the virus came from. I think because I'm trying to hedge and like map my conviction on more appropriately, it's pretty rare now that in the past few years that I have like a very high conviction belief that is like, oof, I was totally fucking
because
incorrect.
The conviction is getting better at tracking the available facts.
Yeah, I place a high level, not so much on being correct right now. Well, correct, I do place a high level on that, but I place a very high level on knowing where I'm at on a particular thing. Like if I have like 10 particular things, I don't care as much if I was right or wrong on them. What I care about is did my conviction match me ending up being right or wrong.
For sure, yeah. It's interesting that like what really counts is changing your mind as well, because when as I think Keynes says, when the facts change, my mind does too. And
what about you? Yeah.
And there's a sense in which, like, suppose you think that, like, you think vaccines are like totally safe, and you say everybody that maybe there should be vaccine mandates and all this kind of stuff, and then it comes out that actually vaccines are, have a 10-year delay, and then they're going to start arbitrarily killing people, right? You would probably suddenly stop telling people to take the vaccine. Have you changed your mind? Kind of no, because your position was always like, given that these are perfectly safe and beneficial, we should be taking them. That position hasn't actually changed. The only thing that's changed is the facts. And it changes how you behave, but it hasn't actually changed your like conviction at all.
Yeah. So this actually ties into what we were talking about earlier, where I said that people have this like normative confusion with their applied positions.
Yeah.
Exactly. Where they think like, personally, I don't give a fuck about vaccines. I care about public health, and I care about like ultimately like people being happy, healthy, and to be free from other people making them not healthy. So if you show me tomorrow that vaccines, have some delayed ticking time or whatever, I have no problem saying fuck all vaccines.
There's
fuck
no
it,
like, but what about my like vaccine principle? Like,
I don't have
talking
that.
about, man?
But since people don't do the work on that, they end up becoming way too attached to these applied political positions, and then they confuse them with the normative positions. And the more irritating part is that when you argue with them, because they've done that confusion and they don't even realize it, when you present your applied position, they assume the normative position and they don't even deal with your applied position. I might have a conversation with somebody and the topic is, we need to address home.
I need to understand these terms. Oh, I see. So what you'd like to happen versus, yeah. I see. Okay.
Okay.
I don't know if I can...
Homelessness in the United States. And they might say, I think that rent control is an essential thing that we need to help people afford apartments. And I go, I don't think rent control is actually that good. What they just heard me say was, I hate homeless people.
Right. Do you know, this has actually happened to me once when I was on the Piers Morgan show, and we were talking about the monarchy and why I don't think it's, at least UK monarchy is kind of self-defeating and stupid. And he said to me, what about Prince William's campaign to end homelessness? He just started this new campaign and put a lot of money in it. And I said, well, you know, that's fine, that's great, but it's nothing that he couldn't have done as a private citizen. To which he said, and I quote, what have you got against homeless people?
What about William's campaign at the moment to end homelessness?
Yeah, fantastic. Funded by what?
Funded by us.
And what's this, like £3 million pounds?
So you don't like his campaign against homeless?
I think it's wonderful.
What have you got against the homeless?
It's nothing he couldn't do as a private citizen.
We give him £22 million.
What do you have against the homeless?
What is it?
We give him £22 million. He can spend that on.
You don't want him to help the homeless?
What have you got against her? He said it like 3 times in a row. And the thing is, he wasn't joking.
No.
And I remember thinking afterwards, and I should have done this at the time, I remember thinking to myself, hold on. If I could have just been like, pause, no, shut up, everyone just be quiet for a second. I'm going to nail down on this one particular point. Right? I just said, we're just going to rewind this. I just said that in response to, you know, Prince William's new homelessness campaign, I said that it's nothing he couldn't have done as a private citizen. To which you responded, you thought an appropriate response was, what have you got against homeless people? Just stop for a second. I'm going to give you a chance to just rethink that, follow that line thread. Like, do you actually think that? And I'm almost certain that if we really slowed things down and I really got the opportunity to ask step by step, there's like no way that he's like repeating that. There's no way that he's being, there's no way, unless he tries to do some kind of hyper-rationalism where he's like, yeah, well, you know, I know that you think that, but because it sort of comes across this particular way, you're actually going to, you know, undo the monarchy, and that's going to have this effect, and that will actually end up badly affecting homeless people, and you should know that, therefore you must be against homeless. Like, fine, he could do that.
Yeah.
But I think more realistically, he's probably just going to go like, I mean, it's indefensible. You can't seriously think that I've got something against homeless people because I think that Prince William having a anti-homelessness campaign is not a good enough reason to uphold British monarchy. You cannot rationally think that. But even just saying that sentence that I just said takes longer than you get on the Piers Morgan show before it interrupts you, right?
And
but if you actually did it, they don't think that.
Maybe, but the big problem is a lot of the audience does too, because again, I think most people come to beliefs this way. Like it's very, very hard. And yeah, I've had so many debates, and I still have to start. I spend most of my time. It's funny because people say like, "Oh, debate's all just like rhetoric, and you just blah blah blah." And it's like, my rhetoric is my weakest point because I like the like, let's do the discrete, like disentangle this and that and that and that. And then sometimes like I'll get ahead of myself where I'll say something and then I realize like, fuck, I needed to go back and explain this properly. I had the big debate with Finkelstein and Rabbani over a point comes up relating to the definition of genocide. And as far as international law is concerned, genocide has two components. There's an actus reus, there's the action that you do, which is like one of 5 things. And then there's the mens rea component is a special intent, a dolo specialis, a highly special intent to eliminate a group of people in whole or in part. And both of those need to be met in order for it under international law to be genocide. And we were going back and forth. They're like, oh, well, you don't think, and one of the things I said was like, you could nuke the entire Gaza Strip and it might not necessarily be genocide. And in my mind, it's obvious because I've given the actus reus and there's no dolo specialis there.
Right.
But the average person is like, you think you could nuke and kill every single Gazan?
Yeah,
And it's not. And I realize that people here, it's like, that's fuck no.
Yeah.
So it's you have to navigate very carefully, and
That's
I think
an
you have to short
understandable
circuit.
confusion if somebody were to think that. Like if they heard you say that, oh, you could nuke the Gaza Strip and it would
Yeah,
be
but you have to
genocide.
understand. I gave an extreme example, but it's also I could hear a lot of people saying, like, why would you not like Prince Harry or William, or whatever the fuck, helping homeless people? What you just hate homeless people?
Yeah.
Like, there's no other possible reason. Like he could do it as a private citizen. He's not a private. He's a prince. Why? I don't understand. Right? That's the issue.
The difficulty is as well that even if somebody then came to you and said, well, hold on, you said that, like, you know, if Israel were to nuke Gaza, it wouldn't be genocide. And you'd say, well, no, hold on, I'm making this specific point about the definition of genocide, and you could like explain it, and they could say, but hold on, wait, I'm just gonna play this clip, and they play this clip of you saying, if you nuke Gaza, it wouldn't be genocide.
Necessarily be a genocide,
and they'll be like, but you just said it, and you're like, but you're not, they're so like, and maybe not just because they're like intentionally trying to misrepresent you or something, but because, like we were saying earlier, when you go in like looking for the mistake to make, they actually think you're making that mistake.
Yeah.
And if they only got rid of that preconception and thought, like, let's actually, instead of trying to look for mistakes in something I think, you know, might actually be kind of fine, let's try and look for what's good in what I otherwise think is actually going to be really, really bad. I'm going to try my very best to try and find any kernel of truth.
Sure.
Right, you can reverse this principle, whereas I would look at these videos and go, I'm going to look for any kernel of falsity that I can like latch onto and make a video about. We should be doing the opposite. And if they did that, then it would take like 5 seconds to clear up that confusion.
Yeah, but then you run into the problem before where for a lot of debate it's zero sum, like you did with the democracy. Yeah, because there's got to be a winner and a loser. I tried to do this in that same debate where I tried to short circuit that process, maybe in a way that you would, and it also didn't work, where we were arguing over one of my opponents, Muin Rabbani, tried to catch me. He's like, I watched one of your streams and you said that you don't think that Jim Crow in the United States would have counted as apartheid. And my response was, I don't think it would. I think apartheid is like a top-down system from the government, separating races. Jim Crow was like an informal collection of policies. And he was like, and I think I answered something like that. He's like, I just can't believe that you would say that you wouldn't think this. And I understand what's happening. And I asked him, I was like, do you think I support Jim Crow? And he was like, maybe you do. That what? Yeah, because I reject your comparison here. Do you think I'm supporting this thing? And that was the answer that he gave. And a lot of people that listened felt the same way. And I'm like, what?
Like, what would you like?
Yeah.
And luckily there, as you say, you have an audience. And so a moment like that is even if you don't win the other person over, but most people, we're quite lucky. I mean, a lot of people say to me, oh, how do you stay so calm in a debate? How do you not get really frustrated? And the truth is that I don't, right? Like, there are people in my private life that I have conversations with where, like, I'm just like, oh my God, you idiot. Like, you not understanding, I get, like, riled up and angry. We have this great sort of beautiful benefit where if I'm having a debate and somebody is being totally irrational, like frustratingly irrational, I can just be like, well, as long as they're being sufficiently irrational, if it's irrational enough to actually get me frustrated, it's irrational enough for everyone who's watching this, which is what I'm doing this for, to notice that. So I'm not going to wait. In fact, it's a good thing for me because, they're doing the work for me. Whereas if you take away the cameras and take away the audience, then I can imagine it gets a lot more frustrating. So we have that extra benefit that most people don't get to experience, which
potentially, depending on the size of your audience and everything too.
So I think it's more of a problem with something like that. Like when you say, but look, man, do you think I support Jim Crow? And they're like, yeah. It's like, in that environment, it's sort of like, all right, man. But in like over the dinner table at Thanksgiving, it's like, oh, for God's sake, like I'm about to get over there and smack you. So I think that people should, bear that in mind when they sort of compliment the virtue of debaters they see online managing to stay calm.
Which is another thing. That's why I bring up that, like, I think a lot of people arrive at their belief systems through social pressure and stuff because, people, like, I try to be relatively free of different pressures socially, but I can do that because I'm pretty isolated in my real life. Like, all my life goes into work and everything. And I try to remind people, like, yeah, like I can stake out these like really brave positions, but like it's my job to do it, and I don't incur much cost now that my fan base is large enough to support me. There's not really a big cost. It would be way braver to stake out a strong position on a particular social topic if your family was in the opposite, or if your social group, your friends were the opposite, your coworkers were the opposite. That's a much harder thing to do.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we finish, okay.
Did the resurrection happen?
I don't think the resurrection occurred.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so let me ask you a question. A perfect creator, is it possible for them to not desire something imperfect?
Is a perfect creator, I'm sorry, what?
There's a perfect creator that desires everything that's just perfect. How can they desire something imperfect, flawed?
Well, because maybe they want to get to know themselves. Maybe they want to see their own creation. Maybe they love
They
their
want to get to know them? Or he's all-knowing.
Can I finish talking here? Okay, maybe because God loved the world so much that his creation, which rebelled against him, given agency and free will, rebelled against them, then got eternal life that we actually deserve, and then sent his son on a rescue mission to save us from that. The church is the bride of Christ, will save us from damnation that we deserve. College is far from the bride of America. It's currently scamming the youth of this country and sending them into oblivion.
Didn't answer the question.
I did.
No, you didn't say how they could desire something imperfect.
Well, God can
We'll
do
talk
anything.
about that later.
God can do anything, so.
Oh, even something logically contradictory.
No, it's not logically contradictory.
To desire something imperfect.
Can an unstoppable object hit a unmovable force?
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight.
He handled that so badly. Like, honestly, he should have literally just been like, no, dude, this is really basic. Really basic. Let me explain. You're arguing for something that does not matter. It's irrelevant to the entire point. Whether you're 100% right or 100% wrong, it doesn't matter either way. We're talking about university or college or whatever. Ah, it's so dumb.
Great Arrow News for powering the fact checks in this.
Okay. What's your name?
Sam.
Nice.
I need to take a break from this shit. It's starting to melt my brain.
Hey, are you alright? You gonna use that item?
What? Go away.
I can barely afford rent, student loan payments, gas prices. What am I supposed to do? Quiet out there. Hey, look!
He's taking our string! Get your filthy hands off it!
That's our string!
That's my favorite string! Now don't touch our string!
Great, Rolana's gonna fit.
Yeah. It strings so often, dude. There's nothing better than butt string, though.
I mean, there's just nothing better. Like, it has to pass through the person's entire digestive system. That string is tough. First time I fought that guy, I mean, I think I one-shot him, but man, scary fight.
So, gonna be Elden Lord, eh? Does it have to be a tarnished, or?
Did he drink? Yeah, I think he does heal once. It's not like an S, it's like a one-time potion. Robin DiAngelo. Who's Robin DiAngelo? I want to watch this movie. I think it's gonna be kind of funny.
Oh dear, it really has been a brutal few weeks for the couple of hundred Rings of Power fans still clinging to the hope that this show actually has a viable future. From the collapsing ratings that have plummeted 50% from the season 1 premiere, not to mention the fact that less than 40% of the initial audience even bothered to finish season 1, to the scathing reviews from fans and audiences. Damn man, even the corporate access media has started to turn against the show, describing the latest episode as a rushed, jumbled slog. Which is kind of funny because not only are they totally right, but they're talking about arguably the least terrible episode in the show's entire history. This is as good as Rings of Power has ever gotten, and it still sucks. Tell me, what's been your favourite part of the season so far? The pointless meandering adventures of Isildork and Robin from the Hood? Discount Sam and Frodo pretending like they still have a reason to be in this story? The Númenóreans and their moob armor? A 1,000-year-old elf lord who's possibly the most gullible mark in Middle Earth? Galadriel, and yes, I'm totally stealing that one from Dark Hour, locked in a neck-and-neck race with Helena Shaw, Captain Marvel and Rey Skywalker to be the single most insufferable girl boss of all time? The way the script condenses events that originally spanned hundreds of years into the space of a couple of weeks? The way characters can teleport from one side of the world to the other in the space of a single episode with no explanation of how they got there? The idea that orcs are loving family men who just want to settle down and live in peace? The fact—
Wait, really? Orcs are literal abominations created through torturing elves. Did they really try to paint them as like tragic beings? And then what? Like the original Lord of the Rings is just it's a campaign by a bunch of racists are out to destroy the poor orc. The poor orcs. I don't know. I mean, if that's true, that's nonsense.
The fact that every single settlement, culture, nation, faction, and species contains the exact same mix of modern metropolitan ethnic diversity, so that everywhere in Middle-earth looks the same and completely destroys any sense that this is an actual believable world. I mean, really, there's just so much to choose from. This show's practically a step-by-step guide on how to produce the worst possible adaptation of one of the most respected and beloved IPs in the history of literature, and blow $1 billion in the process. Which I guess brings me along to the point of this video. See, recently Disney had a rare attack of common sense and wisely decided to cancel The Acolyte, to the shock and dismay of literally dozens of people. Now, much as I'd like to take credit for bringing down one of the most wildly unpopular shows in history, the reality is a lot more mundane. Not enough people watched it to justify the cost of making another season. It really is just simple economics when you get right down to it. The Acolyte wasn't worth the expense. The thing is, The Acolyte only cost $180 million, which is still fucking baffling when you realise how crap it looks. I mean, what the hell did they actually spend that on? It certainly wasn't acting lessons for Amanda Stenberg, I can tell you that much. But even so, that's a drop in the ocean compared to the colossal budget of Rings of Power, which was widely touted as the most expensive show in TV history in the run-up to release. As if just throwing obscene amounts of money at a project somehow makes it good by default, but whatever. But with so much money being pumped into it, the return has to be all the higher to justify it. I mean, Rings of Power can't just be the most popular show on Amazon, even though it isn't. It has to be the most popular show in the entire world. Rings of Power was created not just to be the next Game of Thrones, but to eclipse it, to be the thing that Game of Thrones and every other fantasy show was measured against. And instead, it's become a billion-dollar embarrassment that's actively harming the brand and draining money out of the company. It's become popular to hate on Rings of Power, for very valid reasons to be sure, and once the fanbase turns against you like that, it's almost impossible to win them back. And let's be real here, it's only going to get worse with each new season. Because so many people lost interest and failed to finish season 1, there were obviously far fewer around willing to come back for season 2. And considering season 2 hasn't exactly blown the gates of storytelling off their hinges, I'd expect even fewer people to come back for a potential 3rd season. Apathy really is the killer of properties like this. Once your show starts trending downward and people lose interest, there's really not much you can do to reverse it. I mean, I guess you could try recasting Sydney Sweeney as Galadriel and make her ride into battle topless. It might not change anything, but it would certainly make the show easier for me to watch. All of this begs the obvious question though, how long will it be before Jeff Bezos decides enough is enough? The rumours are already swirling that season 3 could be in doubt, and although Amazon tried to play it down and reassure people that they're committed to their plan, of course they would have to say that because season 2 is still going. Announcing a cancellation now would kill off even the remotest chance that they could turn the ratings around. But behind the scenes, I think they're going to take a long, hard look at their viewing figures once this season's over. From a purely business point of view, it makes absolutely no sense to keep pushing ahead with a product that clearly hasn't connected and isn't going to improve anytime soon. And from a creative standpoint, Lord of the Rings fans have already made it clear that they don't like this show, and the more Amazon makes of it, the more it'll turn people against the studio itself and harm future projects that might actually have more artistic merit. It's the Disney effect in action. People have turned against that entire brand to the point where every new project they put out is automatically scrutinised and distrusted by audiences that have been burned too many times already. And is that really the position you want your studio to be in? All of this is to say that while it can be admirable to stay the course and stick to your guns if you really believe in what you're doing, it can also be pretty fucking stupid to throw hundreds of millions of dollars away on something that clearly isn't working. It takes a more mature individual to admit when they're wrong, take the L, and move on to something better. And honestly, there has got to be something better to spend your money on than Rings of Power. Anyway, that's all I've got for today. Go away now.
I mean, that entire review was just, it's shit, and it probably won't go to season 3. Okay.
Milestone reached. After several pioneers started exhibiting traumatic responses to power blackouts, Fixit developed mitigation tools recommended by your local therapist. Power storages can hold excess power to delay or prevent blackouts in the eventuality that your factory's power consumption exceeds production. To simplify, these are rechargeable batteries. Power towers carry power lines for significantly greater distances than poles, facilitating factory expansion and exploitation of this environment for the good of Fixit and humanity.
I want to put these all around in like weird fucking spots. Like here and maybe like up there on top of the mountain. Like I want it, like, it doesn't feel good to put it in the sand. Like this just feels shit, dude. Yeah, maybe the first one has to be like here. What's the difference between 1 and 4? Ah, you can climb up 4. Yeah, I like that. I don't like how it's uneven. Person. That's true, actually. I should make it. Yeah, okay. I have a plan.
Nice to meet you. Let's define our terms. A woman is an adult female with XX chromosomes. You tell me, what is a woman?
I think a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman.
Got it. So that's not a definition. That's like saying a table is something that identifies as a table. Give me an objective definition of
No,
how...
it's not. A table is an object.
Well,
a table can't identify as anything. It doesn't have choice.
You have to give me an objective definition of what a woman is.
If I decided right now that I wanted to identify as a woman, I would be a woman.
Okay, but that's not... That doesn't...
It doesn't describe what a woman is. No one ever has an answer to this, and everyone talks around this issue like it makes sense. If I identify as a woman, I am a woman. Oh, okay, but what is that? A woman! It's obviously a woman. How can you be so dumb? A woman is a woman. If I say I'm a woman, I'm a woman. It's like, okay. But what is it? This thing that you're identifying as? What information are you trying to convey by telling people that you are a woman? What is it? What is it? What? You're telling me you're a woman. Okay, what should I do with that information? Oh, it's not for you. It's for me. It's okay. Should you be allowed to use women's bathrooms? Well, obviously. Well, then clearly it's not just for me anymore. It's for everybody. Everyone's got to look at your fucking dick when you go into the fucking women's bathroom, right? It's so fucking retarded. I don't understand this.
Doesn't answer the question.
I know, but right now I'm a man, right? So if that happened right now, I'd be a woman. So once a person makes the decision to identify as a woman,
got it. No,
they're a woman.
That's a separate issue. What is a woman?
That's the definition.
No, I know, but you have to tell me what.
A person who identifies themselves as a woman.
But you have to identify. How do you know that they are that thing?
How do I don't need to know what they are. I can ask them if I want to know.
But there needs to be. You need to tell me what that thing is, though.
Somebody who... Okay, sorry, we're not getting anywhere. We're not getting anywhere.
Well, no, it's important because it's like saying a giraffe is a thing that looks like a giraffe, or a coyote is a thing that looks like a coyote. It's called circular reasoning. You have to give me a actual definition.
I don't have to... I did give you a definition.
No, you said that a woman is something that thinks they're a woman. That doesn't give me a definition. That's simply...
It's so crazy. It's so fucking cuckoo bananas.
No, I mean, like, what makes that a definition?
Well done for telling him to fuck off.
Hello.
Hi.
Juliana?
Juliana,
I remember,
yeah.
Okay.
I don't necessarily think that you can define a woman just by her chromosomes. Women are so much more than that. They come in a variety of shapes, sizes, colors. And I don't necessarily think that you can count out somebody who's trans just because they don't have a certain set of chromosomes. There are also people who are born... I'm drawing a blank.
Okay. Intersex?
Yes.
So XXY or YYX?
Or just, or like
sure.
X0 with nothing.
So natural mutations upon the binary, essentially. Right?
Yes. So,
but they don't have both sex organs that both operate, right?
Yeah, but that also I don't think necessarily works, right? Because if it's X,
one is more
X,
dominant
and
than
there's
the other. So you're either more male or more female, right? So you might have both a penis and a vagina, but there's never been a case of someone who can impregnate themselves.
Okay. I also don't necessarily think that works for this situation, but I also want to say that one of my best friends is trans, and I would say that she's more of a woman than I am. I think that women define themselves by multiple things, not just their sex organs. If somebody asked me who I was as a woman, I would not say I have a vagina.
Totally fair.
I would.
No, I think you said something smart. So you said that person is more of a woman than you are. Therefore, you're grading off a definition of something accomplishes womanhood. What is that?
I think it's... Well, that's the thing, too. And I do think that gets a little complicated, right? Because there are social norms for a gender, but I do think we try to break that, right?
No, for sure. But you said that specific friend is more of a woman than you are. Why?
I think she's a better person than me. I think she
so
lives
women are
life.
better people?
She's a better woman than I am. I'm not saying women are better people.
But what makes a woman? Because you said she's more of a woman than you are. So I want to know what that definition is.
Right, okay. I'm gonna let somebody else go.
That's all good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Parker, what is a woman?
A woman is an adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex. Now, define a man. Define a man.
You're looking at one. XY chromosomes in a
Okay, but does God the Father have XY chromosomes prior to incarnation?
We literally have a religious
he's
topic
a
later.
father and he's he/him, but he's not a man?
We have a religious
Wait, so
topic
a man is someone with XY chromosomes, but he doesn't have XY chromosomes, yet he's still a man and he still uses preferred pronouns?
It's actually very interesting. In the original Hebrew, Adonai, do you know what Adonai is? It's the Hebrew word for God. It's actually genderless, but in the scriptures, they use he, right? And they use the masculine. Jesus Christ came to earth as a man, not as a woman, not as genderqueer. But let's go back to the...
But God the Father's a man, right? Because all fathers are men.
Well, first of all, there's a trinity. So God the Father is neither man nor woman. He is omniscient, omnipotent. He is all being on top.
So why do you use he?
Well, I did not. The scriptures do. You could use woman. You could say her. You could use him, but the way that the language is structured, again, it is so, God the Father is so above gender, it is so above any of our understanding.
Then why use
with
him?
Glory and understanding. Again, because you have to make a choice, either he or him or her in the original scriptures.
This fucking guy. Thank you, motherfucker. So this definition would work. This definition of a woman would work. A woman is just a person who adheres to what that specific society considers to be a woman, I guess. So if in your society a woman does this and that and the other thing, then that's a woman. But all societies, women are people who can give birth. In any society outside of probably the US and the UK, a woman is simply someone who can give birth. Because women dress differently, they have different personalities. They're so very different as people that really the only thing that you can tie together between two women are the fact that they can give birth. That's it. They're not going to dress the same. They're not going to act the same. They're not going to speak the same. They might be feminine and they might not be. So really the only thing that like ties them together is the fact that they can give birth. Because if I say I identify as a woman, and I say, what is that? Well, I identify as a person with all of these societal norms. And you're like, but you don't exhibit any of them. Oh, but I'm a woman anyway. It's like, okay, how does that work? So no, that definition doesn't exactly work because being a woman matters. That's the only reason why the definition doesn't really work, honestly. It's just because being a woman is something that is relevant. If it was irrelevant and it didn't fucking matter, then yeah. What? It's like me saying I'm a clown. Yeah, if I go and try and get hired by someone, I can just say I'm a bad clown. But there's no like laws protecting clowns. But there are provisions that we make specifically for women because they are vulnerable to certain things, like attacks from certain bad men. So, in that case, exactly who a woman is and why she needs that protection becomes quite relevant, right? Which is something that these guys can't articulate at all, because they're just insane. suicide explode bugs.
Let's go back to. I'm happy
some
to get
fathers aren't men and boys.
So
So some fathers are not men and boys, not men or boys.
I'm sorry.
Some fathers are not male.
No, of course they are. I'm not.
Wait, so God the Father's a male?
Come on, God the Father. So where do we get God the Father from? What Greek word?
From your scripture.
Well, from Abba, right, which is a very close personal term.
You're not answering my
right?
questions, and you're bringing up random language that doesn't matter.
Well, it actually does.
No,
okay?
it doesn't.
But let me get down to the root of it,
because he's not a man. You know he's not a man under your worldview. You still use his preferred pronouns. You still call him a man.
Christ is a
man.
man.
You don't do that with trans people because you're transphobic. That's why.
Okay, got it. But Christ is a man. I'm happy to get into the sexuality and
Before
gender
incarnation, he's not.
of the Trinity. Okay.
Before incarnation, there's no penis, there's no XY chromosomes, there's no small
hold on a
gametes.
second. Let's think about it. If that's correct, how is it then Jacob saw the face of God?
Okay, so if there's
hold on. If there was nothing for the incarnation, how did Jacob see the face of God? How did Jacob wrestle with God?
Characters can have faces without biology.
How did Jacob wrestle with God?
So okay, do you think that he has a body?
Well,
or was that a figurative notion of wrestle?
That's a mystery of the scriptures. I'm not here. Well, it is. I'm not here to debate theology. Can we go back to
so,
what we're talking
does he
about
actually have biology? You keep trying to pivot because you know this debunks you.
Well,
what biology does your God have?
This young man is so embarrassing because he probably is kind of smart, but his ideas make no sense. Why does it debunk him? What is the notion of whether God or Jesus or whatever is male or not when it comes to human society? Because a lot of the people that push back on whether someone can truly be a woman just because they say they are not Christian. Or maybe they're atheists. Like there's no fucking reason why you have to believe any of this shit. It's so embarrassing just listening to him trying to constantly shift this shit to Charlie's belief system. I mean, it really is just embarrassing. Like, why? It's because he can't argue against it logically, right? There's no other reason. There's no way that like it's just random bullshit. He literally can't argue against it logically. So where do you? Oh, that's how you do it. Neat. Anyway. Yeah, so I wanna actually. Can I research hyperloops? I want to try something. Hypertubes.
Milestone reached. By adding hypertube entrances at both ends of hypertubes, pioneers can achieve two-way travel between locations. They are also error% safer than jump pads. You dreamed of moving across factories like valued resources, such as rocks and water, and Fix-It listened to your dreams. We watched them. We took extensive notes. Hypertubes. Because Fix-It makes pioneers' closely monitored dreams come true.
Oh, dude. Can I, like, cheat? I'm gonna try cheat. Yeah. just one more. It's just it's slightly too high. Is there any other way to... Maybe like, if I go... Maybe if I, so for the last two, I can go half. It's always just gonna be slightly too low. I can't cut this in half. Fuck. Yeah. Well, okay, fine. Dude, I don't care. Yeah, I mean, you can slightly see it. I don't care though. I think this is what I'm gonna do. I think I'm gonna build these, and then I'm gonna set up a hypertube system along this shit. That's gonna take me to and from there. What a pain in the ass. Yeah, my OCD, I'm gonna have to abandon the OCD for a bit. Like, there's just no way. There's just no way that it's gonna work out.
Well, the one of Christ our Lord.
No, I meant
right?
before incarnation.
Well, to be honest, I don't quite know, and I don't think the scriptures
so you don't know what a man is?
Well,
you can't define what a man is?
It's a little opaque. Again, you're looking at a man.
But your video, the largest video on TikTok is, what is a woman, 20 million views? You don't know what a man is in your own worldview?
I said you're looking at a man, right?
Wait, but God the Father doesn't meet that criteria.
Am I looking at a man?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good. Just making
a man that's defeating you in a debate right now.
Okay, that's fine. So let me ask you a question.
Beating you in
so,
a debate, yes.
Do you think that anybody can become a woman?
I think...
This is... He's so fucking combative. Like, there's no... He's not there to think at all. He's there to attack. That's it. He's just attacking. He's attacking Charlie's viewpoints. That's it. And in his mind, he has to win. That's all. There's no other motivation. He's not thinking about anything else. He simply has to win. Just kind of silly. I don't know. At least I feel.
That anyone who meets my criteria is a woman.
What's your criteria again?
Again, adult human person that has a desire to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the female sex.
Can society ever be wrong?
Sure, but like it's a desire to be in accordance with a set of social and cultural norms.
Can I become black if I wear blackface?
No, because it's not a desire that you have to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms.
Wants to be black?
Because race is defined phenotypically based upon the expression to other people.
But by some standard, you're judging that.
Do you think there's a phenotypical expression of someone who's white and someone who's black? Like, I see you're white because of your phenotypical expression.
Right. So, but do you think, but Rachel Dolezal that said she is black and culturally black, is she black?
Does she have phenotypically characteristics we would associate
Define
with people who are
phenotypical. I'm not sure what that would.
Phenotypical. So, it's going to be the expression.
So
of
melanin
particular
content, one skin.
Yes.
Okay. So she could pass as a black person.
Wait. So she doesn't have the melanin content.
She's borderline.
No.
Heavily.
Okay. So then she's not black.
Okay. So you're able to say who is black and not black?
That's how we define it in society. No.
Okay, got it. So, but is there an objective definition of who is black?
Wait, language is all subjective. Linguistics professionals indicate it's subjective.
Language is all subjective?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh,
Every
really?
word you just used was created by other human beings that are engaging in conversation.
No, now
you might think it's created by God, but even then it's still subjective.
Got it. But now we're getting somewhere.
God's a subject.
Now we're getting somewhere. Is the word and the value behind murder objective or subjective?
Well, I think morality is subjective. But you think it's subjective too because it comes from God.
That's interesting.
Wait, does it come from God or independent of God?
Well, no, of course it comes from God. It's transcendent.
That's subjective. That's subjective. Yes, it is. No. If it comes from God, it's specifically subjective. If it comes independent of God, then it's objective. No, what you just told me is also compatible with moral anti-realism.
So let's go back to the Ten Commandments.
You don't understand metaethics.
Well, hold on a second.
What does subjective morality mean? What does it mean?
Subjective morality means that it comes in everybody's own opinion, their own form,
not dependent upon a stance.
Again,
God is a stance, and that's the truth of morality.
So if let's believe, do you believe in if everybody believed in the concept of God, the transcendent God, that there was a 10 commandments and we should live by them, right? Is that objective morality?
No. Just because people agree doesn't make it objective. Okay, then what, again, independent of a stance.
What is
agreeance is not independent of a stance.
What is objective morality? Sorry, thanks. We'll be back at it next time.
Mason, good to meet you.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice. They died. Defeating you in a... It's so embarrassing, dude. A guy that's defeating you in a debate. Like, again, like, he's not there to, like, understand anything. It's a battle. And he's gonna fucking win, bro. Like, I'm gonna win this shit, bro. This guy's my bitch, bro. I'm gonna fucking win. I was like, okay, you won. Congrats. Did anyone learn anything? Like, debate shouldn't be some kind of, like, fucking combat sport. It's not like chess. I defeated you. But that's the problem. That's the way most people deal with debate. They just treat it like, yeah, like a fucking combat of some kind. The wire is too long. Well, fuck. I'm gonna have to make one stop there. Oh, it's fine though, because we got this far, so. I just head back.
So I think it's a little scummy that you're plagiarizing the whole Matt Walsh thing. Like your thing is the worship of Israel and everything like that.
I pay him
like,
royalties.
Okay, for sure. Well, do you want to talk about sex first, or do you want to talk about gender?
I don't think gender exists. I think it's a term that John Money and Judith Butler created over the last 40 years that basically is a filler for personality.
Okay, well, if we're talking about sex, which it seems like you're saying is the exact
There's
same
a fucking
thing,
cool-ass
would you say
cave
sex is
behind
binary
you.
by definition?
For sure, yes, absolutely.
Okay, so you're
with
already
the-
incorrect.
with the
Like sex is not binary, it's
schloopity-doopity or whatever the hell
bimodal.
this
So if
thing's
you look at a
called. This is
distribution
awesome.
graph, we're going to see people in two camps majority of the time, but there are going to be
Right, but
externalities on both ends of the spectrum and in the middle.
For example, like
so we already talked about
right.
intersex. Correct.
However, with intersex though, they are mutations of a binary, correct?
No, we're talking about.
Hold on, but
we're talking about an entire spectrum.
Which sex
you're
organ
by
is
definition
dominant, though?
defeating your expression of what a binary is by saying that there are externalities.
But let me ask you a question. That like XXY.
Charlie,
example,
you're
what-
trying
what-
to create this
what-
own box and then use any examples that are outside of that
No, but
box
you brought
to
up
justify that box again.
You brought up intersex.
We're talking about reality.
You brought up intersex.
Okay.
What sex organs? Which one is more dominant?
What do you mean?
In an XXY situation.
Can you explain your point of view?
Yeah, I
on
mean,
that?
obviously you have more female characteristics and male characteristics in an XXY, or it might be YYX. One of the two. The point is that you do not have both.
We could see people with female reproductive organs that have XY, and we can see the vice versa, people with male reproductive organs that have XX.
So I think you said something about gender, though. I think that's more interesting to get into.
Okay,
Do you understand how the conversation?
So we're moving off of sex because you're ceding that argument.
No, I'm not ceding it.
Okay.
You want to keep going into it?
We can, if you'd
Oh,
like.
okay, so besides male and female, what categories exist?
We have people that are intersex. We have people that are on the other ends of the bimodal distribution
Like-
graph. Are you aware what bimodal means versus binary?
Somewhat of an understanding.
Okay, well,
So
you can be
I'm-
presented with a graph after this by the people that you brought with you, but it's actually a bimodal
So
distribution.
just like constantly going to condescending type talk is not going to be fruitful.
I'm just
here,
trying to match
but,
your
like-
energy with the people that you treated that were trying to have a
Got it.
conversation.
So
Talking. It
trans
seems
women
like-
are not women. Do you
Okay.
agree with that?
I would say that trans women are women because people that exist under the category of women, people that exist under the category of men, are still
Got
humans.
it. So that category, how is that defined?
Well, I wouldn't limit it to things like genitals or things like chromosomes, which it seems like you want to do. What type of genitals would you say I have, since
I
you're
don't
so
know.
obsessed with genitals?
I'm not obsessed with genitals, but I could do a blood sampling right now and I could see exactly what you are because every single one of your trillions of cells are either coded with XX or XY. No matter how much surgery, whatever. I think that you are man, but you could fool me. You could take hormones. You could play camouflage. Like I could fool you to be Hispanic if I had the right Hollywood makeup director. That doesn't mean that you are the thing, though.
But you're going from an objective biological perspective, which we've already talked about with sex. I'm talking about a social construct or a social utility.
Yeah. So
like if we were at a restaurant, right? I'm
think-
sitting down
I think
at
you're a man.
and I'm sitting down at the table, and you're telling the waiter, "Hey, I want to go sit with blank." What would you use?
With
He
you?
doesn't know my name. Yeah.
Well,
So I'm
with-
sitting
with
over there.
That guy.
Yeah.
Yes, correct.
That guy. You're going to typically use he or him, or you're going to say that guy, like you just said.
Correct.
Because you're ascribing the male gender to me based on my
Yes, and
performative
I
characteristics.
say I could be an error. Maybe you are a biological woman.
And then you
that
correct
takes-
yourself, right?
That take maybe not.
So that's what that is
that's-
exactly what we're
well,
trying to say.
hold on,
Is,
so the question is that do you think that womanhood can then be assumed just through costume design?
it's not costume design.
What is it then?
It's performative social characteristics.
Performative. So you could
yes,
you could act
that's
it.
what gender is.
Okay,
great
got
job.
it. So you
Yes.
could it's like a theater troupe.
It's not a theater troupe. These are social. These are social
womanhood
categories.
can be appropriated.
No, they're categories. That's
so,
what it is.
So there's nothing inherent about the chromosomes. There's nothing that.
Correct. Yes.
Wow, we disagree. So there's nothing inherent about having a period or being able to give birth or the specific hormonal makeup.
In different cultures, we've ascribed that to womanhood. If you go back to other cultures spanning thousands of years,
for sure.
you'll see a difference when it
I
comes
know.
to those
Like
types
for
of
example, the
categories.
Mayans had plenty of people that were schizophrenic, right? So that means nothing to me, right?
Okay,
So-
we have people that say they're hearing things from God. Would you say that's schizophrenic?
Well, not necessarily. It built Western civilization and
Okay,
common
cool.
law and due process and
All right.
individual rights.
I just
and
wanted to hear that your
defense of the unborn and the greatest civilization ever. You know, that voice from God happened to build the greatest nation ever to exist in the history of the world. That's
okay.
fine.
I think the Mayans would say the same thing. That's the problem with presuppositional arguments.
Yeah, let's go down.
Is that you could say
Can
anything.
we go visit?
I mean, God's telling me right now that
the
you're a
Mayan
fish.
nation?
You think that's real?
Can we go visit the Mayan nation? They didn't last that long. Did they?
Yeah, over killing and violence, and you can justify that if you like.
You mean all the
Like,
child
get into it.
sacrifice
And this
they
is the
did on the top
condescending
of
tone that
temples?
why I'm trying to match it is because
You mean
I'm-
all the child sacrifice the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incans did on the top of temples? Great
Do
civilization.
you want to go back in the
But-
Old Testament? Let's bring Parker up in here
But-
and talk about
hold
all
on,
the
wait,
child
hold on, no.
child marriage,
Wait, hold
and we
on,
can talk
wait,
about the justification of rape.
Where was child sacrifice ever in the Bible?
When Isaac was almost fucking sacrificed
Well, hold
by
on.
his dad.
He wasn't though, because at the beginning of
Yeah,
Genesis,
so God just
hold
said
on.
like, nah, just kidding, dog.
Yeah,
Don't actually
you know
kill
why?
your son.
Because at the
Oh boy. Mistakes were made. Bitch. Sick. Okay. So, is DE what we don't need? I'll have to see.
What is that? Is that iron? What is it? Copper? Caterium? Oh, it's caterium. What the fuck do I need caterium here for, though? You can make wire from caterium, though. Maybe I might need wire here later. Could be.
Beginning of Genesis 16 said, I'm going to test
to prove
Abraham.
obedience.
Yeah, that's
correct.
right. So now you know it. So actually, there was no child sacrifice in the Bible. It was a prohibition on child sacrifice in the Bible. But anyway, that's a little bit of a rabbit hole. Do you understand at least? Can you sympathize with our perspective?
Okay.
That
I'll calm it down a little bit. I apologize for the condescension.
No, it's fine. I mean, but you're doing it's fine. But like, did you see where this could get wildly out of control? At least on the extreme.
I don't see how it get out of control because
even in sports, for example, you think that there's no.
So this is something that we might be able to agree upon, right? Sports were not archaeologically dug up, right? The rules of sports, they are things that we've created as a society. We have decided as a society the most fair categorization is male sports and female sports. Now, as we've been able to understand, or at least bring into the forefront, people who don't identify with the binary, we still have to allow all people that are women in the women's category and all men that are men in the women's category. That includes cis and trans. If you'd like to change that category because you think it's unfair, we can do that. That's what's awesome about arbitrary rules, is we can decide hormones.
I might not know this, but like when the Greeks started the Olympics 2,000 years ago, did they have like a bunch of dudes wrestling with women?
I don't even think they allowed women to compete.
Well,
I might be wrong on that,
but that kind of proves the point, though, that there was a...
Yeah, and what did we do to allow women? We changed the rules.
Right, no, but that, by definition, therefore, there is something from body composition, bone mass, lung density, testosterone, and estrogen rates, so endocrinology is different.
If you'd say the majority of males in the bimodal distribution graph, we're going back to that, you can say, hey, we want this level of hormones in this particular category, and we can separate it by hormones. I agree with you that a majority of men or majority of cis men are...
You got to be like 99.9%.
I don't know, Ronda Rousey could kick my ass, I will say that.
No, for sure, but I mean, but could she kick Conor McGregor's ass?
Well, now we're talking about the peaks, right?
But she's at the peak
of cisgender.
No, because you're talking about the peaks of two different categories in the same sort of...
Right, because why? She's a cis woman.
Well, she's a cis woman and
he's
a
cis man.
But yes, and he could kick her tail, right?
Yes, I would agree.
Oh, okay, for sure, right?
Because cis men and cis women have different hormone levels. If you want to change the hormones, we can change the categorization. But you're saying that you want men and women, bar none, and you say that's the most fair category. Then we have to allow all women and all men.
But again, those things don't. So I just want to be clear. So because I think I'm tracking your argument, is that in the University of Pennsylvania swim team, when Thomas swam against biological women, you're perfectly fine with that.
I think as long as we have the categories that way.
Thanks.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. I want to get him in. This isn't debated yet. No, you're fine. You're fine. Here. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Preeti. Nice to meet
Brittany,
you.
nice to meet you. Go ahead.
Preeti.
Preeti,
P-R-E-E-T.
I'm sorry.
You're totally
yeah.
Okay, so I kind of want to go back to a little earlier. You said that Parker has lower T than you. So would you say?
It's a joke.
Yeah. No.
Right.
I'm fully aware it's a joke. But I guess on that point, do you think that T has to do, or testosterone has to do with your manhood?
No. Well, yes and no. I mean, if you are looking at typical testosterone estrogen rates of women, they are far different than those of men. But for example, your testosterone rate goes down when you have children. For example, when you're a man, that doesn't make you less of a man. They go down by about 400 points.
Okay, but when we were talking earlier about sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you were saying that the reason why it's unfair for for example, a trans woman who used to be a man to be competing in women's sports, you cited that they have higher testosterone levels.
One of about 50 characteristics. Also lung density. Their men's hearts are bigger. Okay. We have greater bone density, muscle mass.
Okay,
tend to be faster, tend to be stronger.
I understand. But those factors all come from the hormones during the development process, correct?
No, not necessarily. No.
I mean, most of them do.
Well, not all of them. So for example, you could try to pump a young girl's body with testosterone at 8 years old, and you can get them stronger. You cannot necessarily get them on par with a biological male at puberty. You cannot. You could try.
Okay, but
because there's something in the coding of our genetics.
Right. The coding of our genetics, which is often controlled by different I guess parts of our DNA and also the hormones that are produced that affect the effective coding of how
we're more than endocrinology,
produced.
But it's a big part. Because for example, if you just give a kid testosterone, that doesn't even get them close to becoming a male, or estrogen giving them a female.
Okay.
They might get characteristics that are close to that.
Right. Okay.
But it doesn't. For example,
but I mean,
let me,
like, there's no perfect image of like this is what a female looks like. This is what a male looks like. Like
but
we
for
all get our
example-
periods at different ages. Some of us and also like for example, like there are many circumstances where womanhood is just not one thing, right? It's a multitude of experiences
for
that
sure.
every single person.
Can you define what womanhood is? That's an interesting question for you.
Well, no, I can't define what womanhood is. And the reason why is because it's something that's an individual experience for every single person, right? Like my experiences, what I have experienced throughout my life is not going to be the same as another woman who may have grown up in a different
We
environment.
have disagreement, but not clarity. I say that being a woman or womanhood is an objective thing.
Right. But
It's objective outside of one's own opinions or experiences.
So, but are we at the point where we're discussing where this is like not something based on your chromosomes, but something maybe based on a construct?
Well, no, it also can be objectively witnessed in empirical ways, in biological ways, in scientific ways.
Okay. So to clarify, we're still discussing whether womanhood is on chromosomes or not.
If you'd like to discuss that, it's deeper than just chromosomes. But
Right,
yes.
right. I'm just trying
I mean,
to define exactly.
For example,
where this
if we look
debate
at
is
SPECT scans or brain scans of men and women, 98% of the time, artificial intelligence can tell you which one is the men and which one is the female.
Okay.
So our different parts of our brains fire. So
Okay,
for
so-
men, for example, our amygdalas are not as high working as women. You know what amygdala is the threat assessment part.
So
of your brain.
obviously, like your birth, so there's a difference between the concept of what sex is, which is a biological aspect, and what gender is, which is a social construct.
I
right?
reject gender completely as a different word. It's really
Okay, so
personality.
that's where the debate is.
Yes.
Is the existence of gender.
Gender means personality.
Okay.
I don't doubt that biological men might
How
have
would you
feminine
how would you
type
define
characteristics.
race on that point?
How would I define race?
How would you define race?
Well, race is a very difficult topic.
Okay, because
I should be able to just keep going here, right? Oh, okay, sick. Nice.
I think that it's a really important thing to discuss when it comes to terms of this.
If I draw blood,
is it ethnic lines?
If you have a blood sample of a black individual and a white individual, I can't tell you which one is which. If I have a blood sample of a man and a woman, I can tell you which one is which, just by running very simple elementary blood tests. So, for example, if there was a Hispanic or a white, there is no difference in
why
the genetic
is it?
coding. There just isn't.
Why is
we don't
it?
see.
Okay, now if I wanted to, I could set up the Hyperloop the way I want to. Which is nonsense. No one should ever set it up that way. But that's the way I want to set it up. Okay. I think putting in this effort now on the grid system will make things line up much nicer later. Kind of. Sort of. Anyway. Do I care about the blueprint gun thing? Not yet, I don't think. Vehicular transport. This is cool because you get inventory slots. That's about it. I'll do that later. Okay. Okay, so versatile framework is that and that. Smart plating is that and that. Automated wiring is wires and stators are... Oh my god, dude. least I don't have to make encased beams, but shit, dude. This is gonna be hard. There's no ways I'm putting a truck together to go down there. There's no way. I'm just gonna ferry this stuff across with my body. But shit, man. I can do alternate rotors, right? Yeah. I think that's the play. I think I upgrade that metal pod that is making the rotors right now. Oh, this is just faster. It just makes them faster. Interesting. I can switch this later, but I think the one way you use, I think there's one way you just literally just use encased beams to make these, and it makes it much faster. Yeah, I really need to expand my rotor making thing because I need so many. No, I only need 100? Oh, no, I need 1,000. What am I saying? I only need 100 automated wiring. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to expand my copper plant. Like, I need to make it like much bigger. Which is fine, because it's a normal one, right? When I redo it, I get to redo like all the power and shit. There you go. So 120 per minute. That means I can feed 4, right? 4 is 120 per minute. Just gonna add more of this shit quickly, just so the stuff doesn't stop. While I redo this. Anyway, so this thing eats 20, this thing eats 15, these things produce 30. I can be inefficient with this as long as I get the proportions right. That means I can run, so 2 of these making wire would be 30. 2 of these would be slightly over, and 2 of these. Yeah, so I can do it. I think I don't need as much cable. So I can do like 1 cable 2 sheets and 2 wire. Yeah, I can do that. Just need to add 2 more on either side. Yeah, we can do that. We just expand it a little bit that way. And then I can tie it up with... I already forgot. Wait, just make it. Shit. So what I need to make stators. Okay, that I can just make like with random bullshit. I need the copper sheets to tie up with the metal place. The metal place, which is... This one's making rotors, right? I'll amp this one and I'll shove it in there on the edge. And we'll combine the... Yeah, so this guy's making rotors. I don't have 1,000. So I'll just change everything here to be making just bolts, and then I'll run the bolts along to there where I'll be making sheets, and then I'll make rotors on the side. So that works. Could I do it upstairs, maybe? I mean, I could. I'm gonna have to redo all this stuff later when I get, what's it called? Refineries? I don't remember what they're called.
Important that someone's okay.
My next claim is that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate. A lot of competition, Mason.
Yeah, exactly.
Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Can I define what a DEI candidate is?
I think that you're going to say because she's black and she's a woman, she was appointed because Joe Biden promised that, and it's not a testament to her
Not
success.
only that, but also in her getting the nomination of the Democrat Party, they said repeatedly, we do not want to pass over a black female.
Okay.
So just those 2 things, but the first one is stronger. You're right. Joe Biden said, I'm going to put on my vice presidency a black female.
Right.
So his criteria was, yeah, and that was like Karen Bass and Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So she was not chosen because of her intellect or her accomplishments or because of any of that. It was because she happened to fit a couple boxes. In fact, Amy Klobuchar, the vetting at the time was that Amy Klobuchar would have been a better VP, and Kamala ended up getting it. So it's just a statement of fact that she is there not because of her brilliance or accomplishments, but because of her ethnicity.
So Kamala Harris, first and foremost, there are a lot of criticisms that you can give to her on why she wouldn't be an effective president. It shouldn't be because she's a woman or because she's black. And it seems to be that you're saying that.
No, I just want people to understand and agree she didn't earn this.
She absolutely did. She has a career where she's been not only a DEA.
DEI stands for
one of the biggest.
Didn't earn it, just so we're clear. But like
it stands for diversity, equity, inclusion. I like the meme though.
I know what it is. But do you at least admit and acknowledge that when Joe Biden was searching for a VP, he cared more about skin color and a female than the smartest, best person?
So the whole conversation with this affirmative action with DEI, the whole reason why people bring it in is to make this imaginary scenario that there's a super qualified white man who was overpassed by this unqualified, stupid, idiot person of color. Which is such a terrible analogy because it's not true.
His own team
It's absolutely not true.
Mason,
that's not what it is. Joe Biden did not say, I'm going to choose an unqualified person and just offend him because she's black.
His own team
He's
said
saying that I'm going to have 2 qualified people. If one comes from a different experience, it might be better to have a diversity and have a better perception.
He said
in forms of
government. He said at the South Carolina debate that I will pick a black woman as my vice president. Secondly, Amy Klobuchar came out...
Is this a random black woman that you plucked off the street? Or is this a qualified DEA general attorney who's had a decorated career leading government positions? But you keep rambling about things that just aren't relevant to what we're talking about.
It is relevant. Amy Klobuchar in vetting came across as the more qualified candidate.
Why?
Because they said Kamala Harris wasn't very smart, wasn't very bright. That's their own vetting documents. From who? Joe Biden's own vetting documents
So
show.
why would he go against that?
Because the base of the Democrat Party demands tribal politics and DEI politics over competency.
That's completely inaccurate.
He stated Jim Clyburn said, "I will only endorse you in the South Carolina primary if you say that you're going to put a black person, preferably a black female, on your ticket with you." Therefore, you winnow the entire universe down and say, "I'm only going to choose from this criteria." And let's just think more broadly. If you're about to have heart surgery, would you rather have a heart surgeon that's good and excellent, knows what he's doing, or someone that is a black female?
So,
and being president's more important than being a heart surgeon.
Aren't you on record saying that you'd be terrified if there was a black pilot that was flying
Yes,
your
I did
airplane?
say that, but why?
Okay.
What was the full quote?
I personally, I don't know. If you want to expand on that.
Yeah, so this ties into this. United Airlines said that half of all their new hirees are going to be black or women, and that standards and pursuit of excellence is not going to be taken as seriously as diversity. When I'm flying a plane, I want to know my pilot is there because they're a good pilot, not because they fit some DEI box.
Damn it, I wish we could have a better conversation.
I'm sorry, man. Fast, man.
Okay, so let's say that Kamala Harris was a DEI hire as vice president. Do you think she's also a DEI hire as the presidential nominee for the Democratic Party?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, they decided to go to her almost immediately because she is the VP, but also because she fits some criteria boxes. But let me ask you.
You don't think it's because Joe Biden nominated or said...
No, for sure, that's part of it. Of course it is. But let me ask you, what's her greatest achievement or accomplishment?
Her greatest achievement or accomplishment? I'd say her greatest achievement or accomplishment is completely destroying the Republican Party within like 2 weeks of being nominated. Like in the polls, she's just absolutely...
Huh? Sorry. How are you? Nice to see you. What's your name?
Amanda.
Amanda.
So you believe because Kamala is black and a woman, she was chosen for
It's not
vice
my own
president?
belief. Her own team, Joe Biden said that. He said,
Joe Biden said that?
Yeah, he said, I'm first, because beforehand he said, I'm going to choose a black female for vice president. He didn't say, I'm going to choose the most gifted or the most talented or the most accomplished. He said, I'm going to choose a black female. And so by definition, that is DEI.
That is not the definition of DEI. By him saying that he was going to choose a black female, that could insinuate that he already had Kamala in mind for the role. No way does that insinuate that she's DEI.
Well, what is DEI then?
DEI would be...
Choosing somebody based on their race?
No, it's giving people of color the opportunity to be welcomed into spaces in which they typically
Like Kamala
aren't
Harris.
able to get
There's
into.
never been a female black vice president.
And why do you think that is?
Well, not why. You just said that's DEI.
That...
So by definition, she's DEI.
Okay, so she represents that diversity within the government,
Well,
is
no,
what
but
you're
you're
saying.
saying she got elevated because she was a black female. Because
If that were the case, I'd be the president right now.
do you think Kamala Harris was chosen because of her intelligence?
Her qualifications and her intelligence.
Really? Wow.
If you
What's her
compare a
what's her
speech
greatest
with Kamala,
what's her greatest
probably
accomplishment?
being prosecutor within the Northern Californian
Oh, really?
area.
You mean letting out violent criminals and turning San Francisco one of the most murderous, dangerous, arson-filled, homeless-filled slums in the country?
Wow.
That's her greatest accomplishment?
See, I actually went to UC Berkeley, so I lived there. I don't know if you did. I went around the area.
Berkeley is a slum.
Berkeley is a slum. Have you stepped into Berkeley?
Yes, I have. You think Oakland and Berkeley?
Have you lived in Berkeley? I've lived in Oakland as well.
do you think-
You're basing your
You think the Bay
information...
Area is like a good area in this country?
I'm from Vegas, so I'm not from the Bay. Born and raised in Vegas and went to UC Berkeley. Just graduated this year. What you're saying, literally in no way, shape,
So I
or
just
form
want to be
makes
clear.
sense.
So you think her overseeing San Francisco becoming the laughingstock of the country
San
is her greatest
Francisco is not
accomplishment?
the laughingstock of the country. If anything, that's Florida. No offense. But
Wait, hold on. If that's the case, why are millions of people moving to Florida and millions of people leaving California?
because there are cheaper rates there. People are moving to Las Vegas.
hold on.
Las Vegas is
hold on a
exchange as a
second.
whole.
It's cheaper because it's a better run state, and we don't give money to
Listen, Northern
illegals,
California
and we have
is
better
not
schools and
all.
lower
Northern
crime.
California is not the entirety of California.
Hold on a second, but
there's Southern California, Northern California.
why
you
is
know,
it that
it's
so
a
many
very big
businesses
state.
are leaving San Francisco if she did such a great job lowering crime?
Do you know businesses go where things are cheapest to operate?
Why are they cheaper? Because they're better run states.
Do you realize that California is one of the most populated states within the U.S.? So obviously
So is
costs are going to
Texas
be
and
higher.
California.
Not only that, but land within this state is also very,
Yes.
very minimal. So that's
Well, hold on, you have tons of land. You're one of the biggest states.
yes,
in
it
the
is
country.
one of the biggest lands. But do you also take into account the population that's here?
Yes.
And due
Florida
to that,
and Texas have a greater combined population than California, and California has more population and more land mass than Florida. Why is it that San Francisco has a declining population and Miami, Tampa, Orlando have an increasing population?
what does this have to do with DEI?
Because she ran San Francisco poorly, and she was chosen as a VP because she was a black
She
woman.
didn't run San Francisco poorly.
She was the DA of San Francisco.
So
and then
she's prosecuted.
And then she became the AG of California, where crime went up, homelessness went up, arson went up, kidnapping went
She's
up,
not the
murder went up.
police.
Hold
Isn't
on.
that the job of
Hold
the
on a
police
second.
to get the criminals and for her?
The attorney general of the state is the top cop of the state.
Yes.
And what did she do to lower crime in California?
She convicted those who were guilty.
Why did crime go up?
Because as the population increases and
Then-
this
Got it. So
economy gets
why-
worse, no.
why is
as
Flor-
the
why is
economy gets
Florida's
worse,
crime rate going
people
down?
are becoming more and more desperate, which leads to paths of crime.
Thank you.
Okay, so they've agreed that the population is decreasing because people are leaving, going to a different state, and then she's saying that the population is increasing and creating more crime. I don't really understand what's happening over there. I gotta be honest. Anyway. Okay, so what do we do here? I'm thinking... I redo this whole idea, right? I put this shit here. And then... It's gonna look a little weird. But I think it's gonna look nice after. I think. Gives me room for expansion later? I think. Or I might have to just redo this whole thing. I probably will. I think like you need absurd amounts of copper production as the game progresses. I mean, I'll figure something out, right? This is just, for now, this is what we're doing. For now, this is what we're doing. Whoops. So, behind the line. There. The fuck? Did I do it again? Okay. Okay, whatever.
quick. Mine will be really quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, you're saying that the only reason she was elected is because she's black?
Well, first
So
of all,
that trumps her being a district attorney and all
First
the
of all, this is
accomplishments
not
she
my
has?
words. I'm just going on Joe Biden's own words.
Okay.
Joe Biden said, I'm going to preset criteria based on black women, and therefore she met that criteria, and that's why she was selected.
No, why? I think what he was trying to say is, she's just black. She was just calling her black. She's not saying I'm doing. He's not saying.
He made a public
He's not
promise.
saying I'm doing this because she's black.
No,
That's not what she
He
said.
made a public promise before the selection even began and the process began. I will put a black woman on the ticket.
So you're saying her being district attorney doesn't matter. That's not why.
No, I
But
think she
yet,
did- I'm saying she
Trump
did an awful
being
job.
a failed businessman and making all the weird comments.
He's a billion. Okay. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, Donald Trump is a failed billionaire. I mean, he's only got 3.8 billion. Like, what can he do? 3.8 billion, like, he's scraping by, man. I mean, really, like, he's... Man, he is really struggling. 3.8 billion, how is he gonna put food on the table? What a failed businessman.
He's made.
Well, hold on a
That
second.
doesn't have any, like.
What I'm getting at, though, is that if she was not a black woman, she never would have been chosen as vice president. Her record was abysmal. She was a terrible attorney general of California. She did poorly. I'll be quick.
I'm so sorry.
She gets the next one.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
All right.
Yeah,
Yes.
I just have to know. Do you think Tim Walz is a DEI
Yes.
candidate? Okay. I just wanted to see if
No,
you're consistent on that.
DEI does not mean black. Tim Walz was only chosen because the Democrat Party is doing so poorly with white men that they tried to find a white man that they could put on the ticket.
But then also,
It's true. Tim
okay.
Walz is the first white DEI candidate in history.
Okay, in the Democratic primaries, Kamala Harris
I mean,
was
it's true.
performing incredibly
He
well.
agrees.
And she wasn't performing well in the primaries just because she was black. She was performing well in the primaries because during her time as a senator, she spoke incredibly eloquently.
Look,
I used to watch it.
Hold on a second. How did she do in the Democrat primaries?
She did, like, much better than Amy Klobuchar.
Hold on a second. She didn't even make it to Iowa. She dropped out months ahead of the first primary. She was super unpopular, not well liked. Her campaign fizzled out. So she was awful.
popular initially.
Initially, yes, and then
Yes.
the more people learned about her, the more realized she was awful.
Well, it was mostly because, like, progressives are really upset about her being a DA, which, like, can be, like, that's a completely
Hold on.
different
Why
conversation.
aren't progressives
But-
upset about that now?
I mean, they are, but
Oh, they are?
But,
That's news to me.
but I
Everyone's
mean,
talking about how great a
no,
prosecutor she is.
progressives are definitely upset about the how like the Biden administration has handled like the atrocities in Gaza and how like there are definitely things that Democrats are upset about. However, that's not the point of this conversation. And I would,
That's correct. That is not
yeah,
the point.
that's
Correct.
not the point. What the point is that a lot of
You're not yelling at him enough. You're trying to make some kind of coherent argument. You should be yelling at him and punching him in the face and gouging his eyes out and ripping his balls off. How dare you try and talk to him in a coherent manner? Unbelievable. Disgusting, actually. Honestly. Get her out of there. My God. Just absurd. It's just absurd. Why is she even opening her mouth? Huh.
Aw, thanks, guys.
I don't think she's just gonna yell. Listen.
Okay. Hi, how you doing?
Oh my God. If I saw someone like that, like at a job interview, I would just press the buzzer and say, "Please leave." Like covered in fucking facial piercings and shit. Well, I guess it's young people these days. She's gonna take them out when she goes to get a job.
Right.
So, you keep saying that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, and I feel like my main fallacy with this argument is that competency can't be objectively determined because we all have subjective definitions of what a competent politician is, but...
No, it can. Right? That's ridiculous. Of course it can, right? Like, that's why they have these stupid primaries and all this bullshit, to see who's popular. Right? So people with money can go and fucking pour money into the campaign of the person who's popular. Because that's how this shit works. I feel like I'm crazy over here. What? Okay, so I'm gonna have one line of bolts coming through here. And then I'll feed it into two... Somehow I'll feed it into two... Or do I send it upstairs? I think I sent it upstairs. I need... Why do you have to buy this shit from this fucking shop, dude? It's so stupid. I completely forgot about it. You should be able to make ladders like from the beginning. There's no way to like climb. It sucks, man. Right? Is it organization? Why couldn't I see it earlier? It's not there. It's not foundations. It's not wall. Ladder. And it's 3. How do I make 3? Shit, dude, I need 3. Maybe this is enough.
My question for you is, if Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, why is she beating Trump in the polls right now?
We'll see what happens in November.
Okay, but she's currently beating Trump in the polls. So either
If the polls are right, I grant you that.
he's incompetent,
or maybe she's a new candidate with a big surge.
She's doing good.
I would caution you being a little, like, this point in the election, getting too cocky, because we remember what happened with
I'm not
Hillary
getting
Clinton.
cocky. I'm asking you to answer a question. If she is incompetent, how could she beat the president, who you said is an amazing
As of the
president?
timing of this filming, can you name to me how many times she sat down for an interview?
What?
She refuses to talk to the press, refuses to take questions. She's done not one sit-down interview in nearly 25 days, at the filming of this interview, mind you.
I
which
think
don't know
that
when
is
this will be
a
posted.
very weird point to make.
Well,
why would I
why is it-
count how many times Kamala Harris
because
has
it's
had
zero,
an interview?
because she refuses to take questions from the press and media? Like, shouldn't you do that if you're the sitting vice president?
She's...
He actually did 3 last Sunday and 1 today with Meet the Press.
So the quality,
With
the
Kirsten
qualification of a
Welker.
good president is to take an interview.
If you can't take a single question, but let me ask you this, because it's on you. What's her greatest accomplishment as vice president?
As vice president, being the first female all-black president. We've
That's-
never had that.
That's fucking retarded. Her greatest accomplishment is existing. Her greatest accomplishment is existing. That's it. That's it. She exists. That's amazing. So cool. It makes no sense. It literally makes no sense. How can that be considered an accomplishment? How can... It's like, oh, I'm the first black president. What's your greatest accomplishment? I'm the first black president. Why were you hired to be the president? Because I'm the first black president. Amazing. I don't know. Well, I mean, the first black female president. Obama was the first black president. I think Obama was quite an accomplished politician by the time that happened. I mean, he would have had to have been, right? He opened the doors, and he still basically got his fingers in the current American government. I mean, yeah, Obama's a pretty damn good politician. Sure what I'm gonna be doing here. I have like infinite space though. Oh boy, that's pretty cool. Doesn't make sense, but it's pretty cool. Like, would you be able to see a galaxy like that? I wonder if physics would pose an issue of some kind. So we're making copper sheets here. I can feed them upstairs somehow. And make a bunch of rotors, right? I'm making 10. Oh man. The steamed ones are so much better. Yeah, it's gonna be such a nightmare redoing all this shit, man. Yeah, I'm gonna have to like just nuke this whole thing and just do it again. So for now, let's just get what we can. I mean, that's still pretty damn sick, right? So I'll feed 2 of them into just one of these. Okay, well that's actually easy. Then I don't even have to do it upstairs for now. Yeah, I'm not even gonna do it upstairs for now. I'm just gonna do it here. So we're gonna go up here. Yeah. For now. And It got covered in sand. Shit.
No. Like I got that, but like, what's her accomplishment that made people's lives better?
I don't know. Vice presidents don't really do much, to be honest.
Can you name one thing she's done that's good?
No, probably not. Thank you. The Inflation Reduction Act.
Oh, really? Did that lower inflation? What's your name?
Brad
Nice
Brady.
to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I like the idea. 30 seconds on, 30 seconds
Let's do
off. I think the best thing I could say about this is you have your opinion, and I can have mine. You believe that Donald Trump was a good president. I maybe don't believe that. You believe that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate for the position of president. I don't believe that. What I'm getting to is, what do you gain from this? If I concede and say that Kamala Harris is a DEI candidate, what do you gain? Because I know what it is. You're baiting us into rage so that you can make money on your TikTok account. You're baiting college students all over the world into arguing with you over these fallacies. You throw a red herring out there, and you're making money from this account while we're sitting here and looking stupid.
First of all, I don't control this account. I'm a guest here. This is Jubilee Media, and they're going to edit it as they see fit. Okay, number one. Number two, it needs to be acknowledged that she didn't earn it. She didn't win a Democrat primary. She dropped out in the Democrat primary in 2020. She's never been likable. She's got there simply because of race, not because of competency, not because she's good at her job. And I think that's wrong and it needs to be called out.
You're bringing up qualitative examples. These are all subjective, qualitative examples. Her race, her competency, her
Those are
dropping
Joe
out of the
Biden's
election.
words.
That's not what you said earlier. I'm talking about the points you've just brought up, multiple qualitative points. And these points can be believed by you and not by me, as you believe in a God and I don't. These are qualitative arguments that you're making against me for this, and I can believe differently than you, and I think we can agree to disagree on this.
Okay,
perfect.
Okay. But that's not how debate works. The topic is this. I believe that. I believe this. Let's agree to disagree. Next topic. That would be the best debate in history. Everyone would just sit there, like, on their phones, be like, oh, okay. And then they would leave. Not that I believe that every topic needs to be people just yelling at each other, but I think during a debate, going up and telling someone that you just disagree and then leaving is such a profoundly stupid thing to do. You just wasted everybody's time. Like, you just wasted literally everybody's time. Anyway. I have too many of these things because I've been up. I need to go put these back in the box. I need to go upgrade that box, I guess. Can I just upgrade these boxes? Is that something that's possible? Nah, they never did it. That sucks, man. Would have been so cool if you could just upgrade. It's like certain things that you just can't upgrade are like my pet peeves in this game. I guess I will focus on other shit.
I think this is going to take the entire time.
You're welcome.
30 on, 30 off.
How do you feel about the Senate?
As far as her tie-breaking vote of the Senate?
No. I'm just saying, like, Senate. Like the Senate is technically DEI in a certain sense for, like, small states. Like, Wyoming gets people in Wyoming get a greater vote than me in California.
Like Rhode Island and Hawaii.
I'm giving you an example. California, I get less of a vote than someone who exists in Wyoming. So we're giving people in Wyoming more say than they necessarily should.
It's the equity part of DEI, right? It's not diversity and it's not inclusion, but it is the equity part. So that's a faulty argument then. It doesn't really work. Because it's like, yeah, it's like only one small aspect of DEI is being taken into account. Oh. Hello? Oh, I'm coming. Oh, that's way earlier than I thought. Oh, I'll be right there. I think I've gotten what I wanted out of it.